aftermarket spike for AMZN. Speaking of posts on social media, Michael Burry saying that he is not short Tesla, though he did call it ridiculously overvalued. So a lot of, oddly enough, social media themed stories today.
All right, guys, not too many ups and downs to start the morning here, mostly in negative territory. Sean back for OB. Good morning, boys.
Oh boy. There we go. We'll get the mic on. Oh, what?
Wasn't even. I just turned it on and turned off.
Oh, is the battery screwed? Yeah. Sean's mic has some battery issues, so it's already looking forward to next year. That's how we roll. No, there's not going to be a lot of crazy stories this morning. In 30 minutes, we'll get some initial jobless claims data, final trading day of the year. Volumes aren't going to be what they were. I was telling Sharif, when I sit down in the morning, on my quote board, there's one name of the regulars that's over 1 million shares pre-market. Like Tesla usually does over 1 million pre-market by now. Nvidia is up there, but there's not much that has decent pre-market volume. A little bit on NEO, a little bit on Intel. Obviously, silver is going to be in play. So this is the kind of day where you don't want to overtrade when volumes are going to be low, and you want to look at what's moving. I know that means we talked a lot about silver yesterday. We're going to talk a lot about it and watch a lot of silver here today because that's just how it is. So, Nike, as I said, Nike looks like it's in play. Silver is going to obviously be in play as well. And yeah, it's one of those. It's a weird day. Like half of Europe actually has a half day today, so you'll have like a little bit of slowness because of that. And then for obvious reasons, like New Year's is such a universal thing that you have a lot of traders and a lot of people that just aren't participating in the afternoon. So a lot of movement tends to happen early. Like I don't know if you'll get the big volume spikes. Like silver would be a good example of it. You had multiple volume spikes throughout the day where there were clear times. Like, okay, in the morning it was a good long and then you could work that, and then it was afternoon, and then there was that move to the downside. It's like 3 distinct moves. I don't know if you'll get that. Like there might be like that opening rush, and then things will be very different, maybe range-bound trading. So that's kind of what I'm expecting. Sean, your mic should be back.
Yeah, it's the battery pack.
Oh, I know. I looked over this the second I saw him. Like, you have a battery issue, but I guess maybe Obi was using it all day yesterday.
Obi, what a guy.
But more importantly, how was the tournament?
Yeah, good. Yeah, it was like yeah, it was like a ID camp for
showcase.
Stuff like that. Yeah, showcase. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, the weather was pretty crazy there, but no, I don't think it was any different than here. It was windy. It was snow squally, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, thanks for asking. She did really well. We're hoping that she gets invites to different things off of this, right? So it was really good to see. And then they take the parents aside and they start already at this age. They're talking about like the pathways and all of this kind of stuff. So it's very intimidating for all of that stuff. But you pay the money for these people, and it's just, what are you gonna do? But SLV, yeah, I don't know. I even put a tweet. I was like, what else are we gonna trade? Today.
Nike's up 2%.
Yeah, Nike. Yeah, you mentioned Nike's going to be good. We had that Tesla. I was looking at Tesla. Maybe as a nice move down there. Maybe the market a little bit today as well. And then we'll talk a little bit about maybe what we think themes for next year. What we're looking for 2026. Amazing to say that. For 2026, we'll see if there's anything hot. We had that talk about quantum versus uranium. SMR, I think, was down again yesterday as some of these things keep going downside. Bitcoin today is 88 and change, trying to hold 80, almost 89 here for crypto. So that's going to be nice here. 88.7, 88.8 kicking out right there for BTC. So yeah, we'll have a quick look at all these things, and just Happy New Year to everybody there. It is a full day today, so that should be somewhat exciting. Oh man, I'll see if we can get to the gym on the midday there. We do have Obi coming through on the midday as well today.
Joe's still at the beach.
Yeah, when's that guy coming back? He'll be back on Monday. We should have everybody back on Monday, I think, including Brendo.
Yeah, Brendan's back. Brendan's back for sure.
Joe, I believe, is back too. Why not?
Will I be back?
Like
Ramin potentially not coming back, she said.
What, Ramin?
But we do have Andre coming back apparently as well.
Uh-oh.
So we'll have a different switching situation going on there. And I heard it's someone's birthday coming up soon, so we'll have to find out who's exactly that is. And
maybe.
We'll talk. It's not mine.
It's entirely possible.
You just had yours, by the way.
So that might be what you're thinking of. All right.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Nice try, Dara.
I was definitely thinking about Charlie Munger's birthday.
Clearly not who we're thinking about.
Tomorrow. But yeah, we'll discuss that. We'll leave it as suspense for now. And
Nobody knows.
it may be one of the four of us, not male, but one of those that you see on your screen right now. Okay, it's 8:06, and I don't know. 88,888 right here for silver. I called up Tesla yesterday, and I was actually with one of my friends, and maybe it wasn't yesterday. Oh no, it was Meta. It was Meta. That's what it was. It was Meta.
666.
That's it. And no, but it was literally, I called it up, and it was 666.61. Like I was randomly just sitting there watching nothing and just scrolling through the watch list. And I go, oh my God, Meta's like, 2 or 5 cents away from 666. But yeah, I guess we gave that up. Meta had a nice day yesterday, though.
It spent a long time at 666 yesterday.
Yeah, eh?
Like it barcoded off that level for pretty much 90% of the day.
Yeah, it did.
was within $1 of 6.
The high was 668 or something.
Kind of an ominous thing. I wonder.
Okay,
if
we'll see. We'll see today.
psychologically.
Yeah, it was just funny because it's like, and then he made a joke like, oh, someone's going to push it to go to that. I was like, no, if it's there, it'll be there for a second. Like these pennies aren't going to be like that. But
The real problem is every time it would try to go, it was failing at 667, which Obi wouldn't let go.
Oh, of course he wouldn't.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those. No, it's fine.
Kids these days.
Oh, the kids. Oh, the kids.
Newsfeed.
Oh, there's a good one. Brown Lightning in the chat.
Yeah.
Just said good morning. Good morning to you as well.
Yes.
You've got a couple symbols you're looking at. BBAI and Rigetti. So oddly enough,
BBI was going down, I thought.
but BBAI is
it's
okay.
up
There's no actual catalyst on BBAI, but it's on my list just for one possibility. I just want, if we bounce off the 200 again, like if at the open, the first move is to hold the 200 period moving average, which is at 540, and it's right there right now. Maybe like a quick snap up trade. Like this is a binary one. Like it either is instantly breaking out and you're just looking for like a slow trend or some kind of a trend like it did yesterday, but in the opposite direction, or nothing. And then I think you're on the right track. You want to look at
Rigetti's right there too on the daily chart.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're looking for things, because if you're not going to find key volume or volume or catalyst, then you're going to want something which is at least transacting at a pretty key price. And as Sean just said, Rigetti also just sitting right on a support level. The difference is, like BBI has been bouncing right off it like the next day. Rigetti's been sitting down here for a few days. So it's almost like one's consolidating, the other one usually bounces after one day off of that 200 period and support. But yeah, I think you got the right idea. Like you're going to have to maybe search for different types of setups than normal, because you might not have this, this is being upgraded, it's gapping up, this has good news, it's gapping up and breaking out certain levels. You really don't have much of that today. Like I don't think there's a single clean breakout setup that I saw all morning on anything, because nothing's really moving enough. It doesn't mean you can't trade. Like silver is a perfect example. You spend most of the day just having like multiple opportunities to trade silver. But you might have to go outside of the regular toolbox just a little bit. And with that, I see every time we go back to this shot, like, Sharif is just like
I have to review the notes, man. I don't get to actually review them.
You're so focused, Sharif. I love the focus. Tell us what you're looking at, because now I'm curious.
Yeah, Sharif.
Second margin increase in the span of a week by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange on silver as they try to dampen some speculative interest. Silver down again here to start the morning to the tune of 5 3/4%. We know tomorrow will be the first day that China is set to tighten export controls on silver, elevating the metal from an ordinary commodity to a strategic material. That places it more within the oversight of the Commerce Department, and they made comments to that effect this week. And they also placed restrictions on tungsten and antimony. China remains one of the world's largest silver producers and exporters, having shipped over 4,600 tons in the 11 months of this year. It's also critical, as we've spoken about, electronics, batteries, solar panels, medical devices, defense applications. It's so important that Elon Musk publicly criticized the move, and the European companies also expecting some tightness here, saying that they're already feeling it, Adara. So silver down 5 4/5.
I want to talk about this margin issue in particular. I mentioned this back on Monday, but I do think it bears repeating. One of the issues here with one of the more recent silver crashes, to be going back to 2011, is CME Group at that time had raised silver margins 5 times in a 9-day span. Now we have 2 raises in about a 3-day span. So just something worth noting. I think that was already some concerns back on Monday with that first margin increase. Now that we have the second, things get a little bit more, I don't want to say dicey, but I think of concern here for traders for this SLV.
Yeah, I think the idea that there's concern is real. Like, I think you wanted to see this hold a little bit more of the buyback gains from yesterday. And if you just look the pattern, I don't want to say it's going to do the exact same thing as it did on the 29th, 2 sessions ago, because you've obviously got down further. But if you simply look at the last 3 days, okay, like you had, forget about this support here, but just sort of look at what happened at about like 68, and then it was trend up. And then look at yesterday, not as strong, but the same area where you had the buying come in, and it was kind of a good long, but not as good as it was 2 days ago. And now you're kind of gapped to where we were at the back end as well. So ignore some of the beginning and look at this like 66 to 67 area. And I don't wonder if, hey, just look at the pattern, should we not have trouble getting back above that? I was more than willing to be optimistic and looking longs if we had held some more of these gains. But a lot of that changed when we lost 70. And if you were watching the show in the afternoon yesterday, it was distinctly different. Like, the market was doing nothing, silver lost 70, and the acceleration was like nothing that it had done in the last couple of days to the downside. And then there was a little bit of some scalping shorts after that were pretty effective. So I'm leaning in the direction of the sell side here. Obviously, I think, obviously is the wrong way to say it, but there's clearly at least some people that are pretty offside still, and the effort to get the prices down, who knows? I don't want to tinfoil hat it or anything, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't go down in the interim. I think there'll be good opportunities to still buy some dips, but this went so far, so fast, and there seems to be an effort for some actual legit selling in here. So I see that 66 to 67 areas from 2 days ago as the easy spot to look for some shorts. And if it trends like yesterday, be willing to just stick with it. Like when this held VWAP, it bounced like so many times off VWAP yesterday pretty cleanly. Like you just wait for these little micro dips and then take those trades. So it did give you multiple chances, and it was the one place where you could have been trading it all day and not really been over trading. That's pretty unique.
Yeah, I think you want to, especially on a day like today when things aren't, presenting themselves immediately, you want to look for those kind of opportunities. Gold is not, I just wanted to, Neil just touched on silver. I don't want to talk about the same thing over and over here, but yeah, this is same kind of a thing where we started to head lower. There's the break there from 400 as well, right there at 3 o'clock, and that kind of gave it in, and it's not as volatile here, gold, but the trend seems to be pretty much the same way. And we know that silver is going to be that margin talk. We talked about, some of the banks, being offside here and how much further can they get squoze? Not very much further, I don't think, man. Banks, these big companies will always wind up winning. So, but there it is, 405 all the way back into 396. You're still nowhere near any form of worrisome opportunities here for gold if you're long. I think it's a buying opportunity if you get into this 384, 385 area. So for me, I want to stay long, as the monetary system is still broken. It's not, people the flight to safety is no longer like people. Bitcoin, if you thought that was going to be a store of value, you were wrong. This year down 6%, on the year for Bitcoin. Gold's been working, and then now with silver, with all the margin calls, and just the fact that everyone's talking about it, puts eyes over here. So I would just say, if this can dip into something, 54 to 56, 58-ish area. That's not going to happen today. That would be too much of a dramatic move. But over the next couple of days, the start of a new year, I think you can go ahead and start playing again. Forget about all the technical setups here and what's exactly happening with the CME and all that margin stuff. I think silver and gold and platinum and copper and all this continue to win. Heading into the new year, especially as we're going to get a new Fed chair. We talked about interest rates, potentially 2 cuts maybe in 2026 there. US dollar, we can watch the DXY still moving around as well. And then some uncertainties in this world, as we still haven't, I know President Trump has solved, I think it was 342 wars or something like that, but going into the new year, I just don't see, some sort of relief in any of that side of things. I mean, Ukraine and Russia maybe is still something there. Oil, actually, energy might be the next thing to start to pop up upside.
That was good.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good trade there yesterday as well. So we can look at all that stuff. But the CMEs are, the rules in the CME are what they are. So you're just going to have to play by those. It's been like that forever. And yeah, it is 4 million shares already on SLV. I think that's going to be where we look. But I you know, for the longer term account, I like gold better. So if gold can drop just a little bit more, we'll buy some gold. But it's just funny that silver, it's had such a great 4 days, and it just put it right back to 65. So it's like up, down, down. So as Adara said, sort of the roller coaster here, or Sharif had mentioned, the roller coaster on silver just sort of continues. So yeah, you know, it's been fun. It's been fun. And I think this is what happens in the market when people sort of get bored a little bit, right? I mean, Tesla's at that 450, Meta's not doing too much, Apple, Google, Amazon. You know, when you're looking for things, sometimes you find them, and you know, they found the volatility and they're able to move around to silver. So,
for what it's worth, though, when you mentioned about the Fed and for next year, there was a slight uptick in the odds of a cut, not for January. That didn't move much, but if you go out to March, that kind of bumped up a little bit here. So, you know, like it should always start with January. Like in January, you've got like 16% chance at a cut.
of a cut, okay.
And then if you go out to March, then that's up to 44, and then the chances of essentially that you'd have 2 cuts, because I would assume most of the probability would be that you do quarter point. There's, outside of doing a 50 base point cut in March, which I think is unlikely, is actually 6.6. So there was a slight uptick in optimism that you could get. So
go to December. Let's see what they think for the whole year.
Oh yeah, if you go to the...
Yeah, let's see what they think on that, like in December of 26. Oh gosh. So what is that? So that's 300, so 3 to 325, so 50 basis points or so? Yeah. You're looking at between 50 to 75?
The market likes a couple cuts.
All right, so 2 to 3 cuts looks like what's baked in.
It's crept up a little bit.
Baked in. Bacon. You know,
yeah.
bacon.
Oh, I love some bacon right now.
Yeah.
Eh.
Next week we get back on schedule.
No catering.
With all that. What did you guys do for lunch yesterday? Did you do anything fancy? Or
I didn't.
You got Subway?
I did.
I knew it. I did see you. Yeah.
Like 2 days ago, had a weird. For some reason, I was like, I just want McDonald's. And
oh yeah.
And so I did that.
Your stomach was not appreciative of that.
No, it wasn't. But whatever, I had that feeling. But Obi got the poke bowl from the place.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get.
So that's what I'm thinking today. I saw his, and he was eating it all lunch because he was on all day, so he was eating the poke bowl during the afternoon show.
Oh, okay.
I'm just staring at this. I'm like, that looks really good.
Yeah, they have a good. Yeah, I like it. Ramin doesn't like that place, but right, Ramin? Am I saying something that's incorrect?
Yeah, it's not my fave.
Yeah, it's not her fave. I like it though. I'm gonna try it. What did he get? The chicken on there, or I got shrimp last time.
Well, it looked like chicken to me.
Okay.
Pretty sure it
looked like chicken to me. Okay, so maybe not.
No, well, I'm sure. Well,
they have chicken. They have I don't know.
Yeah, they have all kinds of.
Yeah, you don't. It's just okay.
For sure.
All right, upgrades and downgrades with Joey Options. Psych.
Oh, what?
Not quite Joey Options, and also, again, not too many downgrades today, but let's start here with the upgrade side of things. 2 upgrades to initiate coverage. We'll start with these upgrades. Plug Power getting actually a price target downgrade to $3 from $3.50, but an upgrade here from Clear Street. Then we've got TerraWolf up more than 3% on this upgrade from Keith Bruyette. Freedom Capital, on the other hand, initiating positive coverage on both Serve Robotics and Butterfly. Last but not least, or I guess not last but not least, but on the downgrade side of things, we got Tower Semiconductor, TSEM, with a downgrade from Wedbush, and Wedbush also downgrading Global Foundries today, guys.
So at least today, like Global Foundries, there's 2 downgrades instead of just 1 yesterday, and Global Foundries we know. However, I mean, Wolf, it's too bad there's not more volume with this because it's got the whole. Remember we were just talking about like BBAI and with Rigetti that we're at pretty key levels for small cappers that have a chance to go. But I look at TerraWolf and it's sort of a similar thing. It's not at the 200 period, but it's at a support level at 11. And on some kind of a catalyst is trying to bounce. So it's like one of those, put it on the back burner. Like if it starts to go, maybe this is one that first half an hour can give you just enough of a push. But again, volumes are going to be relatively light. There are some traditional small cappers that are moving as well. On the bottom of the watch list, you'll find ANGH and Ngami Inc., which of course the top is 420. Of course the top is 420. Like why wouldn't it be? Gapping up after they reported their earnings, smaller loss than expected. You could find this one on the bottom of the watch. It's done over 10 million shares in volume, so decent enough volume as you can see, gapping into some resistance here. But it's above VWAP. It's got solid volume. There's going to be a few names like that in play, but I'd throw TeraWulf into the category of the BBAIs and the Rigettis. Like the potential is certainly there, the level is there. You just need a kick in the butt at the open to want to join. Like it's not something that would be, hey, it's top of my radar. I'm going to sit there focused, staring at it. But if it pops up that it's moving after the first 5 minutes, then I'm going to want to try to get involved.
Yeah, there was I said to Neil, there's nothing on this upgrade and downgrade list. He said, well, it was double yesterday. Yesterday we had 1 on the downgrade. So I was like, okay, not much going on. I am going to just try to look at today some of the names that generally go. And it's just like if the market wants to go today, then we can pick on, the Qs or the NASDAQ basically, or we can pick on like a stock like Nvidia that's actually up today. I don't know if there was a story, Sharif, for Adara here. We don't. Nvidia is not on the watch list, is it? Oh yeah, there's first story, yeah, right there, a plus 0.1, but it's only right. It's a TSM stuff. Okay, so I was only saying that because I didn't see like any huge, but it's a move right now, so it's not a huge move at all. But we had it at 0.1 right here. We'll talk about Nvidia. So, but I guess TSMC there, the H200 chip. So I think that this is a story that we can probably play off of today, above the 200, above VWAP. Starting to get going there. Nvidia is going to be a winner in 2026. I don't know how much, but this is be a stock that people will, flock to. If we do think that the AI race is not over yet, I mean, the spend is still there. And what are they spending them on? They're spending them on products, GPUs. So, you can go for the data center build-outs, which need chips, or that's why, I keep liking Marvell. But all right, so Nvidia is going to be probably top of the mind at some point. I actually put out, what's everybody trading today, and I had 7 or 8 responses here, but people are just saying, Happy New Year, TQQ, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. No one's saying what they want to trade today. So I'll put that in the chat. You guys let me know if there is something specific, or, get it in right now. This stock visualizer, I'm actually going to, actually people are already voting. I don't know if you already reset this or resets every day, but put in the chat, like, if you want to go, I'll just put in here Tesla. And then you put that in the chat, and you guys can see right here that once you put it in the chat, then it appears here, and then it starts to add it up. So if you guys, and again, welcome everybody. If you're just joining us now, we're on at 8 o'clock every morning, even on days when we have 2 downgrades. But SLV, so it's all going to start adding up into here. Although I just put in Tesla, and I don't even see it in here right now. Hold on a second. Is this paused? Leadership paused. I may have to refresh this right now. Fabian's not in yet, and I'm not sure it's working. So I'm gonna give it a fresh start, and we'll keep trying, and we'll see. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I've just refreshed it. Now it's probably, yeah, now it's working. Okay, now it's calculating everything. Okay, so there we go. So put in your bids and your orders now, and we'll figure out what's going on there. Fabian always wins, man. Great job on that one, Fabian. Thank you so much. And thank you to Ramin, who's been switching for the last 2 weeks, and she's been super busy putting out, some of our social medias, giving fun little sound effects every once in a while, like this, and she's very sad that she has to go back to her.
Yeah, she's devastated.
Bruh. The one I want is the Donald Trump one. That one's a funny one, the South Park one. He's, come on, guys, what does he say in that one?
Thank you, buddy.
Relax, guy.
What is he saying there, Ramin?
I think he says, relax, guy.
Yeah, relax, guy, something like that. Yeah. Oh, man, that's the funniest. I hope there's some more new South Parks coming up soon. All right, so this is what my sticky note looks like now. It's very full of nothing, as per usual, but we'll figure it out. But come on, guy, relax, guy. Relax, guy. We're going to find something to trade, guy. Oh, man. NASDAQ starting to...
Relax, guy.
Yeah, relax, guys. Got the phone in his hand, I'm just going to, call some world leaders. Relax. We'll get this market going. Netflix. What did Netflix do yesterday? I just saw someone in the chat put that in there.
It was pretty, look,
that could be something.
It didn't do much, I'll say that. But nothing was really too crazy yesterday. There was one point where I was like, ooh, Netflix had some relative strength, but that is abated with it being down now. So when we rolled over in the afternoon and silver rolled over and the market started to go, Netflix was holding support. And that seemed like it was going to be a level. I'm like, oh, let's pay attention to that tomorrow. And of course, we're gapped underneath it and not moving a lot. The latest news, of course, with WBD simply is, hey, Netflix hasn't had to raise their bid. There's still the outside chance that you see a higher bid backed by Ellison. But right now, they're endorsing Netflix and telling advisors to reject the Skydance bid. So there's really not been much of a change. There was a slight bump up on Warner Brothers because some were speculating that, okay, well, maybe there will be this like potential 33, like move from 30 to 33. That hasn't happened. And once again, we were like, well, it's probably good to sell these pops. Every single time this thing gets over 29 on this kind of speculation, and then there isn't some raised bid, it ends up back lower. So I don't expect too much movement in here. But there are, I keep hearing a few names. Did I hear NVO in my ear? No, it wasn't Novo.
Oh, I muted all that stuff. I gotta put that back on.
I think it was Novo that I heard in my ear. This didn't have a very good day either.
Is it moving?
Novo, since the gap up on the oral pill, it's just been slowly sliding down. Now, I don't want to say it's going to, where the heck is this key? Flat bottom break. But.
Whoa.
Whoa. Here's the thing, like on a day like today, just because you're at a level doesn't mean it does something off of the level. But since it gapped up on that oral pill positive news, look, it's a week ago? Man. 51 was the bottom.
I don't even know what day it is.
51 was the bottom, and again today, 51 is the bottom. So you break that down, there's a pretty sizable gap. Maybe there isn't enough of a catalyst to get it down. I don't know. But like it's at a key level. It's something that should be on watch, I think, at that $51 level, Novo Nordisk. Whether it'll have the volume to do something crazy, all you can do is look to see if it breaks it down. And if it does, I think there's a good opportunity there.
This is the least likely day to be a Wednesday of all time, I feel like. This doesn't feel like Wednesday to me at all.
It's the worst
Wait a second, is it Thursday?
possible placement of New Year's Eve, in my opinion.
It's because then you get it off and you break back on Friday again. And the same thing was true with Christmas too, right? It was right in this middle of this week stuff over here. What's up, Mr. Haas over here? YouTube, best live trading? Who are you talking about? If it's not us, I'm going to ban you. Thank you to everybody in the chat, man. We're having a great time here, as we usually do. 8:30 almost.
Ooh, claims data.
Ooh, yeah, that's right. That's the only number released today, I think.
That's all we got. Initial claims and continuing claims. So we'll see in about 90 seconds.
See if they continue in 90 seconds or so. We'll go back over to the desk and see what they're talking about. And then I'm going to write down some trades ideas for Nvidia.
Yeah, we'll get those numbers shortly, guys, about 90 seconds, as you said. But lots of headlines today on Nvidia. Sean, you were talking about Nvidia. 3 separate headlines, specifically one about asking Taiwan Semi to increase production on that H200 for China, as they've reportedly received over 2 million orders for that H20 separately. ByteDance on its own has allocated about $14 billion, about 100 billion yuan, for NVIDIA's AI chips in 2026. And then separately after that, there's an acquisition that NVIDIA is planning on making to acquire an Israeli AI company called AI-21 Labs. The estimated price for that acquisition is about $2 to $3 billion. Neither company commented, but essentially what's being spoken about here by analysts is it's an acquisition for talent as opposed to any IP or any product that the company has. So let me know when we have those numbers, by the way. So 3 different headlines today on NVIDIA. So that one certainly will be in play on the morning note. We've covered all 3 as well. So make sure to get that morning note for the YouTube premium subscribers. Adara, let me know when we got those numbers.
Yeah, I can just prepare you guys here for this jobless claims. Forecast 218,000, previous 214,000. So we are expecting a slight uptick here for these initial jobless claims. Continued jobless claims forecast 1.9017 million versus the previous print of 1.923 million. So we're expecting a slight downtick in continued claims, but as mentioned earlier, a slight uptick in jobless claims. We're just 2 seconds away. 1.866 million here for continued jobless claims, so lower than the estimate. Initial jobless claims also lower than expected, 199,000 versus 218,000 expected. Market, as of right now, seeming to like these numbers.
Yeah, not that much movement. We're getting a small spike. I don't want to get everyone's hopes up too much, but we're already going up going into that number, so that's going to be better than expected across the board. So is good news going to mean good news, or is good news going to mean that other thing? Where like the gains that we made on the rate cut chances for next year maybe abate a little bit here. So we're already sliding to the upside on the NASDAQ and trying to go green. and you're not seeing a huge reaction off that claims number. So let's see. I mean, I don't want to overreact. I wouldn't overreact in either way, but so far at least, I can't see any reason that you're changing any plans that you might have had. Whoops, Nvidia I wanted to go to. Just to look at some individual names. Nvidia was already strong. Slight bump, but again, like the market, we were already grinding higher here, and there wasn't any outsized reaction. So I haven't seen a crazy reaction anywhere for sure. Mike Patterson, or M. Patterson, I shouldn't make assumptions in the chat, saying DJT likes those numbers. That's a stock that, I mean,
DJT really likes continuous jobless claims numbers.
But it actually did move. That's kind of weird.
It must be something else. It's just funny. It's like, yeah.
No, that doesn't even make any sense because the most recent thing was they're joining with that fusion company.
Right.
So I can't imagine that would matter, but it did move. You're absolutely right about that. It went 12.
Trump share digital token distribution. There's a story here. So, either.
Oh, there it is.
There you go. Yeah, I had the same story there as well. So, all right, let's go over to the desk and maybe they can talk about this. So.
Getting this in right now, Sean. Haven't had an opportunity to
go
through, but Trump Media and Technology expects from near future each ultimate beneficial owner to be eligible to get one of new digital tokens per whole share of DJT. So as the tokenization kind of movement, interesting there, guys. We'll look into this a little bit more and we'll get back to you. But DJT up 2.5%, about a 1303 high, dropping back down now into the 1280s.
I mean, I was saying, Neil, I could just definitely got to fade this one. This is, okay, I'm gonna have to get a short because this is, okay, so you're gonna get one token. So what's the token worth? Oh, we don't know? Okay, so, I mean.
Something.
It's a matter of waiting for this thing to pop to short it again. It's been, okay, Sharif, we're gonna go back to Sharif in a second. I just want to say, like, this has been getting hit, to the downside there. So there's the pop-up on that fusion deal. Here's the move back in on that. We don't even know too many details about that. Comes back in, and it's just looking to break that $10 mark. That's that SPAC level. But let's go back to Sharif and see what the more details on this are. I think DJT has to be a short over here.
All right, here it is, guys. So they announced plans to distribute a new digital token to its shareholders in partnership with Crypto.com. The distribution is expected to leverage Crypto.com's technology, including the high-performance interoperable Chronos blockchain. It's designed for speed, scalability, etc. Trump Media anticipates that beginning in the near future, each ultimate beneficial owner will be eligible to receive one of the new digital tokens per whole share of DJT with different rewards. Various rewards, the article reads, being made available to token holders periodically throughout the year. Rewards may include benefits or discounts tied to Trump Media, such as Truth Social, Truth Plus, and Truth Predict. Trump Media CEO and Chairman Devin Nunes said, quote, "We look forward to utilizing Crypto.com's blockchain technology and improving regulatory clarity to implement this first of its kind token distribution, reward Trump Media shareholders, and promote fair and transparent markets." If we have more, guys, we'll get back to you on that.
So there you go. I mean, if Truth Social blows up, then maybe you have a little something there. But yeah, we actually super cheap locates on DJT. Like it was like 100 shares cost 3 cents for every 100 shares of what the locates are. So it's like, it's not easy to borrow, but it's easy to borrow is the best way to think about it. No, I can't, that just doesn't seem like it's going to be a big enough catalyst to cause it to squeeze. If you look at the, we'll call it the fusion combination that happened, or I mean, is happening with them, that was a much, much bigger rally. Like just to put it in perspective, you went initially 11 to 15, and then within 2 days, you were double topping at $17. Like so far, we went like 50 cents on that move. And I think this is also like the whole like DJT blockchain, whether it's crypto, fintech, that combination, that's a little bit older news. So it's probably something that everyone would have seen coming, at least to a certain extent as well. So I don't necessarily see this as a big enough catalyst to cause it to go. Like the fusion thing was out of nowhere. And I think that caused a shock and a squeeze. And I'd be more inclined to look the other way here. With that fusion, when you had to wait a couple of days before it even became a short, here I'm looking at like 13, it's about 13.15 is like this prior day support and then resistance here yesterday. So that'd be the first area to look. And then up top, there's probably even a bigger level at about 1380. There's a couple of spots that I would want to look fade. The only downside is even after that news, it's on 150,000 shares. That's after the volume spike. So it's not exactly flying around here. Like, it might not even be crazy enough to get to that short level. But we'll see. You have to have these things on your radar on a day like today, because you don't, it's not always easy to be able to say on a day like today, oh, like, I like AMD where I liked it yesterday. Well, AMD might not do anything. It just, that's how it is. You want to have maybe a few more things on the radar, but you might end up still trading less, even though you have like 10 stocks you're monitoring instead of 5 or 6. You're just looking for 1 or 2 of them to actually have some action. Now all of a sudden DJT is going to be in play, and you never know. On a day like today, sometimes that news that just pops up out of nowhere is going to give you the opportunity that you might not have normally had. So yeah, it's starting to pick up a little bit on volume. Just got to another 50, 60,000 shares just transacted. Still a 20-cent spread on a $12 stock though.
Yeah, I have highlighted to go short on that one. So we'll pay for shorts on DJT, which is very, very cheap here at Real Trading. And you know what, we can go over and see. I know it's going to be a slow day in the marketplace, but let's just go see. You know, I was actually going to try to open up. I'm trying to open this up right here. Open it through Pro 8. Okay, I'm going to show the numbers from yesterday, but they're not loading.
It's an issue with TIP.
Oh, is there? Okay,
I have a ticket in already.
Okay, good. So I cannot show you who made money or not yesterday. But there's always opportunities in the market. So there you go. DJT just pops up. Added it to the sticky note. It'll be out very, very shortly. And yeah, up 2% there. DJT as it goes on tokenization talk over here, guys. But 837, Nvidia, DJT, and silver so far on our minds. So, all right, NASDAQ looks like Sharif and Adair looks like it's trying to get to Greensville right here on a nice little bump up, as is the ES. Both up points or down 0.7 and 0.06 right now to start with. And then, you know, everyone's still talking about silver in the chat and whatnot, but it's still down 5%. But trying to get going through this 64.50 bottom. So we'll see if it bounces a little bit higher. I was going to write down. I didn't write down any levels for silver. We'll be trading it today, but you know, I think you just got to get back up to this 68.50 marker before we actually think about doing something. The 200 periods at 67. Like to see it transact a little bit around that area as well. So, all right, 838. Let's go back to the desk.
Let's talk a little Meta. This won't make the morning rundown, so we'll get to it now. They are being sued here by the U.S. Virgin Islands, raising concerns of a regulatory overhang. So the U.S. Virgin Islands AG has filed a lawsuit against Meta Platforms. He's accusing the company of deliberately profiting from scam-related advertising and failing to protect users. The company alleges Meta knowingly allowed fraud, illegal gambling, and banned products to ads to persist because, well, they increased engagement. The lawsuit, which cites a Reuters investigation reporting that Meta internally projected roughly about 10% of its 2024 revenue, which is about $16 billion, could have actually come from scam-related and prohibited ads. Internal documents cited in the report suggest Meta does not block the suspected scam advertisers unless its internal systems reach a 95% certainty of wrongdoing. Personally, I have seen this on Meta, specifically on Facebook, not on Instagram, where drugs, guns were ads for those products were coming up, and when you click through them, they weren't just, you know, clickbait. You could actually go ahead and follow through the entire process. That was one form. The other form would give you weird names, synonyms for a different product, but it wouldn't show you the actual product in the picture itself. And then when you click and you follow through, you see that you were being led down something obviously that was prohibited. So personal experience with that, Adara, but user safety and child protection also in focus.
Yeah, because this lawsuit doesn't just accuse Meta of these ad revenue issues. It also says that the company's been misleading the public with regards to how safe Facebook and Instagram are, especially with regards to children and teens, saying that Meta allegedly promotes safety policies publicly while actually not enforcing them behind the scenes. Reuters also reported here, again in this report, that internal AI chatbot guidelines allowed romantic encounters with minors. Meta later said it removed these, but we know these concerns are not new, so it'll be interesting to see how this suit proceeds.
Meta responded to the report, guys, and they said, look, since we were made aware of this by Reuters, scams have fallen by around 50% in the last 18 months. That's their allegation, or their defense, I should say, to the allegation. So Meta, flat start today.
Yeah, I mean, they get the report. That's the sort of thing. Like they can say, well, look at the numbers that we're showing you about how scams are down. But the other thing too is this was actually pointed out yesterday by a bunch of viewers. Lots of accounts have been like shut down erroneously for illegitimate reasons. People complaining about it on Reddit. So there's always something when you're as big as Meta. That's the reality. And especially when you have like these advertising cycles, like you're always trying to maximize traffic and this and that. So, they're doing what they're going to do in certain situations where they need the business to not shut people down, let's just say, and then other times when they can afford to crack down, then they're going to. And I think you get this bit of an ebb and a flow for Meta. Right now, the ebb and the flow of the stock is squarely, like this is the reason why the 666 keeps coming up. It's simply because look at the channel, and all week long I've said this, and I think even in the last week, like what you have is a very clear and obvious resistance at the 200 period, fade it, and then support at the 50 period, and they're both simple moving averages on the daily, and that's where you can maybe catch a bit of a bid. It was pretty clean with that yesterday, so the top end is like 673. Like if you see that today, like probably look for some kind of a reversal. The bottom end doesn't seem very likely at all because that's down in the 650 range, 653, 654, or something like that. So, this is one that for now you're playing at the edges, and eventually it's going to break out. And I still don't care which way it breaks for a trade. Obviously, I prefer it breaks out to the upside. I think it'll be a good place to add in the new year if it does so above that 200 period. But for now, it's just an inside day. Like look how hard the rejection is at the top of that range. Like the last couple of times, we've gone parabolic at the open right into that 673. If it does it again today, that's the kind of place you look for that quick fade. You get one reversion, and that's your day. I just can't see this headline, or maybe, the market's strong, so I guess that could get us there. I don't think it'll be the headline that would get us to test that 673 at all, especially when it's mostly negative. It's more the fact that the Nasdaq's trying to go green after we got those good jobs numbers. So that could happen. Just remember, this is a range-bound stock and has been for a while. I don't expect that to change anytime soon.
Yeah, it is going to. This could be a play for 2026 for sure. It's just been. It's still down, right? I don't think on the year, but right into here, the average return. I can call up a bigger daily chart here for Meta and just have a quick little look at where we are actually on the year. It's actually coming pretty close to being flat-ish. It's going to be up on the year. But what I'm looking at is this breakout rate over here on Meta, right? Like there's the daily chart is focused in. It doesn't do this forever, right? We've seen stocks, especially major mega cap names here, barcode for a minute, find a base, and then it's been typically taking back off up to the upside here. And this could be pretty elongated. Like right into here, you only have about 2 weeks. Into here, maybe the same. Other than that, like Meta is not just hanging around too much too often, right? So if it continues to sort of bounce around, as Neil was saying, it doesn't look like it's trying to break out anytime soon. You go all the way back to November 28th. So right now you're on about a month of Meta basically doing nothing. And that's scary, I think, if you're an investor, because you don't know which way it's going to break. So I'm positive, about this name. And I think Instagram continues to work. 3 billion daily users. They bought, or they did an agreement with a company today, Mana or something. So we'll have to wait to see where this winds up going. But 680, Zuckerberg knows what he's doing, I would think, and has made great acquisitions in the past. And I think another one probably will help this stock get going. And whatever it was today, they did make a Meta, right, Adara? Meta had a deal with somebody. Manus, that's it. That's what it was. So there you go. So they're trying to implement these robots and that AI back into their system as well. So we'll see if they can, sort of realize the profitability on that acquisition, a relatively low cost on that. We do want to wait, of course, for earnings to come through, right? Right now we have a great backdrop. We've had great earnings the last quarter. We do have a Fed that looks to be relatively dovish, and the market's at close enough to all-time highs. Oil here, gold and silver is what's moving around. I like Meta here, and I think it does break long here in 2026. So Meta could be a play for me here moving forward this year. Let's see what winds up happening here. And there it is, 6666. We almost got it. Is there a 66666? No, not yet. Pennies away here from that number. But yeah, I like Meta breaking out. I think it could be one of the plays of mine here for 26.
All right, let's talk a little Nike here. A couple of different comments. Guggenheim, one of them, also some insider buying. We'll get to that in a second. So Googie, sorry, just let me set this up so you guys can follow along. Yes, Guggenheim reiterated its buy rating on Nike with a $77 price target. That implies about a 26% upside from the latest closing price. Despite that, though, or despite trading at a high PE, which is about 36 times, the data suggests, at least to Guggenheim, that the stock is undervalued. But analysts are by no means in consensus about this, with the price targets really ranging from $35 all the way up to $120. Just to give you an idea here, their last 10Q filing showed North American unit growth for a second straight quarter. That was offset, though, by weakness in China. But Guggenheim noting China's fundamentals may actually be better than initially perceived, didn't really highlight as to why. Store comparable sales declined across all regions. Gross margin pressure remains a concern, driven by promotions. These are all different points Guggenheim is pointing out. Revenue declined about 5% over the past 12 months, but they see the unusual insider share purchase as a vote of confidence today, and there was more of that today.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So just a week after we had some other filings, which we'll discuss in a minute, CEO Elliott Hill purchasing $1 million in company shares. This is according to an SEC filing. He now holds just under 242,000 Class B shares of Nike after purchasing 16,388 Class B shares at $61.10 each. Now, last week we had Tim Cook, who of course is the CEO of Apple, but also an independent director of Nike's board. He purchased 50,000 Nike shares. Bob Swan, who was actually, fun fact, former CEO of Intel, another independent director for Nike, last week he also picked up some shares.
All right, guys, Nike up about 3%, a little bit less. What's your look?
Not going to be much in terms of a catalyst today. So this is some insider buying. There has been a nice bounce in Nike recently. I would point to, hey, like it's up 3 points today, and it's had like 5 or 6 days in a row? Actually, maybe, 6 days in a row now. If this day ends up green, where you have been positive, but the overall trend is very unbroken. Like you're underneath both major moving averages. The 200 period is downward sloping, something that Brian Shannon, who we had on yesterday, talks about a lot, and something that I've started to look at is something where I don't get too jazzed up about a stock in terms of continuing any kind of a bounce, and when you have that downward sloping 200 period still. All of that said, I think you've still got a little bit of room before today. There's the 50 period at 64 where it could turn around. Certainly, I think if it gets into the 200 period, you start to think about, okay, well, there's going to be some sellers in there selling some of those pops and taking what they can out of it, because that's what's been happening. Like it's on a very clean downward trend with some lower highs the whole way through. But again, that gives us some room to work with today. Like it's filled in one gap. So I'm zooming out on the 15-minute. Like you filled in one gap into 63. So all I'm looking for is if 63 can hold, then you've got a gap into 65 that can play. If 63 doesn't hold, then you've got like the prior highs in here. So I'm playing it pretty binary. If we dip, pull back into prior highs for a bit of a continuation long. If we hold, look for it to try to get to that 65 today, or, well, not tomorrow, but that could be also a continuation play for Friday. But I still think it's more of a temporary thing. The overall overhang still remains on the stock, and it's still being sold when it gets to some of those lower highs on the daily. I just think for today, it at least gives you something to the long side.
We keep hearing about, this Nike's not adjusting with the times. There's more competition out there. Obviously, all of that is true. And then we look at someone like an On Holding, things like that, to see, what that stock's been doing. So on the short term, it actually looks like it's been fine, right? It's been like a nice little uptrend. Nike started the year at $71. It's at 63 right now. Is that what Nike was just at right there? 65? Let me hold on quickly. 63 exactly. Okay, so that was pretty good. So it's down about 10% or so on the year. And if we actually zoom out, you could see On Holdings as well. If we're going to talk about like, oh my God, they need to sort of get with the times and be more like some of their, potential competition. Well, On as well is down almost more than, I would say, actually, it's close to the same. This was $55, $56 at the beginning of the year, now down to 47. So this is down about 14% year to date on Holdings. So, the whole space isn't necessarily doing, bang up job here. UA, Under Armour, UA, right there. Under Armour not doing anything either. UA, okay, not Blue Ocean.
Yeah.
Oh God, this might take a minute to
Well,
load.
you can trade it on Blue Ocean.
Yeah, I think you can trade anything on Blue Ocean these days. But anyways, what I was getting at is this space is not the greatest, right? Lululemon is down 40% on the year. This athleisure area just hasn't been the greatest. So, Under Armour continues to get hit. Nike's going to need to do something. I think if they just came out with another sort of, see this, unfortunately, my daily chart doesn't want to do anything over here, but I think with the Olympics coming through, and then now we have FIFA, the World Cup, that's enough to sort of spark a little bit of interest, I would think, back into this whole athleisure Nike kind of space. So I'm excited for the year, for what it could be for Nike, especially when you get this little activism and this sort of a change here in momentum for Nike heading into the new year. So that's nice. I still don't love the retail space, but I've made a couple plays in that as well. So we'll hold out for Target and Lululemon rather than those two names. But I can't blame anybody that wants to take a shot there on Nike. I mean, the news flow is there for it. So here's Under Armour, and just load it up. Let me just show you what it looks like. This is what it looks like on the year as well. So actually, don't tell me they're going to be up. No, okay, so there it is. So here's, well, no, it's because of this little dip down there. I was wondering if that was down here even. But yeah, there's January. So you're at $7, $8 at the beginning of the year, and now you're down to $5. So, still been a pretty downside play there. Like I said, Lululemon down 45% as well. All right, let's go back over, man. It's 8:52. Thanks, everybody, for joining. If you're joining us for the first time, we're on at 8. And if you're joining us for the first time, I need to ask you to do this. Just hit right there the subscribe button. We're stuck on this for 548,000. We need to get to 550,000. So just hit the like and the subscribe right there. 3,000 of you watching. So if some of you hit it, we'd get a lot closer. 2,000 away from that number. Let's see if we could do it on New Year's Eve, everybody. NASDAQ just turns green and goes green pretty good.
It's still going.
Yeah, pretty good right now. The ES is going, the NASDAQ is going, everything. Look at this. We were just red on the. Yeah, unfortunately, the name that I wrote down as my number one trade idea. Now we'll just have to come on, charts. Now this doesn't even want to go. We'll have to relook at levels now. I still love Nvidia. But this was the name that, I brought this up, honestly, when we first started. This is an hour ago. But it was breaking this level, which I was interested in. I was like, well, is there a story on NVIDIA? Remember, NVIDIA was up 0.5? And I was like, oh, NVIDIA's up 0.5. The market's, but there it goes. So there we go, man. The market's telling you who the winners are. When you're moving up on very limited news like this, you can see where traders are trying to get involved with. And I bet you Broadcom I actually like just as much as NVIDIA moving forward as well. So I can see this name, although I don't think it's moving like Nvidia today. No. Really like Broadcom heading into the new year because it's been hit as well. Come back in and give you a great little bottom there of 330 for Broadcom right into here. I mean, that's been such a great little buy area there for Broadcom. I think we got to go continue to do that as well. But yeah, most stocks pushing green right now today. So yeah, let's go, man. The market's pumping up. Give us a little New Year's present here. And yeah, we have some, you said, Raheem dropped off some bottles yesterday.
You'll see we'll probably show you guys in the afternoon show, but Raheem dropped by with some gifts that we'll be able to show you guys and maybe enjoy this afternoon. Also, with the market going higher, worth noting, DJT is still continuing to climb.
Oh, is it? Okay. I'm still going short.
Yeah, this token news. So it's about 5.5% right now. I was just going over the quote board when we saw the market go to green to look to see what was really going the most. But outside of NVIDIA, I just wanted to show you guys that. Outside of NVIDIA, you also have some other chip names which are grinding higher. AMD just went green as well. So NVIDIA's up 1.1, AMD's up 0.2%, still a little bit weaker. This was one from yesterday. There was a couple of good chances in front of two. Here, I'm going to show a 15-minute chart here just a little bit better. This shows you a heck of a lot more just the idea of where the resistance has been on AMD. Like, it's been a fade about 216 half to 217 every single day for the last week. So maybe today is going to be built different. But right now, NVIDIA is clear. NVIDIA has the direct news here. It does, of course, rising tide lifts all ships here, and it's positive news for AMD. If NVIDIA has China ordering a bunch of chips, it does mean that there's going to be some positivity for AMD. But I'd be much more inclined to treat this one as resistance till it's not. Yesterday, I said I would take a 217 break if it happened. It obviously didn't, and ended up only being a short. I feel the same way about it today as I did yesterday. One of these things is stronger than the other. And when I say one of these things, look how obvious that is. with Nvidia breaking through what has been resistance outside of 1 day, and AMD just trying to climb into it. So I think it's pretty simple. Like, I like to favor certain stocks in a group on a given day, and today I would favor Nvidia. I would certainly not just automatically assume AMD has to go down, but I'm going to consider it weaker. And one more. Yesterday, the biggest chip mover was actually Intel was probably your best chance for trades, whether it was a short reversion off the highs, which was a good trade, or it was like a breakout trade early. It's up 1%, but oddly enough, a bit of an inside day there for Intel. So I think I'd wait for the peripheries on Intel. As good as it was yesterday, it was this and silver and maybe a couple of other things that were moving. Not sure this one's going to outpace the rest of the chips like it did in previous trade. When we finished the afternoon, I kind of thought Intel was going to be a bigger play based on the light volumes and how it had moved yesterday. Not sure. Not the way AMD is going, not the way Nvidia is going. I think they're going to take the lead here, at least temporarily. But yeah, again, there's some things to watch. Good thing that we got that DJT news for some traders that are going to be interested there. And so far, so good in terms of reaction to that jobs initial claims numbers and continuing claims, both of those ending up good. The markets are going green, although we're not out of the woods yet. Like, we're up 0.1, and it's only 9 o'clock. So we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, Sharif.
We do not. But let's talk a little Chinese EVs. They were very strong yesterday, and I got to just speak for myself. I didn't really know why. It looks as if, we saw NIO up 5 3/4, Li Auto really trailing behind the other two. 1 1/4. XPeng was up over 6%, but they're all down about 3% and change today. The reason they were up yesterday, though, is Beijing is extending the vehicle trade-in incentives into next year. The new policy by the Chinese government is going to offer rebates based on vehicle price, favoring specifically new energy vehicles. Now, new energy vehicles, not just strictly electric vehicles, but the type of hybrid-like vehicles that Li Auto sells over gasoline cars. Of course, the subsidies are going to range from the low double-digit percentages for these NEV trades, with scrappage to lower rates for others. The government's allocating, Adair, about 62.5 billion yuan for the replacement programs, which is kind of helping to address the recent sales slump domestically.
I want to talk about another story here for these Chinese EVs. I'm seeing apparently Chinese automakers capturing nearly 13% of Europe's EV market and 13% of their hybrid sales in November of 25. That's with these EU tariffs. So, I mean, good job here for these Chinese EVs. I want to talk about XPeng as well. I mentioned this, but earlier this week, XPeng with a couple catalysts, Morgan Stanley saying it's preferred pick in the EV space in China. That came out on Monday. Also on Monday, XPeng, along with Peking University, saying that their paper on this fast drive VLA concept that they've come up with is actually been accepted by AAPL 2026. So that conference on watch too.
All right, close to 9 o'clock. Let's have a look at the futures, guys. Here is the look at the ES March contract, 69.44. That is where we closed out yesterday, and we defended that quarter point area quite well. Not the quarter point area, the 25-point area, 69.25. We hold it quite well. We are now with the overnight high just a skosh above 69.51. We're trading below it right now. So here's the deal. We're going to use that 50-point area. That's going to be the first level of resistance. If we can get through that, we're looking at that same 75-point area we've been having trouble with as resistance. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list every day. It's sent directly into your inbox, and it's bright and early. Make sure to get it. No good morning routine is complete without a good watch list. Adair prepares it, and we all use it. Helps you organize your day and helps you know what's running and what to prioritize. Let's look at Nvidia. Several headlines today on Nvidia. Let's start with the first one. Supply strain as AI demand surges for their chips in China. What are we talking about here? The Chinese tech firms have reportedly ordered over 2 million H200 chips for 2026, far exceeding the current available supply. Nvidia is now pushing Taiwan Semiconductor to accelerate the production to meet this demand. But as we've spoken about before, this is a 2023 chip, and production for it is far less than it was at the time. Taiwan Semi has responded and said they do expect production to ramp up in the second quarter of 2026, but the strain does highlight, Adara, Nvidia's dependence on these leading edge foundries.
And this, again, comes as they have a lot of demand, because we're seeing also that global demand for AI infrastructure continues to accelerate. Apparently, ByteDance, parent company of TikTok, as mentioned earlier, is now planning on allocating roughly 100 billion yuan or 14 billion USD to NVIDIA AI chips in 2026. That shows the size of China's AI build out right now. Again, also reported yesterday during the middle of the day here, Nvidia actually allegedly in talks to acquire this AI 21 Labs. This comes right on the heels of its acqui-hire situation with Grok AI.
All right, guys, apparently this is not really the deal is focused more on the acquisition of talent. That is speculation. Neither company has responded to reports, but the report's coming out that NVIDIA's primary interest in that AI 21 is about a 200-person workforce that are employed by it, many with advanced academic backgrounds. NVIDIA's already planning more major R&D expansions in Israel, calling Israel its second home, and already we're looking to employ about 10,000 people. Or the campus is expected to eventually support up to 10,000 employees and roughly span about 160,000 square meters.
Yeah, like Zuckerberg goes out and he hands out these crazy bonuses when he wants to get talent. NVIDIA just rolls like the dude from Inception. He's like, well, how did you manage to get in the whole first class? You know, I just bought the airline. I thought that was
right. Exactly.
So like, look, there's maybe 200 employees, but let's be real. NVIDIA rolls deep like that, where they're like, well, we like these 10 guys. Bless you. We like these. We want to
mute the first time, but not the second time.
It's all good. It's all good.
Wake up.
At least you get the mute.
Wake up, America.
Half the time, I don't even get. I'm trying to get to the mute button, and I'll just.
Oh boy. Oh boy. My bad.
No, we gotta like NVIDIA today. So we just finished talking about like yesterday. I still favor until you break resistance. AMD, I'll play that as a resistance level until proven otherwise. But NVIDIA, unlike AMD, had a very similar resistance, all except for the day that we pressed into the 190s. You had this 188.5, 189 area that was resistance. So you can forget about support. Well, you shouldn't. I shouldn't say that. For now, you can forget about the support. I just look at that prior resistance level, and because we've already gapped on through, and it's a pretty hefty move, hey, look where it lines up. It's 9 o'clock, and that resistance lines up as the volume-weighted average price. Sometimes that's what happens. So about 188.5 on NVIDIA is where I would look to try to buy the dip. It's on a day like today, you don't really want the stock that's the most bullish to have already done this, to be real, because sometimes that just means it'll be a little trickier to catch some kind of a long trade because it's already done some of the work. And then, as I mentioned, AMD has had this fade up top, just in front of about 217 or so. Yesterday, it was 216.5, and then it was 216.75. I think with the strength you're seeing, 217 would be the level for me on AMD. And those are the chip names on watch. Like I pulled up SMCI, I didn't really see anything too crazy. We already talked about Intel. I think yesterday was great for Intel. Today, NVIDIA leads the way instead.
Yeah, look, I mean, I wrote down, and it's going to be, oh, shoot, I didn't push send on the, oops, I didn't push send on the sticky note yet. Okay, but I'll just push it now. It's out there, and I when we first went on the air, man, we talked about this NVIDIA breakout right there. And I just didn't want to take it because it was the pre-market, and I'm fine with that. Like, that's part of the problem of starting at 8 o'clock is you get these ideas, and then they break, and now you're wondering, okay, like, why didn't we take the break, right? But when we were looking at light volumes here already today, tough to, to look here in the pre-market. But I think if you're going to buy something with strength today, NVIDIA's definitely has to be on your radar. So for me, I always play the same kind of a theory here, and that is just a pullback. So I don't think there's any levels that we want to break long today, really. That 190 we just bounced off of, so we can look at that, possibly. But again, with a lack of volume, already up 1%, Nasdaq just turning green. I don't know if this name has 2% in it. I don't think it's really worth pushing the highs right now and trying to worry about it. So if it's not going to push the highs too much at 190, and we still have a half hour, so we'll wait to see how it goes. We have the imbalances coming out. I look for it to fall back in, and normally we look at the 200 period moving average. But with this kind of a move right here, I don't really see it giving everything back. So the note, what I put there on the note, which just went out right now, was that we'd have to look at VWAP, and that's my bad. I thought I pushed send before. We have to look at VWAP again. So I already had 188 marked down, or now we have to look at VWAP with a little Buffalo there. Shout out to the Buffalo Bills and Sabres. But, it's just a little bit of a pullback into 188 gives us the level I like, but now I think it's better just to look at VWAP. So coming up into here, 188, probably going to be around 189 maybe by the time we open up. and we'll let it settle down for the first couple minutes. So I like Nvidia there. I did see our good friend Linda Meyer there in the chat wanted to look at AMD up here at 216.50 or so as a possible level. I don't hate on that either. The only thing is, I don't know if we want to. This is not even going yet. AMD is just going to be a tough. You were just talking about shorting this top band. I think that's. You didn't mention AMD, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So that I was going to say that's a trade then that. I think it's fine, but
the thing about it yesterday, and I should have said this. I'm glad you brought it up, because the trade for me was actually, it was the second test. Like it had already wicked the high, so I allowed it to wick the high and then short the move. The confirmation play, as opposed to sort of sitting in front of it, like the moving freight train, like let it show the top, and then when it tries to retest the top at the open, then try to take the trade. Because I find so often that whole, like whether it's the rubber band trade where you're buying that dip on that first 3 or 5 minute candle, that can get really dangerous. On a day like today, it could be even crazier because liquidity is going to be a little bit lower. So I like that confirmation, like let it fail the level and then get in that second time, and just be more patient, like be willing to miss it a little bit there. That being said, the one trade, and we're about to talk about silver, the seesaw or the teeter-totter, the elevator, whatever you want to call it, it's just a yo-yo trade. It was something that you could have been involved with all day long. It was setting up trades in silver, and the volume was good. I feel like today could be a similar thing.
China is set to tighten export controls on silver starting tomorrow, elevating the metal from an ordinary commodity to what they're calling a strategic material that places it closer to the kind of rare earth export restrictions that we saw plague the industry earlier this year. The announcement is from the China Ministry of Commerce, and it comes alongside new restrictions on both tungsten and antimony. China remains, of course, one of the world's largest silver producers and exporters, having shipped over 4,600 tons in the first 11 months of this year. But this is already having a price effect here. Tightening controls is already distorting, apparently, according to reports, the physical market, with buyers offering $8 to $10 per ounce above spot prices for immediate supply, mostly in Europe. Canadian miner Kuya Silver confirmed inbound offers from Chinese manufacturers, Chinese trading firms, as well as Indian buyers. These premiums suggested the stress in the physical availability, not just speculative futures, which has an effect on the futures exchange, and they've taken some actions as well.
Well, they haven't yet, but they're going to as the end of the day. We do have CME saying that as of the close today, December 31st, they are going to be raising their margins here on these precious metals yet again. Now, this is significant because we most recently had this margin increase on silver earlier this week. Now, as I've mentioned a couple times now, that drop in 2011 on silver came after the CME raised margins on silver 5 times over a 9-day period. Now we've got 2 increases in a roughly 3 or 4 day period. So this is significant, guys, and I think certainly something worth noting given how silver has tended to react historically to moves like this.
Physical has been the way to go. I think that's a better place if you're holding physical silver. But the yo-yo action, if that's what we're calling it, or seesaws we have on the board there, if we had green day, red day, green day, red day, then today is obviously looking for the red day. And it doesn't mean that you couldn't have gone short yesterday. Yesterday was vastly different from the complete ridiculous Boxing Day trend up day where all it did is trend up. So I don't know if we completely resemble what we saw 2 days ago on the 29th, but that's kind of what I'm going for. The bottom end of this range, where you got 66.5 to 67 is the resistance, like into this bottom, and play the shorts. And what it gave you, and just an idea, when I was sort of saying there were multiple places you could trade it, so here's the open. Like you were trending down at the open on silver. Oh, where's my thing? There we go. Just want to be able to show. So you were trending down going into the open. This would be the open. And then first things first, you put in a higher low. That gave an opportunity for some longs. There was also the 68 even level, which gave you opportunities for longs. But then look at it. It held VWAP, which gave you a trade. Then it broke the trend, like this little downtrend, and then you were buying into the top of the trend, the prior trend line. So that gave a couple of long opportunities. Then there was like a clear breakout. There was shorts. This would have been a great short through 70. But as mentioned, yesterday you had a problem trying to short because it was SSR. And that meant when it was breaking down a level like this, it was very difficult to actually get shorts by hitting the bid. Today, you won't have that issue. So today, I'm just looking to short some pops into 66.5. That's around the key area, like 66.5 to about 67, like in this region, if you go back a couple of days. So I'm going to favor that side of the trade, but I'm willing to join. If I see trend down, I'm joining the trend. I'm going to throw those trend lines up once they can form, and then see if we can't just play the trend like yesterday.
Yeah, I think what's happening here too is let's not forget about what's underpinning this whole trade, right? And I think that you do still have some industrial uses here for silver. You do have the stockpiling of the physical silver as well. So we are going to have near-term sort of corrective action, as Sharif was mentioning there, and Adara and everybody in the margin and how that all works. And then you do have the beginning of the year. We do know that it's trading a little higher right now, $80 to $81 or whatever a troy ounce there in Chinese markets. So we are sort of physically a little higher than where we are right now. So that's sort of sparking what this demand could potentially bring. But if nations are stockpiling silver, there's going to be less of it around. And so that's a supply and demand issue. And whenever there's limited supply and apparently higher demand, you're going to see reactionary plays, right? And right now, silver just continues to be on the top of everybody's mind, especially as a day trade, and you have 6 million shares. And I don't think it's coincidental that we're doing this sort of breakout and everything here heading into the new year. So let's just let the corrective forces sort of take its hold here. We've seen names, HKDs of the world, DJTs, some of these names that just get blown out because there's a share structure problem or whatever, right? So SLV right now just up and down there on margins, talks about, the banks being well short this because they know what's going to happen. It will eventually correct down. But how far, I don't know. So I would think today we probably continue a little bit of a downside play. But at the end of the day, man, I mean, you're still going to go long, right, until you break the 64 area. So that's kind of the gap. And then once you get into that gap, then you get back into 60 again. So we'll see. I think the telling point will be the next trading day. Let's see what happens here. Give it a day off tomorrow. The markets are going to be closed there for New Year's. I don't know what they are in London. And then we'll come back on Friday, and then it's basically the turn of the calendar, January 1st. Then let's just see once, all the traders, not all of them, but once they come back to their desks, then we'll be able to see what silver and gold really want to do. And I think they do continue the trend higher. So let's not just forget that they are buying up physical silver here, and I'm going to go home and start polishing up some of the forks and knives and whatnot to make sure you can take that to the pawn shop there, switch it in for some cheaper.
Melt your coins.
Cheaper stuff. Yeah, melt something over there. I do have a couple bars of silver, but I don't think they're, like I said, I think they're an ounce each. But maybe, hey, look, if you have 10 of them now, I mean, you're getting up there. You're getting up there.
Silver, what was it? Silver, I don't know if it's still true, but silver had passed, like an ounce was, like it passed like oil. And then in terms of market cap and in terms of the size, like it got to the number 3 asset in the world on this run. I don't know if it's still true because it obviously pulled back off some of those highs. Something which is not at its highs anymore as well, which recently made some, is Tesla.
Ooh.
Michael Burry.
All right, let's go. What's he saying?
Yeah, what's he saying?
Michael Burry chiming in on Tesla. He's pushing back against speculation that he's betting against the company, explicitly stating, quote, "I am not short," despite the stock, quote, again, being ridiculously overvalued, close quote. The comment followed questions on social media after he reiterated his valuation concerns that he had already shared with his subs on his paid Substack earlier this month. But you'll recall, he's recently drawn attention for short positions tied to major tech names, arguing that some firms are using aggressive accounting to exaggerate their AI-driven profits. What more can you tell us about this, Adara?
Well, I think what's important here to note is the post that he actually mentioned here or tagged, and he said that Tesla was ridiculously overvalued. I'll show you guys here. Basically, I know it's kind of hard to read, but it's just a summary of this article about how Tesla on its own website basically said, hey, we're very likely to, people are expecting us to have lower Q4 deliveries this quarter. I showed that multiple times yesterday. Tesla's own website basically compiling these weaker than expected delivery estimates for the quarter. So Michael Burry directly referencing that post. It's interesting then to see what we're going to get once we get those Q4 deliveries. Now, it's also interesting here, when he said he's not short, that was actually a comment on a separate post of his, just a response to someone else's reply in the comments, as you can see, posted at 1:23 a.m. this morning. He is not short. So just a little bit more detail here in terms of what Michael Burry posted and some of the context.
That's interesting because I just saw in that thread, like the question was, would you short Tesla here? And he said, I am not short. Like it's like, so he didn't say I wouldn't. He didn't really give a yes or no answer to that question, which is fair. But if you think it's overvalued, well, okay, well, based on any traditional or normal valuations, Tesla's been overvalued forever. Ever. Like I can't, when was the last time? No, it hasn't. I don't think it's ever traded at what someone would consider a reasonable valuation. If you want reasonable valuations, then go look at in the EV space for car space, then just look at GM or like Ford or something like that. GM having a fantastic year, by the way, better than Tesla on a percentage basis. I still think we're headed down to about I said yesterday 444, but the 50 period is actually closer to 445. There's an outside chance that gets tested today. I don't think it's incredibly likely with the market kind of bouncing here, but I said this might happen. We might get a test breaking 450, and then it's about 445, 444, where I'd be looking for that bounce off the 50 period here for Tesla. Maybe it's more of a Friday or a 2026 thing, as I like to say, because now it can be dramatic about things that happen in a couple of days, and that's what I'm waiting for in Tesla. It's not really on the radar. It's still downward trending, but it's diddling in the middle today without any key levels to play off of, which I'm not a huge fan of. So I'm going to wait for this 50 period bounce on Tesla. I think you could see that early in the new year, and if it doesn't hold, I think you're at that point then waiting for 420. But that's the next thing I'll wait for on Tesla myself. I wouldn't necessarily be, I mean, like whatever. I wouldn't have wanted it at 480, 490 either. Right. Like the 500 was obvious resistance. So I am surprised you didn't take another shot short at it. Like it's weird. Like if Burry likes it short and thinks it's overvalued, like was 500 not the place to take the shot? I don't know.
Yeah, I think we keep on going back and forth. This is what it's like silver again, where you have a near-term sort of catalyst, and I don't know. I don't know if I want to keep on listening to this person is short that. But I mean, it's enough for us to trade it and look at it. And I think Neil's right. Like, you know, we've made plays. People shorted Palantir off earnings. They shorted Nvidia off earnings. And yeah, traders are going to be short Tesla off of all-time highs. I mean, that's just kind of how it works. And this is actually pretty healthy. This is actually really healthy movements. You know, like the fact that it's pulling back right into here, you don't mind pulling back into the 50-period moving average at all. Like that's why we mark it down here. It's not a horrible idea for Tesla at these levels to see if it can get going again back to the upside. So this is a good little hold area for them between 440 to 450. So let's see if Tesla does wind up holding that. As far as the day trade is concerned, it's got to be a long today, I would think. I mean, you're up against the market right now. You're looking for relative strength on a day like today. So if you ever fall back into, you know, yesterday's closing area of 55 to 54, I think Tesla's a buy down into that spot. So I want to look there, and I haven't. Oh shoot! Rivian broke below $20. I didn't. This would have been a play that I thought could have possibly held. So we'll see now today if 20 can play again. This could be a good break long here if and when we do take that. So I think Rivian, looking in and around Rivian at 20 makes a little bit of sense to me as well. So $19 to $20 here for Rivian could come into play here. So yeah, just looking at this little level as a possible buy zone for Rivian, 19 if we do get down there. But I don't mind a $20 break higher on AI and FSD news for Rivian over the last couple of weeks. So I don't know though. I'm not a buyer of Rivian on moves lower. I just would like to see what it does at this $18.50 to $19 area. But I think down into here is a good buy. 15, 14, 15 for Rivian if we can really fall back into the 200 period moving average. I like the stock. I think with more of this, their car is going to hit the road in 2026 with the R2. Hopefully we can see what winds up happening with RIVED. But yeah, Tesla for today I think is a long. Let's get it back to yesterday's close, 454-ish.
AWS unveiled plans to build a purpose-built AI and high-performance computing infrastructure for the U.S. federal government for the first time ever. The initiative is going to include up to $50 billion in investment. It's going to begin next year, and it's going to focus on secure U.S.-based AI and cloud capacity. We've been talking a lot about sovereign AI. This is exactly that. It's going to be about nearly 1.3 gigawatts of new AI and supercomputing capacity, and it's going to be added across AWS Top Secret, secret, and government cloud regions. Federal agencies are going to get access to AWS's full AI suite. We're talking about SageMaker, Bedrock, the Trainium AI chips that we've been talking more about from Amazon, as well as Nvidia-backed infrastructure that includes Blackwell. Third-party and in-house models as well are going to be available to the government. We're talking about Anthropic Claude, Amazon's Nova models, and custom deployed models. The goal is to dramatically compress the timelines, enabling hours-long, not days-long, AI-driven analysis, whether it's for military or other purposes. Adaira, what more can you tell us?
I mean, I can tell you the company's talking about applications across cybersecurity, intelligence, defense, and drug discovery, but I want to mention this was announced on November 24th of 2025. Now, the reason we're talking about it now is because Trump yesterday posted on True Social at 4:18 p.m. this Fox Business article mentioning the investment. Now, if you click on the link of the article, this article was posted on November 24th, the day this was announced. The point I'm trying to make is this, it really seems like, and you can see this on the stock right at 418 when it's posted, this article gets reposted, we get this spike up, but I want to clarify, this is not new. I spent a lot of time looking into it. There are zero updates from the company or any other reports or entities. Cool announcement from Amazon. It is from November 24th of this year.
Necessarily new, but like a couple of people in the chat, the second I heard 1.3 gigawatts, my mind went to, well, you could certainly power a time machine with that. Because you only need 1.21 gigawatts, so you actually have a bit of a surplus there, which is cool. Amazon, we have like that graphic which I don't have access to, which is the poke me, do something.
I have it.
And Amazon for the last week, Sean's got it.
Do something.
Oh, there it is.
I find it.
So if you like trading in between 231 and 233, then this has been the perfect stock for you. It just needs to get a little nudge and break out. Ideally, you're breaking higher because no one ever wants stocks to go down. You only want them to go up. But this has one of the more distinct and clean ranges over the last trading week, where 33 is the literal high, unless you're looking at aftermarket action. Clean 233 top, relatively clean 231 bottom. There are a couple of wicks underneath the support, but I think you trade off of those today. Again, this catalyst doesn't necessarily mean all that much. It's not even grinding that much further than the overall market. We're essentially just up because the NASDAQ is up. But because that resistance is in there, it's the kind of breakout trade that, hey, you could have a quick little one and done. And if the market dips and we have a sell going into the open, then you've got a pre-clean double bottom, triple bottom, whatever you want to call it, down at the 231 level. So I think you just wait for the key levels to show you the trade here on Amazon. On a daily chart, it even looks more ridiculous how condensed it is, right at the 50-period moving average. So this is a stock where if it does ever close above like 35 or so, I think you got a nice ramp. Just like Meta, this is probably better for swings and stuff in the new year than it is right now. Right now, it's pretty boring, but we have an outside chance. We're 50 cents away from that breakout, which does put it in place. 7 minutes before the open, there's not much that's actually setting up for a flat top break. Novo had that flat bottom break potentially. Amazon's kind of the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Amazon, good talk there. I do think that Walmart, if we're just going to talk about, individual stocks here and, potential moves for the new year and for a space that I like would be for Walmart. I don't necessarily love the retail side of things, but Walmart with a nice move down in about 7 or 8% off of its all-time highs. I really like Walmart, and unfortunately, I like Costco in this space as well, but they are just, they have this tariff battle right now with the administration. I don't know if they're going to win that. I mean, the tariff tantrums continue, really. There's still that Supreme Court. I don't know when and if that ruling is ever coming down about the legalities of all this, but if President Trump is going to start sending out, checks again based on the tariffs that they're collecting, I don't think anything's going to be getting reversed anytime soon. Maybe we had seen the bottom there for Costco off the nice little week there, move off of 840 back up to 860, 880. It looks like we got into 875. So let's just see if this area wants to hold for Costco. We haven't spent too much underneath this 850, and when we did, it was bought right back up kind of both times here. So we'll see about Costco, but this has been a downside. So I think Amazon continues to be the real winner in this space. I like Amazon because they do have the delivery service kicking now, and Walmart, they have the delivery service kicking, and I think they could compete a little bit there with Amazon on price and on logistics and on pocketbook, really. I mean, Amazon continues to go with AWS, and they can get a little sidetracked maybe from their retail side. So if you do want a pure player, why not just hit up Walmart in and around this 110 area? Unfortunately, our charting shows the split moving over from the NASDAQ. So just hold on one second. This is what Walmart looks like this year. I mean, it's obviously been a big winner. We talked about some of these other names not even being up on the year. And Walmart, a name that we all know and love, is 92.50 or so at the beginning of the year, up to 111 right now. So about a 20% or so move on Walmart this year. So any drop, I said 110, but a drop into this 108, 109 area, I think you just got to keep on, picking up some Walmart every time it drops just a little bit, with a little bit of a dividend behind that as well. So yeah, yay Walmart. And I prefer them in the retail space to Amazon, but I like Amazon probably better as a stock because you get some of the AI play, but to diversify your portfolio, why not hit up some Walmart?
You know what you can do actually, if you don't want to own Amazon, like a really cool blend is just own Walmart and Google. Like that actually gives you pretty much everything Amazon gives you, but maybe a little bit better in some ways. But that's just a thought. Microsoft might be all in focus, but before we get to that, I just want to show you the imbalance locator, or lack thereof imbalances.
Right.
This is about as light as I don't even remember it being this bad on some of the other holidays, or it's this light. Like Neo 200,000, and then the only things over Neo at 200,000 to sell are 2 penny stocks. So like Nike is 160,000 to buy, and that's the biggest of this, and BILs and ETF. The biggest notional imbalance is 160,000 shares on a $61 stock. So very, very light. We'll see at 928 if anything changes, but I wouldn't expect it to. Let's talk a little bit of Microsoft, and we got 3 minutes till the last close, 2025, or open of 2025.
SoftBank has completed the $41 billion investment in OpenAI, securing an 11% ownership stake. The deal ranks among the largest private funding rounds in history, with SoftBank's capital deployment coming in stages. It was an initial $7.5 billion in April, $11 billion from co-investors, and then the final $22.5 tranche in late December. Of course, Microsoft remains one of OpenAI's most influential backers, having invested $13 billion to date and deeply integrated a lot of OpenAI's models into Azure, Copilot, and other enterprise software. At a rumored $1 trillion IPO valuation, Microsoft's stake could be roughly worth $270 billion. In SoftBank's move comes after it fully exited the Nvidia position earlier this year. Just to give you an idea here, though, there is an advertising push and monetization from OpenAI. So OpenAI is apparently actively exploring advertising models to monetize its massive free user base, which is about 900 million weekly active users, by the way. The proposed formats are going to be as follows. It's going to be contextual product recommendations within the responses, and then there's also going to be delayed ad placements that appear later at the end of the session, and only about 5% of users of OpenAI's ChatGPT are currently paying. So monetization here could be important to Darrow.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting here, ad margins here are expected to be roughly comparable to Meta's 80 to 85% gross margins that could actually generate up to $110 billion in annual revenue by 2030 from non-paying leaders. This also comes, non-paying users. This also comes after we had this report yesterday from the Financial Times saying that Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella is going into quote unquote founder mode with regards to his AI push at the company.
Say that they're going to have margins in advertising the way Meta does. You have to remember, Meta has they have a pretty strong stranglehold on the space relative to their peers, which I don't know that OpenAI has. I mean, Gemini is fantastic. You got Perplexity. There's Grok. There's a little bit more competition there. So I'd be a little bit skeptical about that. I don't think Microsoft is too much of a trade today unless you see a bounce off the 200-period moving average. And I think that's going to be relatively unlikely. As said, we're going to be looking at some chip names, and silver is going to be in play today. We had Nike as well, which I'd be looking for some kind of maybe a dip back to try to fill in the gap and see if it can go. But let's be real. It's the last, I said close, but I mean open of the year. Volumes might be a little bit lighter, but that doesn't mean that there won't be movement. We saw that yesterday on light volume. There was all kinds of movement in silver, particularly crypto as well. I didn't even get a chance to talk about Bitcoin because I'm looking at BMNR and IBIT today. 50.80 on IBIT because we can't seem to get through 90,000. And then if we get up there, I'm looking at the 29 level on BMNR, which has been all kinds of resistance recently. So just around the 29 level, that's been a fade pretty much every single time it gets up there. We got the opening bell. No big imbalances, remember, but for 3, 2, and 1, and our final session of the year has begun.
Yeah, I'm going to try to, so I'm just going to short DJT right off the bat. Like, I know I wanted to get a little interested in this, but I'm going to short it right now and just try to give it to 13. So if we break above, like, let's just go 13, 16s or so, then we'll get out. I'm going to try to short a little bit more here at 89. Excuse me, if it does pop. But there's the NASDAQ pulling back in. So NVDA right now. Oh, bless you. There you go. I hope you got that mic off there. Okay, good. And so Nvidia goes right down into 189. And we did say that this was potentially going to be a dip buy opportunity right there at VWAP, but we don't quite get there. And here we go, man, ripping right back there to the upside. The NASDAQ trying to go as well. But there goes Nvidia upside as expected there with a nice little range to start with, down to 189, back up to 189.82 right now, a nice 70 cents or so move there. I did put on here Rigetti as well. So this is on the watch list today, Rigetti, and I was looking at 2150 maybe as a bottom note there for RGTI as we wait to see. That's been the low. That's kind of where we were yesterday, 2150. Let's see if that can hold. But okay, looks like we might take a hit here. Yeah. Oh, silver's. Yeah, we can go over to
Tesla.
Oh, Tesla. I was going to say silver too, but here goes DJT. It looks like it wants to get going just a little bit. Almost stopped out there. I think we will probably get stopped out. We are short right now, DJT. Let's see what happens up near here, near the top of DJT.
So a couple of things going in opposite directions. The NASDAQ pulling back a little bit here. Tesla testing 453. Yeah. Meanwhile, you've got Nvidia and AMD churning. So upside through 190 on Nvidia. AMD, I said I would allow it to show me a top wick, which it just did at 217. So if it does what it did yesterday, which was top wick, fall, retest, lower high, did that a couple times. That's the setup.
Wow, there goes
while in silver, it's getting close. I wanted 66.5 to 67 to play for the short. It's about to break out at 66. So you're getting pretty close to the levels that we like on SLV. Yeah, nothing too crazy as well. I was looking at, what did I write down for DJT? It was the $0.50. It wasn't going to be something I wanted at the open, but it was 13.5. So that's actually getting very close. As well. So yeah, something's starting to come into that upside. Specifically, the chip names are the strongest. NASDAQ's pulled back a bit, but Nvidia and AMD are both at their highs. So you've got strength, and it happens to be in the chip market. If you're just tuning in right now, DJT was like this token story. Yeah, DJT token or.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was one. It was like one token for every share or something like that.
They don't have a name for it.
Oh, they don't.
You got to name it something cool.
How about the token of truth? I mean, I think that would be a good.
Truth token would just be very simple.
Yes, it would. That's what we're doing. Simple stuff.
You gotta have a hook.
Yeah, you gotta reel them in. Okay, so I'm gonna try. Again, like all I'm really doing is trying to think about where the momentum could possibly be in some of this play right now. The market, as we do know, it just turned red again right now. So I'm going to play off of VWAP and this 200 period moving average and just try to go long. We did buy a little bit a minute ago and then it dropped back in, so into the level that we actually want. So pretty happy with our average price, 54.09, which was a little bit better than what we have right now. But we're short the TQs, and there goes the position board again. But we have the TQs right there at 54, and then we have 54.20 as well. So if this drops below 53.90, I'm just going to get out of this and just say, you know what, maybe the market just isn't doing the dance today like we had potentially thought it would have. And I was thinking basically just back and forth a little bit, trying to take advantage of this move down by buying, but there goes silver again, up. I know you just talked about it, but up a little bit there. So I don't know, man. Maybe the best thing to do is wait just a little bit. So I'm only going to give this one, like I said, there we go. Now we're at the better price. So we just did get that long. So now we're basically long at VWAP where you need to be at $54. We're only going to give it 10 cents or so. So if we break below 53.90, we're just going to get out and say, you know what? Let's let this market settle down a bit here. It's only 4 or 5 minutes in. You do have those morning imbalances trying to settle out as well. Right now, DJT just went up to the upside. So there that goes, blowing through that top of the morning. And yeah, so hopefully we can see if there's any sort of trade back through now on DJT, and maybe we can short, this break one more time, 13.10 or so if it does break down. But we'll get out of DJT as we tried that short, only to watch it continue to move a little against us and go higher there. So yeah, just 0 for 1 on DJT there on the idea, and then now we'll have to wait to see if we put another move on to TQs.
AMD is absolutely tanking.
Oh, is Nvidia tanking? That's what I want.
No, not really. Now that's a frustrating thing. I liked AMD a little bit better. Dude, DJT just took out the highs, so there goes 1345, which was the local high up here. Still have yesterday's top, but look, man, that's one. I'll take multiple shots fading this one. I'm just very skeptical. If you're comparing it to what happened on, I don't know, what was the name of the fusion company? Whatever, the merger with the fusion company, that took it like $6 to the upside. This is a much more muted move. On a day like today, I would suspect it's not going to be as strong. AMD did do that curl, but I said I wanted to wait for like that confirmation on the second candle. It tried, don't get me wrong, it tried to get to the $0.50, but it just turned right in front of 216.40. I was sitting there pretty much at 50. I don't need to be sitting there anymore. I tried to grab it on the second candle at about the $0.50, and AMD's already headed back in. So AMD almost back to flat, whereas I'll show you Nvidia, that's continuing to break higher. So I think it's the right play if you're going to fade something, short something in the chip space, to look at AMD instead of Nvidia, which continues to climb. Of course, they had the TMC head. I guess headline and a bit of a tailwind there for Nvidia. But I'm looking for AMD to show me that lower high again. I'll take my shot over there. Silver still at about 30 cents before I'm looking short.
And nothing's happening, but I'm just going to use this cool graphic. We did take some out there at 13s right there. We took out about 15 or so % as we made that move back up. So it's still, the reason why I want to talk about it is where I'm not reloading it, and that was a win there, which could turn into an L as the market, because Apple, I was looking at Apple too, like I was like, what are we doing with Apple? That's coming back in right now just to watch what the futures are doing. So there we go. So there goes the TQs. So that one, from getting in to getting out on the futures play now, maybe it is just a short for the day. Look at this market, man, really coming in here. So yeah, like we just had a couple shots there on DJT for each of us. Not great there for me. But Palantir, I don't know, everything, I don't think this is supposed to be a weak day, but you're now at VWAP. So I think the best thing to do is maybe...
Usually we slide...
It's to stick with this.
Anecdotally, usually this is a relatively strong glide up kind of day, but maybe it's just a little bit different here as, we're really starting to bleed.
I'm going to try one more time.
0.2% to the downside, however. I just wanted to quickly go over Tesla for a quick little second here, guys. Tesla has rebounded nicely, so forget about 444. It's bouncing off 452 and looking a little bit stronger than the market. Some higher lows being made there. All right, silver is getting pretty close. So silver getting close, SLV I should say, getting very close to the 66.5 level. This is where I'm gonna start to look for the mean reversion trade on SLV. Only down 4%, it was down as much as 6% earlier. Nowhere near 2 days ago when it was down 10, but still, bit of a red day for silver. Early move, it's just the opposite of the market. So if the market catches a bid off some of the VWAP here, I would suspect silver can do a bit of a pullback. And DJT went right to 13.5 and pulled back. Shouldn't have put my stop at the high of the day. 1350 is the level. If I get in again, I have to at least give it to that.
Okay, so I'm going to, I just said I'm going to try the futures one more time, just seeing if we had, hit some of these lows and see if here it goes, see if we can't bounce off of it, but it doesn't look like, I'm just going to be stopping out on a break here of 70. I only want to give this one a couple cents. Maybe we can go a little bit lower, but it's not looking like it wants to get back to the upside here. So we'll just have to go back over to things that we were looking at earlier. That was Rigetti. If that can fall back in here as well, maybe there's going to be something to look at. Okay, now we're starting to, what am I long at here? 77s? Okay, we can put like an 80. Let's put like an 84, 85 fill here, just in case. There it goes. Give me that 84, please. No. I asked nicely, though. We'll see if it, there you go. Oh, let's see if we can get it one more time. One more little, nope, okay. One little bump up, and maybe we get out of, I'm going to try to get out of, actually, I'm trying to get out of 10% here. At 84, there it is, we get it. So that's good. So the average in has worked a couple times only for it to lose on us. So we do want to make sure that we are capturing some kind of profit here on this move back up, because we've been hit, trading today going longs on the future. So we'll try it again. I'm going to wait at 88, and then hopefully we bust a little bit higher. I do want to take another shot on DJT, but for right now, we tried it early there, and it just broke through basically that sort of that pre-market high. So we'll have to wait to see if it gets going. But yeah, Qualcomm, JP Morgan, we can look at some of the banks. SoFi is an interesting level at $27. I noticed that was down in and around there today as well. Got to 26.90 and then faded back out. So maybe strength in the market pushes SoFi back to the upside. JP Morgan, Citigroup, all these names just kept on going up. What a great year for the banks in 2025. And we're hearing, good things about them moving forward as well. Whenever the sector is like at all-time highs, you got to think positively about it. And JP Morgan probably benefits in a rate cut environment as well, with some more certainty behind who's part of the Fed. Jerome Powell is still going to stay on as governor most likely. So we'll have to see what happens with that play as well. But all right, the futures just faded right back out again. So it went to 88, which is where I was waiting, and we didn't get filled. So if we can get that fill again, we'll take it. But for right now, yeah, it is downside here in the market, and it looks like it wants to continue to go. I mean, I love buying some Google on dips. We'll see if maybe that's something to get excited about here moving forward.
Yeah, if we keep going lower, that Amazon 231 might actually come into play.
Yep.
Thought that was going to be more of a last-ditch kind of idea. The other thing coming into play, I said DJT, I should have been short in front of 1350 and giving it to that. I'm back into it. My stop is going to be at that $0.50. Nvidia's almost pulled in the entire gap here to prior resistance, so it's close.
Okay.
This is one I didn't really think it was a high probability we'd see this kind of a move, but 188.5 is going to be the area that I'm looking for a bounce here. DJT, again, we already told you guys the story. It's just a wick. 13.5 was kind of the level I was looking at, that $0.50, and it turned around a second time. So it was in too early, stopped out. I'm in it again. I think VWAP is going to be a place to start taking some out. So I'm going to get on the bid at VWAP, see if it goes further. But 13.50. That's the key level. Silver is already turning as well.
Boo.
Yeah,
Turning down. Okay.
Well, it's not boo. Boo is the not getting the curl. So I didn't short exactly at 16.5. I let it make the top, and then when it opened weaker, started trying to chase it down a little bit here. But it's higher highs and higher lows, which does mean I should get a second shot if we continue this pattern here on SLV. So it's that, Nvidia, DJT. Nvidia's again getting very close to that 188.5. I'm trying to be patient about this because we're streaking to the downside. I don't necessarily want to catch the falling knife. I'd rather see some sign of a bid and then get involved. And I see Jesse in the chat talking about a name. We didn't even talk about the memory names like Micron, down 2% as well. So even weaker than some of the other chip names. Micron actually was.
I like Micron.
It had good volatility yesterday as well.
Okay.
Like it was Micron and Intel. Those were the two better chip names if you were looking for movement yesterday.
Oh yeah, Intel.
Today, Nvidia is really moving, so I guess we wanted to focus on that or AMD.
Yeah, let's look at. So I'm still long.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was going to still look because they closed that Nvidia deal, right? $5 billion. Okay, so yeah, like I had mentioned Tesla into this area, probably something to look at, but it's. Right now, and I'd hate to say it at 9:42, but we got to watch the volumes, and you got to make sure that the stocks that we're trading are doing. That's why I'm looking at the Qs here, and we're looking at DJT, and we got Nvidia on our mind, and all those kind of names right now. But what about Tesla? It's just hovering here at 455, looking to do something. I don't think it's worth putting on like a big amount of shares or anything here on a day like today, especially when it's this choppy. And if you're going to have a loss on a stock, hopefully it's a small one, because I don't know how much action you're going to have unless we get, and I'm still plugged into the news here, unless we get some sort of a news story here. But Tesla, I was going to say this bottom maybe a 4, like give it to the very bottom. What about 450, 350? So you could just wait in here into this range to see if it does come in, fill you, and then use some of that as a bottom. Or our job is a little different here because we're trading like in the pennies and the dollars and everything like that. But this is not a bad hold area down here at 452. So if you wanted to start a little small on Tesla, but the market's going down, so maybe the short is the other way. But either idea would be shorting here around 456 and maybe taking it out. If you take that top at 457, that's about $1. And then this way, the same kind of thing right now. If you're going to go long, if we drop back in, then you're going to give it about $1, $1.50 down to 452 as well. So just something to watch out for here with Tesla. trying to hold on, but not hold on for dear life, right? Like if these, I think this is a good example here at the futures. We did get it to the upside. We have not reloaded it, nor do I think we need to. If we break through the low, then we can get out. And right now the low is 69. I'm just going to give this actually, let's give it to 64, just because I think it could wick it and then sort of pop right back up. So I don't want it just to break that exact low and then people say, oh, I'm punching out, and then right back to the upside. Maybe I'm not giving it even enough room on that break, but I'm going to do that, wait to see what winds up happening here, and then see here it goes. So there's the test of the low. We should be short, but we're not. Here we go. Let's just see if it holds this level, and if not, then we can jam out of this one ASAP. So that's what I'm doing right now. Just going to wait to see if there's some strength coming back in this market, but it doesn't really look like it. I mean, Bitcoin even, I was going to look there. It's 88.8 right now, was the high or so, and now it's at 88.6. So, you know, not much going on as far as IBIT is concerned, if the chart loads today. Oh, actually, I guess we must have, maybe we had a little bit of a run there on IBIT, but it's, what the, oh, sorry, yeah. No, not really.
Not really.
Just fading back out a little bit here on IBIT. I don't know, man. Not really trading that much. We can go over, we'll go over to Neil, and then we'll check out our little stock screener there and see if there's anything that you guys are hitting.
Quantum is making,
okay, well, I wanted to look at Rigetti.
I don't know if we're, yeah, Adair is saying there's not actually news on quantum, but they don't necessarily need news. Nvidia was just
there goes the market lower
but
there.
You're just not getting much of a bounce in here off of Nvidia. It was able to get, like we bounced off this prior bar low, but now you're starting to lose the bid. We were trying to get back through 189, and we did break 189. I'm in here at 88, 86. Oh, that's, yeah. I'm in here at 188.86 because you guys can't see the position board, but we're right at that support level. If we break down underneath, I got to jump out of it, and is what it is. Like I tried the bounce here. This is the line we wanted. We need to re-engage above, otherwise it's no mas. The market just incredibly weak right now. I did get into the first leg of silver. If we break that, again, if we break the $0.50, in SLV, I should say, not silver. SLV. If we break the $0.50, then I'm going to be out. Was just looking to play these lower highs. And then DJT, it is coming back. I re-engaged in the trade, got stopped out early. Now we're looking to come right back into the lows at 12.8. So at least this one, I mean, it's following the market. I mean, it doesn't, DJT shouldn't necessarily care what the market's doing, but it is following the market at this point. Pretty much everything looking weak. And shout out to everybody in the chat that has been mentioning the quantum names. I'm just curious as to, like, what's our, you know, because I see Rigetti going back red just like everything else. So I'm not really seeing anything terribly crazy here. Like I'm just going to throw up Ion Q. That one somewhat strong, but nothing too crazy. Like nothing, like it's not out of bounds here. Like it's 1% to the upside. You're not really going parabolic or anything like that. So I'm not seeing anything crazy except for this move downside overall in the market.
There. Yeah, I was going to say probably shouldn't be doing too much today.
There's not much.
The Qs fell down. I wrote down Nvidia 188, 187.50, so that came in. So we'll play a little bit there and see if there's something possibly brewing with NVDA. But yeah, maybe it's selling season, as someone just wrote in the chat there today, as we do head into a New Year's Eve trade that has generally been pretty light. And obviously, with today's volumes, we can just check out what the average daily volume looks like on some of these things. But I would say it's probably pretty light right now. So yeah, Nvidia downside. We'll play off this 188 level and see if it can maybe rally the market a bit. We'll get back in and then just give the Qs like 5 or so more pennies off of this low. And then if it continues to blow up, then we'll get out of the TQQs as well. But 53.50 coming into play over there. And yeah, just not much going on today trading wise. We could check out what Oracle's been doing. Maybe we can go back over to Tesla as the market doing its thing. We're into Nvidia. That's starting to go a little bit. We're about 20 cents in on that one. But the fade continues to hit this market as Oracle down near the lows of the day. Did our Tesla sort of idea hold there? Yes, it did actually. So if you were, we'd said about getting long into this area, you'd have had a nice little windfall so far if 50 cents is your cup of tea, but I don't think it is. I think you're going to want to try to take maybe less shares and wait for a move to develop. Uber around that $80 mark was a buy. I know it's a little higher than that right now, 82 and change. So maybe we could make something of that move higher there if it does want to bounce up. But
Nike's
we said
starting to base out.
I was going to say said we would look. Okay, Nike might.
There was remember there was so the story with Nike. If you're just tuning in now, everybody, Elliott Hill, CEO Elliott Hill, buying 1 million shares, and it was. I was waiting for it to fill in the gap. Hey, look, it filled in the gap. to the overnight lows and is making a higher low. So at least that's setting something up that I can play off of here, because nothing else is. Silver is still doing a bit of a dance to 66.5. It broke it. Now it's back through. DJT broke 13, but there's somebody holding it in like the mid-90s right now, like 1297, 1298, at least temporarily. So that next leg to the downside might have to wait. But Nike off this higher low is looking pretty good. And I'm not that bullish on Nike outside of like the very short term, but I think there's room to at least get to maybe that 63 again here today, if not the 64. But the market's going to need to do some help as well. So if we can break out above VWAP, that's one way to play it. But I'm going to look to play it off of 62 first. And yeah, you're just waiting for stocks to get to key levels. And if it at least gets there, then you can make that trade and not try to fight away from those price levels. So DJT, just going back to it, don't have to always sit right at the exact support level, but early on, no good. It's looking much, much better now. I don't know if it plunges all the way back where it came from. It tends to find some support even on the way back in, but the typical move on DJT is to fade any kind of a news bump when you reject early. So at least that's starting to work in here. And we did get a super chat.
Oh, good.
And that's from Ivan.
Finally starting to go here.
And shoot, where's my thing? Oh no, is it working? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I might have to refresh.
Does it show up? There we go. Looking at the RSI, has SMCI bottomed and created divergence? Now, I'm going to tell you right away, I don't have the RSI up. It's not an indicator I use primarily day trading. However, just from a complete support and resistance notion, let me stick with the daily chart. You're pretty much and almost at a pretty significant low here. You're not there, like 28 is the bottom, but then the local bottom is about 29. So you're getting very close to some interesting supply on SMCI. It's, in my opinion, it has like $1 before it really gets there, but you are getting pretty close. So that's what I look at support and resistance a bit more than just the RSI. And I don't even know what the time frame you're looking at is for RSI. Like I'm looking at a daily chart, making the assumption that maybe that's what you're looking at too. I think it has another $1 to go, and I think it's incredibly weak relative to its peers, and I don't particularly like the stock either from an investment standpoint, if that helps.
I was going to say, check out Dell if you're interested.
Yeah, there's a better stock,
I think it's
right?
Probably a better stock run.
Well,
maybe a little bit better run there. You got some Michael Dell action.
Maybe a little bit better
run
run
there. Plus, you know, Michael Dell does have the good graces of the president maybe off of those support that they gave
that matters
for those new accounts. We got some Nvidia, but right now we do want you to check out some exciting news that is here in Canada, and you got to scan that QR code to get the Beta Pro by Global X action. betapro.ca/3x daily. These are 3 times daily levered ETFs, of course, 3 times bull and bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasury, and this is the last day actually for their fee adjustment down to 65 basis points. This is a U.S. strategy. That's their management fee. This is a U.S.-focused strategies that use currency hedging. So if you're worried about, you know, what the U.S. dollar is going to do against your Canadian dollar, and you still want to trade the equity, get over there. Check out Beta Pro by Global X, and we want to thank them for their continued sponsorship of the program. So thank you, and go check it out, yo. Looks like the only stock that's winning for me today. Well, we've only traded 3. We'll get back into DJT at some point, but there goes Nvidia finally making nice little levels here. As we wrote down the dip buy into this name was something that we'd be interested in. So there it goes. Maybe we'll take out a 60 there as well as we continue to get a little higher. We were very, very patient with this. We knew we wanted to get a relatively stronger name in yield portfolio, so we do that. We do that with Nvidia as that goes in there now right back up to the upside and making a little bit back now. We had to wait. We had to be patient for it. That's a keystroke error right there. It did not break through 50s. We bought that back again. I meant to buy more, sold, bought it right back immediately. So there's a nice move back up to the upside into VWAP. We're still down on the TQs, so it's not. We'll get back to the futures when hopefully they get to green for us. But we are down trading the NASDAQ today because we went long early. We did buy this dip, and we were just trying to be patient with it. So far, so good there. The trade that I know I missed now, thinking what this future is, well, it's still there, is just this Tesla bottom. I don't think that's going to hold, and I definitely don't want to buy Tesla if I'm already long Nvidia and the market. So I'm going to hold off on that. Get a drink of water here. As it looks like the Packers will face, we might be in for a great first weekend because you guys might face the Patriots and we might face the Bears, which we'll beat the Bears, but I'm worried about the Patriots Bills. I'm not worried about it. I think that's going to be a great game.
I always see it. The way I always see it, you got to go through the better teams to make it anyway.
Yeah,
so
I think
whether you play them in the first round or second.
Better to get over with.
I'd rather-
And I think that's a big confidence boost for the Bills if and when they wind up beating them. So
I don't love. Not a huge fan.
still 2 weeks away.
I understand what the Chargers are doing. It just kind of sucks. The Chargers are handing the Broncos the 1 seed by benching the quarterback. But that's just part of the game.
Yeah, it's part of the game. I mean, the Broncos also. We'll see what winds up happening. Weirder things have happened in the NFL, of course.
Just very quickly, DJT has made a bit of a curl. It's back to VWAP. I might take another shot at this to the short side, but if I do, it's one of two things. It's either waiting this time for 13.5 to get there, or allowing VWAP to start to hold. So it does a curl. Whoops. It does a curl, kind of an obvious reversal. Like if you see a candle like this, like as if I'm not punching out when it makes that bottom. I'm not going to wait for the extra 10 pennies when it's showing me a bottom there. So I just jumped out of that one. Over into Nike on the long side, but just very quickly, something is happening on AMD.
Oh, well, hopefully going up.
Well, yeah.
Pretty good.
Not just hopefully going up. This is very different from yesterday's trade. Like yesterday, it was putting in a lower high. It was initial short off the 217 worked, and then it was a lower high. This time it is very, very strong and heading to 1% higher. So just wanted to point that out, that the chips are coming back, and it's AMD showing a lot of the strength. So Nike ends up not getting the higher low, but playing off the volume weighted average price. I'm going to look for a push into the open top. That's here, so this is the pre-market. The open top is 62.8 to 62.9. So I want to be out of all of it on that kind of a bounce. Still a downward trending stock overall. Again, headed to that downside. Still want to be in that DJT, but I feel like patience is going to be the way to go. As the market bounces, for whatever reason, this is also following the market.
Okay, here we go.
So if we get back to the highs, I'll wait for a curl. Do not want to get in on the front end again. Allow it to make the top and then try to short it on the way back to the downside is going to be the play for me. And just one more name for you. Well, yesterday Intel was very strong. Today Intel is not.
Not so much.
You know, when I look over, I'm like, AMD's not setting up for a short at all because it's now looking pretty strong. Well, you can flip over to Intel. Intel underneath VWAP, Intel down with the market. So instead of going over to the stock that is strong, I'll look for a VWAP play here because you don't get too many shots on this kind of a day, even though it's a full day. And there's a nice 37.5 area to play off of here with Intel.
I think it'd be cool if the 49ers, what's up to never, always, ever at home. I mean, they're at home for the Super Bowl.
Believe it.
I don't know. I mean,
believe in San Francisco.
Purdy's playing well. They have, the best running back, and I don't know what their defense is up to these days. I haven't
Cap, he's not the best running
checked
back.
that out. No, maybe not, but we'll see.
Over it.
We'll see in the playoffs what CMC does right now. All right, so just right here, NVIDIA made them move higher. They're right into a level that we like. So, in a day like today where we've been trying to go long, and I'm just thinking that it could be a range-bound day, we have to. When you get back up to VWAP, we really emptied out our clip here as well on the TQs on this move back higher right there. So that was a good out there, I think. And NVIDIA might even been a better one. But I do like NVIDIA long better than I like the market long. But, a little disappointed in this fade today as we just thought that this could be one of the names that gets going. And the NASDAQ did give us like a little bit of a glimpse of hope there early when we broke through 25.7 and then, just faded back down about 100 handles right now, back down to the downside. And if we do break that low, then we are out right now of all of these trades pretty much. NVIDIA, I'm going to give it a little lower than 188 because we were able to get out of the majority and then try to get a little longer at 187.75 or so, and then just play off of like sort of where we were yesterday, off of that closing area here, 187.50, 187.60 for NVIDIA. So on a drop down, I don't want to get out of NVIDIA. I actually want to buy more, but I'm going to give it a break of 188 just to wind up seeing what winds up happening down there near those levels. So that's going to be sort of my plan of action here early for NVIDIA and just to see where it wants to go. But, that's a little bit of a play for me there, and hopefully it bounces and we can get the futures to bounce as well. We said the stock visualizer would be something that we would take a quick look at, and so I know I called it up but didn't do too much work with it. INBS, Adara, what is going on with this one? This is one that many of us have talked about or looked at here today. 30 of you have asked about INBS. We'll double check that up, 98% right there. Micron, we hinted on that. We do have Nvidia, Sidious as well, silver, only down 3%. Yep, go ahead.
INBS, Intelligent Biosolutions, announcing a manufacturing partnership with Surma Johari MedTech. So manufacturing partnership there for a small cap biotech company.
Yeah.
The stock is going crazy.
Pacer Industrial Real Estate? Is that what, am I looking at the right one here? No,
INBS?
Oh, IM, sorry, I typed in IM.
INBS, Intelligent Bio. This stock is going absolutely ham. I don't know if it's going to, I don't see the halt bands on it. That's weird.
No, what a surprise.
Yeah, usually, okay, no, we do, at Real Trading, we actually have the halt bands usually, but I'm not seeing it up here.
Halted twice. So
it felt like it got right up. Yeah, it's halted already to the upside. I thought it got to the band just visually for a second, but maybe that's not it at 820 and it just randomly turned off that level. Not sure, but 100% to the upside. Crazy, crazy volume as we speak. I hate you, AMD. Like that turn, yeah, good luck. As if, you're not getting that turn. Like the pullback, like the wicks on that candle are like 50 pennies, and then the initial push down was like $1 on AMD when it turned at that 217 level. Almost impossible, I think, to grab. You had to be short on the front end of that one, I think. But now, I said once we get to about this point on silver, that I can put up a trend line, like it's finally given me, there's 1, 2, 3 points on the trend line. We're gonna go to Adara for happening now because it's already 10 o'clock, but silver's gonna break trend. The second it starts forming a trend on the 3 minute, now it's breaking the trend. Let's go to Adara.
We're going to talk here about the last trading session of the year before we take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, because there are millions of concussions but zero approved therapies. Origenics, which trades on the NYSE as OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead and book a meeting today. Take a look here at this market, which initially pushed up nicely, buoyed by the fact that we had these better than expected initial jobless claims, with initial and continued jobless claims coming a little bit lower than expected. Then we get a drop though off the open right now, trying to find a little bit of balance and finding some support at this pre-market level of 685.30s on the S&P 500. Let's talk here about TSLA. Now, Tesla is on watch, of course, ahead of its Q4 2025 deliveries, which are likely to be reported very early in the month of January 2026. But the other thing I want to mention here with TSLA is Michael Burry coming out and saying, hey, I think the company is, quote, ridiculously overvalued, but noting that he is not short the stock. SLB on watch once again, gapping down following a massive push to the upside yesterday as we get CME raising its margins for the silver or metals. Once again, the margin raise to take effect tonight from what they've said. Last but not least here, NKE. This is the company's, another recent insider buy for the company. CEO Elliott Hill acquiring roughly $1 million worth of NKE Class B shares following insider purchases from Apple CEO Tim Cook and independent director and former Intel CEO Bob Swan last week. So Nike with not one, but 3 major insider buys over the span of a week. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
About that super chat poll.
I wonder if Ramin is dealing with something over there with that poll.
I'm trying to figure out.
She wanting to not be alone or anything.
Supposed to address
Maybe a genuine question.
With that there. It is, do you have IBS? So I don't know what, I hope everything's going okay over there, Ramin, but right here.
Not me.
No, yeah, sure it's not.
No.
Sure it's not you. And until you come over here and show everybody, come over here and let us know. Because.
Show every.
No, people want to see her face, that's all.
Oh.
People love to see Ramin.
No one wants to be shown IBS.
No, let's not do that. But it's Intelligent Biosolutions, which is what everybody's been looking at. But a fun poll over there, Ramin blaming Fabian, of course.
It's literally not fun
for that.
And if you don't know what it is, then
don't even maybe look it up.
Yeah, I don't think you need to.
Yeah, we don't need to do
sure
that.
The chat's over. You guys in the chat have probably heard
Circle.
INBS is going absolutely ham. That's
yeah.
It's the stock, but there's also the AFJ for those that are looking. It's AFJK. This was that.
It was a couple of days ago, wasn't it?
Low liquidity, crazy runner. That went ham. It is gapped up another 33%. It's still doing absolutely no volume. It's already halted once to the upside, but it's coming back in. So I guess it's technically in play, but no, not my cup of tea. Silver is about to do this curl forming. So I said I would draw the trend line when it formed, and we are now starting to break said trend line. You see that? I went to throw an order, and my trend line disappeared. That's an interesting feature.
New feature, yeah.
There we go. So I hit save, but there's a trend line break. Give it to the prior bar high. I was in off this high before. This time I'm in off the actual trend break. So they'll give it to the local, like, as I said, I'll give it to the local high and see how far this scalp trade can go. Silver, I intend on being, hopefully this is something that can be a little bit more active and you can get like multiple shots at. But if we get back into the volume weighted average price, then to me that's going to be an out. Take some profit out in front. If the NASDAQ bounces, I actually think that might be good because as we've been going down, silver's been going up. So a bounce in the overall market, I think, would be a good thing here for SLV. Let us know what else you guys are trading because when I look up, I'm seeing the same things you are on the visualizer. We're already kind of covering the chips and maybe not Tesla. We haven't talked about Sidus Space, which is going to the upside. So we have a key for that. Sidus. Maybe not sending anybody to the moon, but the stock is up 10%, so why not? Good for them. They had an offering the other day. It was 3 days ago. I want to say it was probably, maybe it was on Boxing Day, I guess the offering might be.
Yeah, there was something, yeah.
It doesn't really, it's recovering nicely from that and trying to get back to the $3 level. Still an inside day easily here for Sidus, even being up 10%, hasn't busted through yesterday's high, so I think that's worth watching. If it's in play today or it's moving, then that's already a win. But you still have to wait for things to get to key price levels. So silver, first shot didn't work. This time actually waited for the trend to break. I would have been cool with this trend holding and then going along with the trend, but that's not what happened. It broke the trend, so I'm short into volume weighted average price, which is about 63 on SLV. I keep saying silver, but it is the ETF we're trading. And we get a lot of questions about that.
Yeah.
I just want to point out the main reason that an equity trader at a prop floor is going to, here at Real Trading, is going to trade the ETFs, whether it's a TQQQ or SLV or IBIT instead of like spot Bitcoin or something else, is because your risk and your buying power and your account is it's always going to be by asset class. So therefore the ETFs are in the equity asset class, which you've built up. If you build up your futures account, then great, then go trade the futures. But if you've built up your equity account, why would you go trade over in futures where I'm going to have less BP and less risk? It doesn't make sense. So here you're going to trade, most traders behave that way where they're going to trade the account that they have the biggest cushion with or the biggest buying power. And the equity account means trade specifically in the ETFs. It's a big boon that we have all these ETFs.
Yeah, it's been a big look. Yeah, ETFs, there's millions of ETFs now. Basically anything you want, derivatives or there's any sort of a different play over here. Look at Nvidia though right now. There it goes, man. This is going to be my money-making trade of the day. So thank you, Nvidia, for everything that you've come through with us here. And we just wrote down Nvidia, and we wrote down basically what we want to do, this 188 area. There goes Nvidia. We're long now. It's 65 cents in the money. And so I'm actually, I thought I was waiting. I'm waiting at 95. Okay. So here we go. We should be able to get that fill now. There it is momentarily. So yes, sir, man. The bulls be kicking here on the name that you know and you love. It is NVDA. There it goes. Breaking through 189, right back to VWAP. We like this stock and it going up the side, baby. What's up, Ozan? Hopefully you're doing well. This is for you right now. And we're doing pretty good over here. The TQs. I mean, with Nvidia starting to go now, why can't the NASDAQ really start to get on its horse as well? I mean, Apple's at the high of the day for themselves here. We'll see if the NASDAQ can get back to Greensville, at which point we will empty the clip most likely. If we can get up to there, that'd be great. Apple, oh, sorry, not at highs of the day, just sort of at the session high right there for Apple. We did have that. That was like a big wick off the open, right? And most names went to that high side, then just started to go all the way down. So what you're looking to do is kind of break this early little level, not all the way up there, but just in and around here. I think that would be a good little long area to get through for Apple to help us with our futures position. We've cleaned out of about 40% of our Nvidia. I'm gonna get out, now that I realize that I should be out of a little bit more, I'm gonna offer this now because if we think about it being range bound, we have the low of the day right into VWAP. So that's about as perfectly of a range as you're going to get on a day when I think could be pretty choppy. So there's another out for us at 99. So we're rolling with NVDA right now. It's still early in the day. It's only 10:08. So the fact that the market could roll over again, very possible, or we could get back to flattish, which would be nice for me.
Usually on this kind of a day,
yeah,
first half an hour, I usually feel like that's going to be the range.
Yeah. Yeah, so if we can play that range, I think that would probably be what's appropriate right there.
INBS.
Yeah, INBS just halted again. Nike downside, but would be a play there. Did it halt upside or downside?
It's halted upside. 870 is the current tap. It's halted at 879. Actually, the tap is going down. So if you're in this long, the theoretical auction price is going the other way. 855 now, and looking like it's going to open to the red. It doesn't mean, look, it's going to be a 5-minute halt or a 10-minute halt. So time will actually tell, but right now it's indicating almost instantly that you're going to get a down move, unfortunately, in INBS. Light liquidity, but good volume. 24 million, looking pretty good. So this hold of VWAP on Nike was trend up, but you're now starting to lose that trend. And once you confirm, like, I'm going to trend in and try to buy into the trend, now you're confirming the break underneath. My stop initially on a trend break is the prior bar, but once you actually have 3 points on the trend line, then I don't mind getting out earlier. If we get back above VWAP, I don't mind getting back into it, but not for now. So silver is at the volume weighted average price. This one is a couple of cents away from getting, both of these are a couple of cents from getting out, but one of them is to target, one of them is to stop. So second trade on silver was the first one using the trend line. And if it bounces off VWAP, there might be a long to be had back into some of these highs and just go scalping with SLV. Down 4%, but doing great volume here today. I haven't checked gold, but you should always be a little bit curious as to where the relative strength and weakness is going to be. And I see gold already through VWAP and already through some of the lows. You know what? That's going to make me, I'm just going to cancel. After seeing that, I'm going to cancel the bid on silver for now and just see what happens at VWAP. If gold's pressing through, let's see if this is actually going to bounce. And if it does, I can just kind of punch it out manually.
Like, I'm trying to find out. No, nothing. That's what I'm trying to find out what's going on here. Okay, so on our trade rate here, we have the SPY, we have Tesla. We can have a quick little look at Tesla here. Okay, so, all right, I kind of laugh, a little bit here because this has been the play. We talked about getting long here and getting out here. Obviously, if the market falls out, you're not going to want to get long right now. But yeah, here it comes. The market's trying to come back in right now. So you can see the Nasdaq just trying to tick near these lows again. We're going to wait. We're going to wait to get a little bit longer on the TQs. But yeah, so it's Tesla. Neil just covered silver there. SPY. DVLT. What is that? DVLT here. WISA right here. So 67 cents. So a little lower. Yeah, what a surprise. 67. A little lower than where we are right now. But there it goes, man. Nicely cooking now. Up to 72 cents here for DVLT. Adara. There's a name for you if there's some news on that one. Micron. We did have a look there earlier as well. BIL is a treasury name. The Q's obviously. Yes, Adara.
Yesterday morning, they announced they're going to be presenting at CES 2026. That's going to start on January 6th with a keynote from CEO of AMD, Lisa Su, on January 5th. Either way, that was announced yesterday morning, so nothing today on DVLT, but that vault has run before. I knew the name the second you said it.
Perfect. Yeah, she knew all about that one. Thank you, Adara. All right, so presenting yesterday, we just see
CES.
Yeah, yesterday apparently there at the conference. All right, SOPA halted. So here we go, man. I don't know if there's going to be news pending or what. Society Pass shares halted on circuit breaker to the upside. I'm not really seeing a circuit breaker there, but it looks like someone was ticking out at 346. So ultimately, we went up into here right now. We were trading 310, 320, and then it just broke. I don't know what was going on there, but a bunch of prints at 346 right now on SOPA. So it looks like the tap right now is still 346. So waiting to see what happens on that one. This is our halt scanner, something to be looked at this year and moving forward as well, as we do get many names halting, and you want to look at them, especially when we do have a little bit of a lesser volume day. Look at names that are halting and giving you those opportunities, right? And so ONDS, another name there, IBIT not doing a whole heck of a lot. AMD, we covered that a little bit. There's Sidious, SIDU, that's up 10% again. Follow through. They had that offering that was down at like $1.60. I guess that was very well received. Needless to say there for Sidious. So we'll wait to see if that one, continues to get bought up. It's a little scary there a couple days ago when it did dip into that. I think it was $1.65 or so. They raised a couple $1 million. Upside play now, looking to break through. Again, another space kind of name right there for Sidious. So we'll see if that goes in. There we go. We did get a little longer at 55 or 54 there on the Qs and takes them out here as we get going just back in. If we can take 10 cents on reloads, we should probably do that, especially because it's a little slow here. Okay, there we go. Yes, sir. Good move there back for the NASDAQ. So we'll take that 10 times out of 10. Let's go a little higher now as we get basically the low of the day there, as we said we were doing. We said we were waiting here again. So there it goes. Hey, give me those 68s. Now up to 69er, and we'll see if we can get something. Where's this 50 period? 80s? All right, sounds good to me. Let's go to 75. Let's go to 77, and we'll see if we can get something there on this little quick reload. Nvidia doing the dance at its own level as well. Yeah, we could get, I mean, that whole IBS thing is getting a little silly, but there it is right there. No, a lot of people do not have it, so that is always great. We went over, let's go, last day of the year, folks. Happy New Year. So happy New Year to you too. Awesome. Thank you so much for all your contributions this year. David, thank you so much for all of the super chats and all you've contributed to our chat. We look forward to more David's crazy trades of the day and all that kind of stuff
crazy
heading into the new year. No ideas.
I thought no. I think the ideas aren't crazy from David anymore.
Okay.
They're usually pretty reasoned.
Ooh,
but a couple
reasonable
of things,
trade of the day.
Yeah, I think a couple of reasonable trades. But also, I said I'd jump out of both of them, and it happened. Silver bounced off VWAP. So at least for now, I'm out of silver. I think there's going to be multiple opportunities. It hasn't confirmed that we're going back into the upside yet. I'd like to see a little bit of strength. Let me zoom that in a bit so you can see better. But you are starting to show strength off the volume weighted average price here for SLV. And then Nike, maybe it's a bit of a bottom wick, but I just jumped out when it broke this trend. So there is the trend line breaking. There's that, I guess the confirmation bar. I'm not shorting the stock. I get back in if it can hold VWAP or something a little better. SOPA just opened back up. Good vol. It's only 4 million. Okay, never mind. I was about to say how good the volume was, but it's not nearly as good as it was the other day. So SOPA opens up pretty much, I don't know, pennies underneath the high, it seems, and kind of dying down on volume. I'd say disappointing there that you're not getting a volume follow through. DJT did not get back to that high for a second shot at 13.5. So now I'm looking squarely at VWAP. It's already put in one lower high at 13.25. If it can do it again, in and around here, I'd look for maybe the short the pop into another lower high on DJT in hopes that you get all the way down to 12.8. So waiting for this one to set up another trade. Thankfully, it gave a second shot. Otherwise, that was a pretty disappointing name earlier this morning. So I'm trying to be patient. Sometimes you don't get a second shot. Man, that is a cool look. I'm trying to figure out.
Where is that?
What is that?
Oh, that's the behind us.
Oh, I see. That's.
Can't see that. That is awesome.
So we can't see it.
We should try to do that on the main screen if we can.
Yeah,
do
like
that.
if you get the sense, like if I swing around, I'm not in any position, it's not a big deal. If I swing around, there's like another desk here where I have monitors and we could face Adara and theoretically Brendan and Sharif. Well, if I do, I think I'm going to yank my microphone right now. I'm not really set up well to do it, but I can turn around and we talk and you guys have a picture in front of us there. So I don't know. What the heck? Oh, there it is. See, at first I'm like, what? I don't even know where I'm supposed to be looking.
We don't even know where the cameras are.
I don't know where the camera is. You can see our screens behind us, but we'll have screens in front of us that in theory are tied to the same computer. Right now, there's nothing here except for the monitors. Like there's no keyboard or anything. But pretty cool. Fabian, hard at work. Tesla, I can see, is up 0.03%, and then DVLT shows up on that list as well. So there's always more happening here at Trader TV Live. Hard work being put in. We appreciate you for sure. Man, silver just broke VWAP. Come on, I want one more shot at DJT.
Yeah, we got some upside there in the NASDAQ, but here goes INBS is now open. So now you're coming back in just a little bit here. We opened a little minute ago, but back into $8. We'll see if it wants to hold. It looks like it's coming back in. INBS making the move lower right now, just up 97%. So hitting the two, I mean, it's been really, this is a 21 period moving average. It's been respecting that quite okay so far. So yeah, maybe $8. Maybe buy this $8, and then if it breaks, you can get out of that one. INBS right now, definitely another halt candidate for sure, man. 27 million shares done on the day, and I bet you the float is nowhere near that. INBS right now, we'll have a quick little double check. Yeah, the float is 900,000 shares. So 950,000 shares, we've done 27 million. And apparently 100% of this is short right now. So yeah, you are going to get a little bit of a break here in the system on INBS.
I had this beef yesterday.
Yeah.
I said, like,
was
why
it
are we...
Thai basil beef? Or?
No, but like silver is ridiculously liquid, and it goes SSR, and the uptick rule is in effect, so it makes it harder to short. But at the same time, you have stocks that are 100% short, which probably have naked short selling going on at all the time. Like, which is a bigger problem in the market? The fact that a stock that's down 10% and plenty liquid has people wanting to short it legally with actual borrows, or that you have naked short selling. Like, give me a break. Should we not be tackling the bigger problems? Like, allow trade to just be reasonable. As long as you have borrows, you should be able to short. That's the rule. Like, let that be the rule. Uptick rule. Anyways, I don't like the uptick rule.
No.
Can you tell?
Yeah, no, I cannot. All right, so we just got stopped out there. The futures did break the low again. So it's a good thing we did get some out here on the way back up. So not creating too much damage on the portfolio today for that, but definitely still red on the futures and just didn't get going. I thought we did pretty good with our risk management there. And like we said, man, we were getting nervous. Remember when I was like, oh man, we're only out, we got out more here as we hold less than half now of our Nvidia trade. That's coming right back in. Good couple outs there on VWAP on the 50-period moving average. I like that one there. And we will reload Nvidia if it comes and breaks in and around this 188. All right, it's 10:20. We still have 40 more minutes. We have the midday show. It'll be Obi and Sharif. Then we're back at 2. It's a full day on the market today. Womp womp. But thank you for joining us. That is for sure. We still have we had 7,000 or 8,000 people this morning, which is pretty good. We still have 7,000 watching, so make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. We got to get to 550,000 subscribers, so help us do that here today as we'll wait and look for some more opportunities to trade. Did SOPA just opened? Hold on a second before we go over to Adair. I just want to make sure. Yeah, so 344. So SOPA opened up. They did have a huge move higher there that halted it, and now we're just hovering around these levels. The other stock that I traded earlier today was DJT. Now fading back in, but not much action as we went short in the morning, right against that that high, broke through. Now it's kind of doing nothing. Let's go over to Adair's small cap recap.
Let's talk here about these small caps. Even though, as Sean said, it's a full day for trading, it's also a day full of small cap action. Let's talk here about ANGH. Ngami, this one reporting earnings for the first half of 2025, losses per share and sales improving on a year-over-year basis. That one was also featured on our morning watch list. INBS on Watch Intelligent Biosolutions, not IBS, trading higher here, announcing a strategic manufacturing partnership with Sirma Johari MedTech. Last but not least, NCL, Northand Corp. This story from December 22nd or 23rd, so certainly early last week, announcing that they've engaged some investors for strategic planning advisory services. So NCL continuing to move. It's been on watch pretty frequently, I think, since that news last week. So NCL continued play, but brand new stories here for ANGH and INBS. Make sure to like and subscribe and stay tuned here with Sean and Neil.
Thank you, Adara. And it looks like the all-day, it is an all-day trend, but it starts in the pre-market here on DJT is potentially breaking. So if I'm not going to get 1350, I say we a lot, but I mean myself. If we're not going to get back up to the highs, there was the news about 8:30. You got a bit of a jump at the open. It made a higher low, and then another higher low being put in right now. So I'm going to look short. I'm only looking short in DJT today. Sorry about that, but is what it is. But looking for the short as it's starting to confirm this bit of a trend break. Silver is also back at VWAP, which it was an out before. I'm looking for an entry as well there off the volume weighted average price for another short. So looking to see this close under the 3-minute, on the 3-minute underneath that trend line. Once it does, I'm jumping into the short there. And I do see this ONDAS, O-N-D-S, which a lot of people are also talking about in the small cap space, and Adara has mentioned. This actually follows, I think it's Sharif rule, but I mean other traders probably talk about it too. You're holding both VWAP and up and higher lows and the prior day high. So this is actually pretty bullish going into the middle portion of the day. But it's not on my radar so much as DJT and silver. Again, my trend line is gone. There we go.
Yeah, DJT. I mean, I really like DJT there. We have some.
Well, I don't like DJT. That's the whole.
No. I mean, like to trade it. I don't really like the stock too much. All that news seems like they're a token. Come on, man.
You know what's going to be interesting though? If this thing gets back to $10.
Yes, that's what we're waiting for.
The defense. I don't want to get the idea that I only would ever short this thing. This has a huge bid at $10. Any kind of SPAC tends to have support at the $10 level even after the combination, and it really double bottomed down there. If it gets down there again, I think it could be another opportunity. But for now in the day trade, we're fading this news on the token play, which we're just going to call it the truth token.
Yep, exactly. All right, so yeah, SOPA, I don't know if you're able to find news on this at all, Adara, but SOPA, we just had that they halted on a move higher there, and it was circuit breaker, so you moved up that 10%, yep?
No news. The most recent story on this was from 2:30 a.m. yesterday, so it would have been yesterday's catalyst. They priced a $3 million public offering, and actually it turns out that was re-reporting from a story from Monday, so it's like 3-day-old news here on SOPA.
All right, so
weird.
Yeah, so society pass right there. We can puff pass on the stock, but it is going up. And if you're going to look at a longer time frame right there, obviously an offering must have been maybe well received there. But yeah, and so no news today exactly on this stock and why we would have halted randomly at 10.15. But yeah, good move there for SOPA. I would say, barring not being able to find any news, just be careful. Like if you're long this, I saw Bronson there maybe in the chat was, just watch out for this 330, sort of the post-halt level that we bounced off of. So we halted up here at 346, we opened back up and it got hit a little bit to the downside there. And now it is right there right now. Crypto not doing a whole heck of a lot. We could look at IBIT maybe as a short. The market's been a short all day. And this is what Bitcoin's been doing. So womp womp there as Bitcoin continues to make a move lower there. And yeah, probably sitting on your hands today hasn't been a horrible strategy, to be honest with you. I haven't made too many trades. We had the DJT early. We have one trade here on Nvidia, which is good. And we just got another out right there at 76. So this is still a 50-cent winner. So we'll say those are good. That was a good idea. And it was my number one look. And then we keep on trying to buy out this, keep on trying to buy the futures here to see if there is a move, but it just hasn't been happening because I'm only looking long and we should have been looking short. Netflix was hoping to see something there, not moving as well. Netflix not doing a whole heck of a lot. Palantir's always moving, so let's have a quick look to see if that one's at 180. So good bounce level there, 179. And this is basically where I was sold my last little bit of Palantir. And it's just, the 50-period moving average, right? And so we had a good move. We tried to break through 200 again and missed it. Wow, what a good short that was. It got to 199 and now it's down 20 bucks from there back into 20 bucks back into 179. So that's going to be a good move lower. And look at the future, look at the trend here on Palantir has been really beat up and fading off this 50 period necessarily hasn't been bad either, so you're getting into that. That's at 181 or so, so maybe you're getting close to that right now. If you're looking short, maybe Palantir does give you that continual trend move downside. With the market being down today, what we could look at is maybe some sector strength and see if there's anything going on there. We do have updates coming from Adara, so right into here though, let's just go have a quick little look to see what's green today. Okay, nothing. So that's nice. So at least we're long.
Nvidia and Berkshire.
Yeah, I was going to say at least we're long Nvidia, which is the one that's going. I don't know, what is this? Intel's up as well today. The communications sector, I mean, we only have 3 names on here, T-Mobile, Verizon. Yeah, and yeah, Berkshire in the financials here. But Caterpillar, everything is just
that didn't break the
little weak, but nothing too dramatic. Nothing's really down 1 or even 2% today, other than some of the names that we've covered. So there goes the futures back upside. We'll take another piece out here at 69, and then wait for higher take here on the TQs as we got stopped out and we're back in. So it's just this market's for the birds. Let's go back over to Adara.
ESH Acquisition Corp. As you can tell by the name, this is a special purpose acquisition corporation. They're have an acquisition plan. This was announced going back to mid-September of 2025. I haven't seen any updates from the company at all since then. So no news whatsoever. Market cap here, $88.5 million. Float of just over 1 million shares. Short float is completely insignificant. So not much of a short float here. It's like 0.24% of the float, less than 1% of the float. But again, that float is just over 1 million shares, guys. Back to you.
Mike the Rider was talking about lobsters in the chat. I'm like, what is going on? Costco had $400,000 worth of lobsters stolen.
What? Come on, Costco.
Someone's going to have a delicious New Year's.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's probably what it was, right? Yeah. All right. I like lobster. I don't know if we're doing any lobster. I told Marissa to get my daughter we went to Farm Boy and she got a shrimp ring the other day and she's loving shrimp rings. So they pounded that back real quick. So we'll probably get like a little cocktail shrimp action. Maybe there tonight. But
we always do like a charcuterie plate.
Yeah, exactly.
Like meats and cheese. My daughter's that's literally her go-to. Like when we were in Europe, it's like, well, it was different in Rome because like pasta's so good. but we're in Budapest or anywhere else we'll go. If we eat out, all you have to do is just put a plate in front of her with bread, fresh bread, meat and cheese, and she's good to go. And they're like, what are you ordering? I'm like, that's what she's eating. Don't even worry about it. What are you going to do? DJT, it's at VWAP, but I'm not playing VWAP. Like my plan of action here was just trend break, prior bar. So I don't mind jumping back in underneath VWAP, but I need to see it go to the other side of the trade. Like last time, it was the second time through that worked better, and you're still putting in lower highs. So you got lower high, lower high, lower high, but I got to jump back in underneath VWAP and trend line. This was not a VWAP play, that was a trend line break, but it can still set me up for another short side. Still don't really see anything crazy that I'm a fan of. Like I looked over back at AMD. I'm just going over the list of things that I liked. Like AMD went from there was your chance to fade to all of a sudden, like look at this compression pattern in AMD. Like that's cool if it breaks out big one way or the other, but higher highs, higher lows, forming right into VWAP, that's really starting to slow down big time. Silver is attempting to make that reversal. So this might actually, if DJT isn't setting up next, then silver is. But instead of a short, it would be a long this time. Right? Like you're now starting to break back up. There's your bottom. Here's your trend break holding the volume weighted average price. So got short side before, but it's actually setting up a long this time for a scalp trade. Willing to be either direction in silver as long as it's moving. And the volatility, well, the volume and volatility has been there. Just obviously it's not going to move as much as it did yesterday at this point. That goes without saying.
All right, yeah, this was our, of course, my wife is always trying to do the best, and there it is. That was our charcuterie board there on Christmas. This is New Year's Eve, so we'll have probably something very similar
Black or green olives
to that as well. I kind of like the mixture of both. Maybe black if I had a choice, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't really. On pizza, black. I think for pizza, black olives.
Well, that's a good point. I'm a green olive.
You're a green olive guy, yeah.
But on pizza, I don't have a preference on pizza, to be honest.
No? Okay. Yeah, I have black. Black would be that. Okay, look at this. There goes Nvidia right now. Yes, sir, man. An awesome trade right there. So finally, we get something going here on NVDA as it goes right back there up to that upside. And we'll be fine with it, man. We'll just wait to see now if it wants to take out even higher levels than this. I mean, it's not even really going yet, NVIDIA. So maybe it does. It's up 1%. It was up 1.5%. It got to 190.30s or so. So we'll see if that can get a little bit higher. I'm at 189.17s, which is like right into here, which is sort of that last little wick high. Okay, well, maybe we get to there, maybe we don't, but that's what I'm gonna wait for there on NVDA and just see if we get, I mean, maybe this area is a little bit too frothy, but that's okay. Hopefully it does get going back up there to the upside, so a good little winning trade there for me on Nvidia. So hopefully that can just keep on going. Nothing else really. We just got a AFJK halted again, and it looks like it's back open now as well. So oh yeah, that's a stupid stock. Only because it's it's $4 spread there. We're not going to do that. So far so good on SOPA. That's not doing anything as well. And then that INBS, which was moving around there, Intelligent Bio, looks like it wants to actually go the other way right now. Okay, so Nvidia, actually I'm gonna take some out at 02 now. I didn't quite get to it. I'm gonna cancel my 17s now and just say, you know what, we'll give up that 15 cents and see if we, okay, well now it's actually starting to head back in just a little bit here of Nvidia. So we're out already of about 65% of this trade, and you know, we got multiple VWAP prints there, so we gotta be happy, you know, when we're able to do that. And then we just got a little bit more out on the Qs as we popped into this level again right there. So yeah, just back and forth buying and selling on all of this. It's kind of a crappy day for going long. There hasn't really been much other than some of the stocks we've been covering and the halt names and whatnot. But Rigetti, I like that name down here near 22. We didn't want to take it real early, but it did give you that wick down to 22. So maybe if we can get that again, could be something. Rigetti on the daily chart looks pretty good down here. We talked about a flat bottom break into the 200 period. So that's only $20. Not that far away. I really like Rigetti down here if you're going to buy some quantum names, just because we've been sort of barcoding and looking to break out. We said that Meta had a possible breakout opportunity. We didn't think it was going to be today, but it's been barcoding for a minute as well. Microsoft, yeah, so this is just coiling up. The tighter this coil gets, right, the more it's going to spring one way or the other. So bad news is definitely going to be bad for Meta when it coils up like that. So we'll wait to see where that news is coming from. SoFi still not doing anything. Nvidia is pushing down again. So I think if we're going to go short anything in the space, we did have weakness, maybe a little bit in Intel. We talked about their strength yesterday. You know, although Nvidia is moving up and down, AMD is kind of just moving sideways. So this would be a name to look at here potentially for a break short. But look at the 200 period. It's really absorbed that 215. So, you know, a little bit of a move back into that area maybe gets me long again. So
I got to throw this up.
Yeah.
I think we missed this completely because I see it twice
Oh,
for
PayPal.
Super Chat. Oscar, apologies, but I see this doubled up. So you might have sent 2 Super Chats about PayPal. What do you guys think about PayPal long term? Has there been a worse fintech company this year performance-wise? No, this is an honest question.
Maybe Webull, I don't know.
I could chat.
Webull's new.
I could chat GPT this, or actually, I'd probably use Gemini, not chat GPT. I'm just keeping it real. But if there is, I'm not sure about it. I don't know what sets them apart, and I don't know what catalyst gets them going again at this point. I'm not really sure what that's going to be for PayPal. All of that said, it is getting pretty close to, hey, this has been a ridiculous bottom in the mid-50s. So, I mean, if you're going to go long somewhere, going all the way back to February of 2024, then you have July of the same year, double bottom. Then you have, of course, the Liberation Day hold was right about that same level, and it's going right back into that same price. So why not? I mean, if you like it, I can't think of a good reason. I'm not buying this stock, but if you're just looking for like a bounce trade or something, this has been, I guess, the place to go. I just don't know what's going to set them apart. Like, everyone's way more excited about the all-in-one nature of, you know, Robinhood, and now you got SoFi. The competition's heavy. Heck, a firm has been performing. You know it's not good if a firm is performing way better than you. Like, the market's been telling you something. Like, and maybe it's the specificity of a firm whose chart is neglecting to show how impressive relatively it's been, but probably zoomed out too far. Better. Impressive is not the right word. Better is the right word. But certainly a better looking daily chart, even with like a firm. Hey, look at the range bound trade in a firm. That's pretty good. Look at it hold. I didn't even know this, but in firm, look at that hold with a 200 period moving average. Heck, a firm is a breakout through 80 next year, everybody. Look at that. See, out of dumb luck. Sorry about PayPal. Maybe you can buy off that level, but a firm breaking out 80 to begin next year could be a fun trade that I'd be much more interested in. But yeah, I guess PayPal, you could do worse than the levels you're at. Just not sure, and always willing to be convinced. I don't own the stock, and I never have. It's not like I'm searching for reasons to buy it, but I just can't think of what is going to differentiate them at this point to catch that bit outside of the levels on the daily chart. So good luck, Oscar. Thank you for the super chat. All right, so we bounced back into VWAP on silver. It was initially a short, but yesterday was, once it held VWAP, it was actually really good to the long side. And if you look at it the day before, it was holding underneath. So the down day, it was holding underneath VWAP. For now, it's bouncing off the volume-weighted average price. So I'll look to play some bounces. And hopefully we'll carry this and it can bounce into some of these highs going into lunchtime. Of course I can remain. And I'll do that in a quick little second. But the other thing that I wanted was to wait for DJT to set up a short. Now, will it? I don't know. But it did just put in a lower high again. So there's a couple of lower highs and get rid of this trend line because it didn't work. I don't need jogging that up. But now you're underneath that VWAP. So I'm going to look to enter here as you're putting in these lower highs. DJT with the token news. Yeah, whatever. They're issuing a token. I guess the advantages will be some discounts, I suppose, on Truth Social and that kind of stuff. But every shareholder is going to get a token. Is the news on DJT? It's up 4%, but I'm looking for the fade every time.
Am I supposed to do that, Ramin? Oh, Neil, okay.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, go ahead.
So here's the interesting thing. Or I was just talking about DJT. Let's say you're trading DJT, and you're like, well, I don't have any strategies for this stock. I want to test out every single possible indicator that I want. I want to pull up a 5-second chart, which I'm showing you live right now. I want to pull up the level 2, maybe even. I'm not going to. I have AVAV up here, but you want to pull up all of these things. eSignal is a platform that allows you to do that. It allows you to backtest strategies. Now, the 5 seconds not going crazy, but you had a pretty good trend earlier. Look at it respect a 50-period moving average on a 5-second chart. You can test those things out with eSignal, and the best thing about it, the first month is free. So if you want a professional trading platform, if you want to be able to have access to reliable quotes and reliable data, then eSignal is for you. It's an entitlement-based platform, so you can add and subtract what you need and what you don't need. If you don't want to look at, say, the NASDAQ or in only New York, then heck, you're allowed to do that too. I don't know why, but you could if you wanted to. So the opportunity is there, and it's 1 month free. Again, trade smarter, not harder. Do so with eSignal. Check out that 1 month free. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. We use it all the time. Primarily, I like the 5-second charts, especially at the open on those IPOs. There's no price history. All you really have is what's happening in the micro, and I use it for my rapid fire outs. Like when this stock, let's use DJT for an example. When I see this happening, on a 5-second, if this was an IPO and we have that long from the open, and I see a candle like that, I'm just selling. And then I see another candle like that, I'm just selling into it. Like the big red candle on a 5-second chart, boom, hit the sell, offer enter when we're long. And it's worked out pretty well. I find that I'm getting less like really bad outs. That's the best way to put it, where I'm like, why am I selling at that level? And then it looks really bad before or after the fact. But I like that 5-second chart. You have to add things to your repertoire, and there's not much to go off of when an IPO's been open for like 30 seconds. So you almost have to use those charts. Yeah,
you got to do something with all of that. All right, Nvidia making the move. We already got into that one. I want to say that SIDU is squeezing right now. SIDU, Sidious Space, up to 330 and change right now. Goes Sidious. So there it goes, man. Nice little bump up there. It's got 10% in the last couple minutes. A nice move there from $3 break higher. There it goes. Boom. Great little look on the daily chart, man. I mean, they already had their offering. Now they're starting to go back up to the upside. And we talked about space and what that could mean moving forward into 2026. I think it's going to be a relatively hot sector, so no surprise here as SIDU continues to march a little bit higher. Yeah, I hope everyone has a great New Year's, and we're on all day, man. The market does not stop today. It does not. It goes all the way till 4 o'clock, at which point we will be here. Yeah, half of Europe is out of there. Nvidia is making a move back, but we do have Adara back over the desk at 1040.
This should be pretty brief, guys. As Sean said, very little strength to find in this market. Even energy minerals, which has kind of been a lone bright spot over the last few days, is bright red today. Consumer non-durables really weak, though Nike, of course, to the upside after CEO Elliott Hill buying roughly $1 million worth of the company's shares. Health tech red, consumer services red, producer manufacturing red, finance red, retail trade red, tech services very weak. Electronic tech, though, is a couple bright spots, including Nvidia, Intel, and AMD. This does seem to be a, chip play, though other chip names like Qualcomm and Broadcom are to the downside, and then some of these memory plays, including Micron, sharply to the downside. So very mixed bag here in the tech sector. All these other sectors, save communications, are generally going to be weak today as well. Back to you.
And there goes silver back through VWAP. So it bounced a couple of times, but the short actually much better than the long here today off some of those highs. I'll probably look to, if there's even a trade during lunchtime, I think it's going to be flipping back into the short side of the trade. That was the bias, but it was trending up. I didn't short it till it broke the trend, but now look at it. Now you're seeing that it's not the rollover that it did in the afternoon yesterday, but it was a similar kind of hammer when it lost that support, unfortunately for SLV. Not looking good for them at all. I know you mentioned SIDU. It's 25% and still going. I guess it's not that big of a surprise. Sometimes when you do an offering, obviously an offering is not positive for a stock, but if it's received well, like if the stock like immediately the day after gets bought back up, and then after that holds some of those gains, and then again holds those gains, sometimes that can be a pretty good sign, at least for the momentum side. Like the shorts that would have been like, oh, this is going to be good for us, we can load back into the short. They're burned if they shorted into that bounce after any kind of an offering, and now they're getting really pressed on SIDU. But it is at that top at 340. So I would hesitate to be like a breakout trade in a day like today is not my cup of tea. Like I almost be more inclined if you catch a reversion on that for a scalp trade. But good look on Sidhu, as that is up 26%. Sometimes an offering isn't all bad.
No,
I mean,
yeah. Someone said they had a couple offerings there, so.
Well, they had 2?
Yeah, that's what someone said. I remember the one
And it's
from
up.
the one from last week. So, I mean, they got to offer, right? They got to fund.
That's what you got to do. The
ASTS.
stock goes up. You got to make.
Yeah, I mean, here's ASTS Mobile.
I just think it's kind of jokes they did 2 recently.
Yeah. I get it. I don't know. ASTS Mobile, they had that launch there, successful launch into India with one of their programs, and they're still down off of that as well, as we had some nice moves. And back in, trying to play the space, we think that SpaceX is going to be coming later on this year, hopefully anyways, is what some of the rumors were. I'm not sure it's going to come through, but if it does, that should spike some interest in Rocket Lab and ASTS as well. So RKLB, another name to look at if it's something that you're interested in. And I own this just by owning ARKQ. Was that the right one? Yeah, Autonomous. I bought a little bit of this the other day as well, off of the robotics sort of news, and it was just at like 108 or 109. It's not like it's up huge, but this was off that sort of Donald Trump talk there about robotics. So Teslas are almost all the way back to those levels. Yeah, let's have a look at Tesla. Is it still barcoding time as well? Wow, okay.
Big time.
Yeah, this is part of why we sit here and talk about trading, and we look to talk about the day and why you want to join us every day at 8 a.m. because this is kind of what we were talking about, waiting for some, how perfect was this? Talk about waiting for a dark pool dump level there, down at 450. Like, I don't know why it would hold this, but that's twice now. You went right back into the low of the day rate. This is what I'm trying to do with Nvidia, by the way. See if it gets back into some of these levels to buy it up. But Tesla was a perfect opportunity to do that. And so I'm just waiting. We got another piece out of Nvidia right there. We do now hold 35% of this trade still. So we've done really well holding it. It's just on the day when I hold most of it, of course, it's not moving higher. And if it did, we'd get out. So, waiting to see if Nvidia wants to dip down into that area as well. Is this a new halter right here? I'm just looking at our scanner. HUIZ.
Squeeze.
So Huiz is who squeeze today, 1040, but not halted on our system right now, I don't think. Okay, no volume. I'm not even gonna look at this one. Who cares? ESHA right there is actually halted. It looks like their print is gonna go lower right now. $22 is the halt indicated area of open right now. So looks like we'll go out around 23, try to open up around 22 right now, and that should open up in a matter of 1 minute, 10:40, 55. Wait for that 5 minute. This Huiz is halted a couple times, and it's not no volume there. But this is over 5 million. Well, we'll come up with about 5 million shares here on open. We can see what happens with ESHA. Getting a little note about Google. Nah, Google's just in the middle. I was getting a note about Google, but if you look over here, I don't want to talk about it and not go over it. But look, it's not. It's just doing this. So nothing going on right now with Google. And if there are any other names, we do have the stock visualizer. We are moments away, of course, from throwing over to the Midday show where they'll cover a whole bunch of stuff. But INBS, we did see that move up to 830 or so. Now down to 808. Tesla here as well. There's Sidious, moves right to the top. Now, nice, man, they're purple. Purple is their color. That's pretty cool. So there it is, up 20%, and we said that made that move into 350. Micron was lower and brought to us by the chat today. Poor Tesla, man. We showed you that chart not doing anything. Silver, we've covered a little bit. Nike started to break out. DJT had a nice little short level as well, and people putting on mask over here. Is that their logo? Is like a mask? That's pretty cool.
I think we probably made that up.
5%. Did we make that up? 5% right there, upside for MASK.
The irony is the day that we kind of made that run crazy, it released news after the bell. That is the irony. So it's like, obviously we're not the reason it had news, but poetic justice, to put it mildly, kind of funny.
Poetic justice. That was a good movie.
Oh man.
Tupac was actually very underrated in that film.
Yeah, the guy's so talented, actor, obviously, writer as well.
I had him.
Lyricist.
Why did we? There was a point yesterday. And maybe someone remembers this. Why did I give my top 5 rappers of all time? I don't remember how the conversation
was it Dylon? Is that why he was in there?
That's what it was. Someone gave a super chat about it. Was a Dylon. We did talk about Dylon earlier. It was
too
super
easy.
Chat
too easy
about that. But I had Pocket, and I go back and forth because I had Pocket like 4, but then 3, 4, and 5 are interchangeable because I had like Talib POC and then DMX, S345. But then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I could easily
DMX.
put DMX ahead of those two. The 1 and 2 are never moved for me on mine. I don't know what yours might be, but I'm 1, 2, it's Rakim and M&M, easy. And that has never changed. But I don't know.
I've never heard of DMX up on there before.
I'm a huge DMX fan.
I would be more of a NOS than DMX, but I think
That's
all the other guys seem to be pretty good. ESHA, by the way, just opened up as well, so down to $22, and looks like it wants to bounce off of that level. So I think the open was 22. I think we nailed that with our tap there. So yeah, there it goes, $22. Now back up to 23. Now it's bouncing. So you just want to watch out. This is a dollar spread, right? So you have 22.42, 23.14. So it's going to be hard for us to say like, all right, there's a dollar in the money or not, because you got to get filled, right? And what's happening right now is a lot of traders trading in between. So when you see blue and all that, the only time that you're going to see red or green is when we're actually taking out the bid or the offer. But all these trades pretty much happening in between here. So using dark pools or whatever. Here it goes. There it goes, breaking lower. This is why it's halting so much, is because of lack of liquidity. So up 53% today, ESHA. A little bit of a bounce there in crypto, 88,000. I think this is pretty much the low as we got. Yeah, so, you know, maybe a little bit of a bounce, but if you're looking to short something, this has followed that, you know, playbook pretty good today. Netflix not moving. Like, I wish there was more happening, guys. We already showed you that list of stocks, and it just was kind of a snooze fest a little bit. We did look at Rivian earlier as well. I thought maybe if that ever got to 20, we could have an actionable trade there. It doesn't look like that's happening there. And then we could quickly look at oil there. Let's look at the Feb. I think it should still be, what is it, January still? No, so it's February. Okay, so I was wrong on that one. So let's go over to G right now on the February 26 contract and have a look. $58 right now for oil, down slightly today. We did have the oil inventories released at 10:30, and that was that sort of actionable trade there to the downside. So yeah, I could see, like with silver, we talked about that a little bit today there, you know, that potential move extending through into Jan 1 on silver. There it is. Yes, Sidious is one of the top names on that list. Silver's also there. Silver's still only down 5%. I thought maybe we could have had a more dramatic swing, but since the open, silver's flat. This is where we open, man. This is 9:30. So it is exactly flat. We did have a move up to 67 and then a push lower. If anything, maybe the short on silver, but just waiting to see.
Silver will keep going up?
I do like silver for the long term. I think silver does have some good industrial uses there as well. And then if any of this margin requirement stuff does happen with China, I think, and just sort of everything there. London bullion market, we talked about that being closed on Christmas Day. I just think silver does have an opportunity to run, as is all precious metals.
The gold-silver ratio was one thing we were talking about before, and it is very out of whack.
Yes, now it is. I think that's why the big banks are really short on silver, saying that it will revert back to the mean.
I believe it's 10:50, so we're going to go up to the desk. We've got a Dara. See how the old U.S. dollar is.
Ooh.
Not really the old U.S. dollar.
Let's talk here about the U.S. dollar. Here's the daily chart. As you can see, nice little round here, trying to curl higher for the U.S. dollar. As I mentioned yesterday, DXY has some resistance overhead, also previous support from that 98.7 level. So that would be the next level to clear. Right now, trading around 98.4. Now, any news for the U.S. dollar? Of course, we did have the initial jobless claims coming out today, 199,000. That is a sub 200,000 print, and it's below estimate. So nice look there for the DXY. So take a look, though, at the 12-month chart for the U.S. dollar, because why not? We're at the end of the year. As you can see, DXY actually kind of basic. If you go back to 2008, making a double bottom in 2011, trying to curl higher. Last year was a green year for the DXY, up 7%. This year, though, near 10% to the downside on the year. I want to talk as well about the FOMC minutes, which came out yesterday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Here's a recap of how the Feds voted at that meeting. Again, 25% of the Fed actually voted against the rate cut. This infographic, like all of them, can be found on X at TTV Research. Basically, the minutes, a lot of them were things we already kind of knew. Fed saying, even the ones that voted in favor of the resolution to cut rates, saying that maybe it was finally balanced, quote unquote, or they could have actually voted to hold. So it seems like it was a pretty tight vote for a lot of those members. But as mentioned earlier, right now, slight uptick in the percentage of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut in January. We're at 15% now. We'll take a look here at the March rate cut. This is a bit interesting too. We've got about 50% of participants thinking that rates are going to stay held, about 44% expecting that 25 basis point cut, and then another 6.2% expecting that we'll get to 300 to 325, which implies either 225 basis point cuts, one in January and one in March, or 150 basis point cut in March. Interesting stuff, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And I think we're going to get really like in January, we're going to get really interested in like the year projections for those cuts and how they shift around, because that's going to affect a lot of like themes. Like I like the space theme, but I like them a lot better if we get two or three cuts as opposed to one. Like I'm talking, there was a conversation about like ASTS and Sidu and Rocket Lab. I'd pick Rocket Lab. I think they're just a little bit more mature, not as expensive in stock as some of the others, but you're really going to want those 2 or 3 rate cuts for sure. That looks fantastic. That's a super cool shot. You can see Obi and Sharif are locked and loaded and ready to go. We can find that Mask is somehow up 6%, and Isha, whatever that real stock is, ESHA. I love that ticker. Like that, I love like,
the look. Yeah,
like it's so easy to read and follow that ticker. I think it's because of the contrast. It's
great one, man.
That looks great. On the Qs, like it's crazy.
It's
crazy that we have all red candles on the Qs and we're down 0.4%. When was the last time you saw from the open only red candles on the 15-minute and you're not even broken through the overnight low? Like that's absolutely insane. But the only thing that I'm looking to be like more active, I suppose, when things slow down here would be silver. It is now downward trending underneath VWAP. So like I said, I'm going to flip to the short side of the trade here into the volume weighted average price on silver. Just going to allow it the chance to get there. If it gets a full 30 to 40 cents underneath VWAP, so I'll let it hopefully gravitate to the upside. Oh, and we haven't even really covered Bitcoin. I just saw someone saying Bitcoin is falling. Yeah, very distinctly. It's going to stay flat. But it's also like the futures. Like it's just been only sliding to the downside. If you're looking at individual treasury plays, like BMNR has had a pretty rough couple of days here, down 1%. This could be a scalp off VWAP as well. Maybe I'll add that to the list. It's going to be silver more likely. And Junior Fuentes says, why is the market bleeding? I don't know. Like we're down 0.4%, so we're not actually bleeding.
No, it's not really that bad, is it?
Yeah, like we got good jobs numbers. Maybe it's good news is bad kind of thing, or maybe it's just the market is literally at the highs off of, what are we up? NASDAQ 21% on the year, less whatever this is, 17% for the ES, less whatever it's down right now. So there's just some sell pressure coming in. I don't think we're dumping. It feels a lot worse than it is because there haven't been too many upticks, I suppose would be the best way to look at it. But yeah, we're not really down all that much. Like how many 2% days did we have in the last quarter? To be freaking out about 0.4 on the NASDAQ here.
Yeah, no, silver, NASDAQ, everything. I mean, I'm still trying to fight this long as it breaks through the low of the day. We said, okay, there it goes. So there it goes. Yeah, as we said, flushing down. I think the play might have just been short, straight from the jump. The minute we went down, you just say, okay, the market doesn't want to be long today. Stop trying to catch bottoms and play the short. So yeah, definitely not going to go long anymore until we at least take out some VWAP or something like that. Yo, what's up to Wayne Griffin right here? Thank you so much for that super chat. I'm just going to find it and we can put it up on the board right now. Here, I got it. Don't send it again. All right, thank you so much for this one. $50. So we say thank you for the. Glad that we're having this kind of effect on you here at Trader TV Live. Your process has improved ever since following you, and thank you for your sticky note. It keeps you focused and on track. So you are welcome there, Wayne, and thank you so much for all of that. And yeah, hopefully you keep the money in the bags in your little wheelbarrow there as the market is, if you're long.
Hopefully not an actual wheelbarrow.
Yeah, it's been tough for that one, but thank you, Wayne, for that. Yeah, especially with the wind. Is that what you just said?
Well, I mean, it's probably safer under a mattress than in a wheelbarrow.
Yes.
Like in a wheelbarrow, I mean, A, it's going to tip over. B, it's easy for people to reach in and grab it. And when you're running like that, it's just standpoint, it's just not very stable.
Did we cover this 20 memberships as well? This is just as farm trader. Thank you so much, man.
No, we did not.
At $5 each, man, that's 100 right there. We want to thank you for that one, dropping down that, man, $100 right there with 20 memberships. You guys could even more than that, right? You guys can get in there and grab one of those as well. So there it goes, man. Thank you so much, Byron. Sean is a living legend. Yeah, hopefully that's very nice of you, but I don't think so. David, we already had that Let's Go last day of the year, but thank you so much, Farm Trader, for all of that, man. And then Wayne, obviously, I forgot to say thumbs up to that. So thank you so much for that as well. But yeah, 10:57, just a couple more minutes left. And, you know, be us, then them, then back to us. And we'll wrap it up on New Year's Eve as we have a full, complete day. The market is open until 4 o'clock, and tomorrow completely closed.
It is completely closed tomorrow, but if you want to trade in 2026, then better to trade on someone else's dime than yours. Trade the Pool is transforming how you can access the markets. Get rid of that fear of losing, everybody, and have enough capital that it actually matters. The limited risk trading model allows you to use funded capital with Trade the Pool absorbing the downside. So you can focus on your discipline, consistency, and growth, like Wayne was just saying in our chat.
Wayne.
And when you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of those profits. No fear of barriers, just a real opportunity. Scan the QR code out in front of you, or visit tradethepool.com, and you can grab 10% off your first evaluation. Want to thank them. We had Mitch on yesterday. Want to thank Mitch. And in the New York course, I think we'll probably have Steve on Friday for the first trading day of the year on Friday.
He always comes through.
Shout out to him. And before we'll still have a couple of minutes to go. I just saw Zion, of course. Everybody have a blessed year, but it's not done yet. I know it seems like it should be. Some people would say a half day, but it is a full day. You get the full day of the midday like normal. We'll be back at the close. We got some, we'll have some fun at the close, so I don't want to get too much into spoiling surprise, but we're going to have a little bit of fun at the close, and we hope you guys stay tuned all day long. Volumes might be low, but there are some moves happening for sure. No questions asked. So I'm seeing potential bounce, an erosion in silver, and I just saw someone say, Palantir is making a bounce. That's not that distinct. My eyes are in maybe a couple of places. One is VWAP on AMD, another one is VWAP on silver. And yeah, I'm gonna look for the fade off of both those levels. AMD starting to break down. Now into the red goes AMD. Like what a difference that makes. AMD was blowing it out this morning, and now it's gonna look incredibly weak. Go figure.
Yeah, no, I was with you on trying to go long some of these tech names, chip names, but yeah, Nvidia. I'll just because I'm looking for something to do, I'll just reload something in and around here now on Nvidia because it's at the low of the day. I still am waiting for a 188 break to potentially, you know, get involved on that move rather than the latter. So we'll wait to see if that does come through. But yeah, thank you to everybody. It's been a great year. We're looking forward to having even a bigger one. We told you all year that, you know, we were doing these adjustments to this set and everything, and you guys, you know, stuck with us. So we want to say thank you for doing all of that as well. But all right, so Nvidia again trying to go. We'll wait for that. I mean, we got stopped out on the TQs trade, which is honestly, we're going to be down on it today on the futures, but we were able to play the back, you know, a couple times on the way back up, and eventually getting stopped out there on that break lower. So yeah, some things happening now in the market that's, you know, uncontrollable move to the downside on low volume. There's not much else going on. SOPA, these guys will be talking about it. Obi's in the spot you saw on the camera there. Sharif's obviously here as well. And they're gonna take us into the midday show. So Neil and I back at 2 p.m. I'm gonna throw to Adara now before the midday. Is that what we wanna do, Fabian?
Yeah, we got
Okay, let's do that. All right, Neil and I are back. We'll see you guys at 2 p.m. Ciao for now. Let's kick it over to Adara.
Breaking news on Uber, which just spiked lower. UBR reportedly considering a deal to acquire parking app Spot Hero. So the information reporting that Uber is considering buying this parking app called Spot Hero, UBER. A little bit of a spike here on that as we send you over to the midday, I believe.
Bang, bang, bang. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people.
Guys.
Welcome to the midday show. That's your boy, Obi. He is the one, Kenobi, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. It looks like YouTube's taking a bit of a break today, seeing as it is, of course, New Year's Eve.
Yeah,
we got Mike Peter Ryder. We got Bented. Come on, you Gunners. What an ass whooping that was on Villa yesterday. Take your ass home, bro. We got Bovin, we got Scott, we got Papacito, we got Machiavelli, Ronaldo's in the house. Shout out to Randy, Worms and Gorilla, Outlaw Trader. We got Tony, K, Official, Mike P. Ryder. We got Guju Trader, we got Jose, and Mr. Thumbs, Anu Arun Warrior, Donkey Trader. We got Blue Arrow and Robin DeField. Gary F. We got Red Enzo. Who else, man? We already made 500 bucks on INBS. Happy New Year. That's the first one on my ticker there. Thank you very much, Papacito, dropping 6.9 shekels in the chat. We got Banger Plays. We got Hurt Scrambler. One Life to Live Together. We got Aura Alpha and Mary Sum. Shout out to the Melody Dragon and Bax, Eduardo, Sean Carter, Oslam. Good morning to everybody, and good morning to you, my man.
Good morning, good morning. Hopefully everyone is doing well on this New Year's Eve. Bit of a grinding bid. And yeah, I was hearing Neil, yeah, so many red candles, but we're only down, we're pretty much down less than 0.5%. Coming into the morning, guys, bit of a low volume bid, and I was just like, where are you running? Why are you running? Slow, steady grind on both these markets. And I was like, all right, cool. I'm gonna continue watching. I'm gonna see this interesting consolidation happening on Nvidia. I didn't get involved, or I didn't stay involved. That was the issue. But this was absolutely beautiful in the morning. Coming in, let's go down to a 1-minute chart here on Nvidia. Took pieces on both sides, just quick scalps off the open. Nice steady grind here between 189.80 and 189.60. So a 20-penny tight consolidation from 8.50 all the way into 9.30. Guess what happens right off of the open? It swipes down, breaks the range low, swipes instantly back. Basically the tape saying, nope, we're not going that way. So flip the script through the 190. I like that, but then that said, that's not going anywhere either. I should technically be short above 190s after seeing that lower high, but I chase the opening range low for a little bit of a breakdown. And guess what? We've been holding VWAP like a champ here as the market continues to the downside. Silver, I took a little bit of a quick scalp before getting up from my desk. I was just like, all right, I wanna take a quick scalp on silver. Give me 10 pennies. Guess what? It gave me 10 pennies. I got out of everything, and now it's given us a whole dollar off of this 66 VWAP hold, now coming down into 65s. No longer on SSR, Sharif, so now we can slap it around either way, however we want. Right into the bid. Right into the bid, man. Yesterday, I had issues not being able to get short when things were very much saying, hey, get short right now.
Yep.
Yeah, today, a little bit of a grind up off of the open and coming right back into 65. So maybe the selling is on. We're starting to step down off of prior day's lows as well. There's some aggressive selling in the Blue Ocean session as well. Grinding. I was watching it. It was only doing about like 150, 200K. I look away, come back like an hour later. It's done 1-point-something million shares. I'm just like, all right. Cool. I don't want to. Oh, that looks nice. Look at that. Look at the board there. Nike mask for some reason is still the talk of the town.
I don't know if they know what they're seeing there. If we can go back to that shot, Ram.
Yeah, look at that.
So the area where Sean is sitting, you see how he's leaning his elbows? That's a desk, and that's going to be the analysis desk. So go back to that shot, Ram. So we're going to literally just be able to turn around just like this, Brendo and I over here, or whoever's going to be over there, and then there's going to be people over here, and there's just going to be, that back and forth kind of thing.
There it is.
And so that's kind of going to be the new set. All right, let's cut the crap. Let's get right down to business because VNDA is breaking out. Your boy's long here at 47.
Boom.
There's 59. We're taking the flat top break here on VNDA. I have several orders to get in more, okay? So high of this candle, I believe we just got into 59. So we're 1 penny off the high of the day. The high of the day was put in earlier at 9:45, and there is the test of the high of the day, but we haven't breached it quite yet. VNDA has got that good momentum to the high side. We're gonna build the position up on here, and hopefully we can move into $10. This is a series of higher lows off that clear area of defending at the volume weighted average price. Now let's see if we can get some more on some micro retracements. So VNDA up 35, almost 36%, and we're looking to do some more damage. So I've got my next profit taker above 60, and then you already know, guys, if we're gonna dance around in the 60 penny area, your boy's gonna be placing a resting order at 69, and that's just part of the contractual obligation that I have have with Trader TV Live. So you can't blame me for that. So we're keeping an eye here on VNDA, but I've got a whole lot. Oh, what a flush there. Topping tail candle off 60 into 48. I'm going to be building my position here. So just like we did before, where this one made a topping tail candle into 60, here it comes. It goes right into my dip trade and doesn't fill me. That's insane. Okay, so this candle low is 36. I literally am waiting at 35. That is madness. So I miss an opportunity to add there by a penny. That sucks. Anyway, we're dilly-dallying. We're still holding the 10 EMA. I'm going to try to build a position here a little bit higher now that 36 showed itself as a bottom. And we'll see exactly where we can get. But I like the higher lows. I like the flat top setup. And I'm going to be looking at getting in some more. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do here, since we already wet the beak a couple of times. Separately, I'm going to keep my eye on Sidhu. Will be telling me that Jose in the back was taking this one. He was doing it live on SIDU. Well, here it comes, 353 high, hasn't touched the 10 EMA since 1045, and here it comes. It's coming right into that 10 EMA, into, I want to say the price is going to be around 3.25. It's showing me 27s already. So let's see if we can pick up our first area here on SIDU into that 10 EMA. And if it loses that 310 area where VWAP is, then we get stopped out. It's really as simple as that. So we have 28s on. Let's go ahead and post at 33s. And then we're going to...
I'm just saying, oh boy.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
That's the first thing. No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, well,
but like, you know what? You reminded me that I should be looking at those moving averages, right?
I didn't even realize
I totally forgot. I sat down. I was like, hey, Sidhu's kind of looking like.
Well, you might be right. Oh,
I might be wrong.
Quite
Who
frankly,
knows?
you know,
how many times we go opposite directions, and then it doesn't matter, right or wrong. You know,
All right,
recently I've been saying this more. It doesn't matter right or wrong. All that matters is how much do you lose when you're wrong, how much do you win when you're right. That's
exactly
all
well
it is.
said.
It doesn't matter.
Very well said. Very well said. All right, so we're going to keep an eye here on SIDU, and I'm also keeping my eye on INBS. You have to keep your eye on INBS. Very strong, up 93%. It's got some, topping tail candles here, which may worry some longs into 925. I like this, though, into about 7.5. What I'd ideally like to see, though, on INBS is for it to hold structure. So if this is my area low, this 5-minute candle at 1040, at 758, then I generally want to see it hold 750, even though VWAP is a little bit higher than that 758 level, 769, 770, in and around that area. So that would be an interesting look for me as well. Give that one a little bit here to set up. I'm also looking at NUAI. NUAI, not the biggest mover on the day, about 12.5%. Into the volume weighted average price, as well as that 260 breakout area. If that holds, that could be interesting for me. ONDS, another really good name, and this one was running, I think, last week sometime, because the name rings a bell, excuse me. Clean hold here off the 10 EMA, as well as that hold $10 area. Alas, it's still about 10, 15 pennies off the day's high at 1033, but a clean hold of 995 rockets up to 1020. So this one clearly has the momentum on its side. Be on the lookout there for a possible play on ONDS. I'm also keeping my eye here on TE, not strictly a small cap gapper, but trading like one today. I could ride the trend if that one holds. SOPA looks like it might be giving up the ghost over here. It's not up big. It's only about 3%. This is a holdover from yesterday. 367 high, just barely above currently that closing print from yesterday. MNTS I had on there. That one's going to lose its spot on the side chart anytime because it just lost the volume weighted average price. So those are ones I'm looking at. We'll see if we can kind of set up a little bit here on Sidhu and see if we can kind of ride trend or what the situation is. What do you got?
Yeah, for sure. I'm watching Sidhu pretty close here. Silver, though, creeping into that $65 level here. So, the short was great here, 66 halves, sure, in retrospect, but I didn't really put eyes on it until it got below the 66 level here. And then now coming down into 65s, I do want to remind myself as well, bigger picture, and we talked about this with Brian Shannon yesterday. This is the dominant trend here on silver. Yes, we've had a gap down day on Monday, bit of a reversal here yesterday on Tuesday, but coming right back in to this area here on the day today. So I do want to be careful. Yes, we're pulling back in. I like the shorts intraday. I definitely should have been involved or should have stayed involved with this one as it pulls back into this trend. But unless and until it really breaks this trend, I'm not sizing with any any sort of aggression, at least intraday. I think the swing shorts definitely got some good positions in and around here earlier on, but. Yeah, I think it's working out for them. You know, some people got like 70s. Maybe if you're looking at the futures, you've been holding some of that as well. But pulling back into this multi-day dominant trend here, Sharif, is silver. So yeah,
sir.
Definitely still in play, in my opinion, as we start to get a little turbulent. And yeah, Sidhu coming right back in above 32s, man. You're still involved?
Yeah. Can I just cover this, Ope?
Yeah,
thank you very much, Wayne Griffin. Very kind of you, very generous of you, given the amount there. We do appreciate. He's dropping big boy cash in the chat to the tune of 50 big ones. Not the big ones, but like, you know, 50 bucks. Thanks to Neil. It reads as follows. Thanks to Neil. He's not here, but I'm going to make sure to take a picture of this for him because I think he does deserve to read that. Send him that. So it says, thanks to Neil for the valuable knowledge. It's been really helpful. You're a great trader with great risk management skills. I got to echo that sentiment 100% on Neil there. Thanks, Neil. We really appreciate everything you do for your viewers. And there's a whole bunch of dollar signs. Neil, I'll have to read this to you again because you just weaseled in. Thanks, Neil, for the $50 super chat, by the way, Neil. Thanks, Neil, for the valuable knowledge. It's been really helpful. You're a great trader with great risk management skills. Thanks, Neil. We really appreciate everything you do for the viewers. And then there's 4 nice dollar signs there, Neil. And that comes vis-a-vis Wayne Griffin. Again, Wayne, very kind of you. And I'm sure Neil will be communicating with you directly in the chat there to show his appreciation. Obi, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, I'm just continuing to watch some of these names here. We had that news with Uber just as we came on, a little bit of not pop and drop and pop right there. So came down to 81.40s, pops right back up 81.70s. But bigger picture on the day, downtrending with I guess the rest of the market here. So got to keep eyes on that. We'll get the silver out of the way. Maybe looking for the reversion of the reversion right here with a potential bid. We've only seen red candles since the open here. So I'm looking for a potential bid. 65s now incoming here on silver. Let's see if anybody shows up. I'll pull up the tape here as well. Tape is still on Sidhu here, but we'll pull up the tape, throw on a bit of a filter. Pull up the book, I mean, not the tape. The tape's already on.
I always confuse those two.
Yeah, so 65s coming in here on silver. So we'll see if that gives us any sort of significance here. But like I said before, I think the short was definitely on here at 66s. I had the entry, did not have the exits. There's my stop out there on Sidhu as it pops back up. And it held those 20s really well, Sharif. So yeah, holding some of those moving averages on a higher time frame. I'm looking at a 21 on a 3-minute. That's what we held as of right now. But holding prior bars on 15 minutes as well. Coming in for a bit of a breakout. We're breaking out of this level from last Friday. The high was $3.37. We're currently trading in and around there, 338s right now on Sidhu. Let's see what Nvidia is up to. I know I'm keeping eyes on that one as well because, I don't know, I want to play a little bit of the market, but I also want to play Nvidia. There was only 3 stocks on my watch this morning, Sharif.
Oh.
And that was silver.
Yes, sir.
Nvidia.
And
Tesla.
There
goes 65s.
Tesla's been crap in the bed.
Oh yeah, the sellers are very dominant. Sellers are so dominant here because everyone wanted that 500 push.
Everybody wanted
that. Not everybody, but like people wanted that 500 push. Very interested in that.
Nobody dislikes
I was
Elon
as well.
Musk.
Nobody dislikes. No, but here's a beautiful thing. We talk about cult followings, right? Elon has a cult following in both directions. That's the crazy part. There are people that are part of a cult who do not like him. There are people who are part of a cult who like him so much.
That's perfectly put.
The price action is so telling.
Perfectly
because people place their bets on what they think, and it's just like, okay, selling, bidding. I'm just like, okay, this thing. Talk about a cult following, man. It can go both ways.
I've never heard it well.
Dude, it can go
well
both ways.
described, though.
Dude, the haters are cultists.
That was fantastic.
And the lovers are cultists as well. You know, I got to get my popcorn. That's all. I love to hear all the things that people have to say about this guy. You know. The guy is operating at a level far above majority of the population. I have nothing to say about that. You know?
Don't be rude. Don't be rude. Yeah. Well, we saw earlier, they were very rude to each other, especially on X there, Fabian. We all remember that. Yeah, that was interesting to say the least. Okay, that's going to be one of the stories, I think, probably of 2025, the fallout of the bromance. First of all, the bromance that started in 24 and then was tested in the public in 25, in earlier parts of 25, of course, and then we all saw the kind of the reconciliation at the Charlie Kirk Memorial. I think it started there. It could have started before that, but in any event. We're doing it live here on Sidhu. We're riding trend. The best print I have is 40s, and I'm looking for a continuation. Now I'm waiting at 45s. Let's see what this one has to offer. VNDA is the other one I'm involved in. Currently, I happen to love the trend here on VNDA, but what I'm not getting is the whoa, Casey, freaking 520 dang 6. She's dropping constantly. Big boy Membies in the chat. Thank you very much, KC526, the OG trader, small cap gapper trader, by the way. And if you are now, so for example, Create Space One, you got a free Memby. How about Willie Gerald? You got one too. Kevin Sun, Lionel Martinez. Okay. Griffin, Latin, Corey, Gene, all of you guys got free memberships vis-a-vis the kindness of KC526. So it is incumbent upon me to let you know that you guys are now eligible to get my morning note every day. And the way to get it is to weasel on over to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV. So that's the homepage right there. You go to posts, see where it says posts right there. You click that bad boy, scroll on down. It'll say members only in that green area. Sharif's morning note, kind of hard to miss. You click read more and then hit that Google Drive icon right there. And there she is. The morning note comes in every day. It'll be basically 10, 15 minutes before we go live on the stream. So like 7:50, 7:45, it gets published. Today it is 12 pages long, even though on a shortened day. And we cover the topics at length. You get technical areas of support and resistance. You get the depth or the in-depth coverage of the story, as well as the trader takeaway, which gives you insights into intraday trading, swing trading, investing, things to look out for specific to that name. So make sure you guys are getting that every day. And if you didn't get a membership from KC526, you can always hit the join below this video. It's $5 a month, but it's not going to be $5 a month for long. I promise you that. And there's going to be more stuff coming behind that paywall in the new year. And obviously, so lock in your tariff, your load. I shouldn't use that word. Tariff, your price there. The very, very good price of $50. All right, $5, pardon me. SIDU continuing to kind of dance here. It really hasn't cleared 40. So I'm a little concerned here with Sidhu if I can make the case the opposite of my trade. Let me just be as honest as I can here. It's a great hold off the 10 EMA and the 20 penny area. But when you look a little bit further, we're still unbroken in this lower high, and more lower highs. We're really unable to change that trend. And so that, even though we're above VWAP, we're above the 10 EMA, you have to be alive to that, because if you're long this name, you're looking for at least a 50 penny move, or a move into 50 pennies, excuse me, or even above that. And this is causing a bit of a damper on that. So you need to be alive to this. Look for a trend change. I think a trend change comes above 45. A decided break above that probably gets us into 50. But we'll have to see if we can get there first. So SIDU, I don't think we're out of the water quite yet. And I'll be keeping a close eye on this one. I want to get into ONDS if I can over here, because ONDS is the gift that keeps on giving. Unreal. Clean, double bottom off the 10 EMA, barely breaches 10. The closing print's all above 10, and here we are, 10 and a quarter on our way to the high of the day of 1033. It's up about 14%. And as I mentioned earlier, TE, not a small cap gapper, $1 billion change in market cap, but trading beautifully clean. Look at the volume weighted average price overlapping with a key area of technical resistance from that 955 candle. That's what you love to see. It's a double bottom as well, showing you that buyers weren't just stepping in on one candle, but they were stepping in on both. And here we are breaching through 7 again. We are still below 714 though. So we'll be looking at ONDS for a possible continuation play. Oh, what do you got, my man?
Oh, there seems to be some size at 340s.
I can see that.
was about 60, 70,000 70,000 shares there on 40s. Now here's a piece of information that I'm probably gonna get soon. If someone slaps that 340, we know it's breaking out, right? If someone slaps that 340, I'm like, all right, cool. Maybe showing some significant buying. But if we're gonna run away from that, kind of let's see if that seller moves into the bid. That's something I'm watching as well. But you know, like I said before, just fairly fresh at keeping eyes on some of this stuff. So you know, keeping it light. I'm not going to be risking anything crazy just yet. But yeah, one of my goals for next year is Obi, get more involved with the small cap game.
He is already talking about that. You've been talking about that for a minute.
But like now I got some other things going on that I can kind of rest on. So I'm just like, okay, time to kind of diversify. Not really diversify, but like expand the skill set, right?
Right.
And get involved in things that, you know, I know for a fact that there's definitely a significant edge in, and try to figure it out, right? That's the trader's journey over time. It's just like, you know, edge can be ever fleeting, and you've got to stay on your feet and continue to find new opportunities and new edge, and think in interesting ways and creative ways as well. And that's what I love about this game. You just gotta, you know, it's a game. It's PvP. It's a game, and you know, like I was talking to Neil about this yesterday. I love like figuring out certain kinds of puzzles. And yeah, it's all a big puzzle.
Can I say something? Before we get to New York cents, thank you, Fabian, for putting that on there. You've migrated to the room, and that room has a different type of trader who are not making subjective, on-the-fly decisions. They are trading algorithmically.
Yeah.
And so what I wanted to say is, Ob's venturing, man. He's got the secret sauce.
No, I don't have no
Well, your sauce. And now I like how you're trying to take the human subjectivity out of it. I feel like that is the natural extension of trading. I think.
I've talked about this like earlier on as well. I think in today's day and age, traders do have to become a little bit hybrid eventually. Yeah, I think that is part of the journey, and I'm starting to take steps towards that progression as well. So you know, we'll see how it goes.
I love seeing it.
But yeah, no, I like it. It's good. You know, not everything. I still am very much a strong believer in discretion. And even then, it's just like what you start to realize is like certain things, even when you have some strategies that are you know, trading in a very structured and rigid manner, you have to know when to turn them off, turn them off, and turn them on. You have to learn when to be aggressive with them, when to lighten up on them. It's just like, and that can sometimes be a little discretionary as well. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
It's just like, you know, you want to change around some variables. So there's still parts of trading, and for example, like some of the systems they're definitely not fast enough. So fast enough for what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
As well for certain strategies. So that stuff I'm still going to be punching in, you know, hands on. So yeah, there's a lot of things happening here.
All right, let's get to the super chat. Thank you very much to New York Cents, my man, dropping 10 in the chat. Happy holidays and happy New Year. I wish you guys better trading days in 2026. I have learned a lot this year from all you guys. Sean, Neil, Adira, Joe, Sharif, Obi, AKA Darth Vader. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Very kind comments there. But yeah, obviously the sentiment is taken, guys. No problem. Zion Lala, think EXO can continue for another ride upward, multi-day runner. EXO was that company that we spoke about yesterday with the tie-up. I was trading it like a small cap gapper yesterday midday. Let's see what it's up to today. ESKA? EKSO. Okay, so I'll have nothing to do with this one today. It's negative on the day, so right away, it's on Uncle Sheriff shit list, right? 16.5% in the Ville of Red, and it's clearly below the volume-weighted average price. I don't take these small cap gappers short. That's a preference. That doesn't mean that it doesn't work. Of course it works. There's plenty of small cap short side traders, but to me, I've got nothing to say about this because I wouldn't be trading it. It's got to look a lot more like this for me to give you my opinion on is Zion. If in fact, too, if you look at the multi-day trend here on the 5-minute, this is the 5-minute chart, it is an unbroken series of lower lows and lower highs. So I perceive what seems to be here a downward channel that we really have not been able to break out of. So number one, for me to trade this, got to get above yesterday's closing print, which is right around 10.5. That's number one. Number two, it's got to get above the pre-market high, which it would have done if it gets above yesterday's closing print, and it would have to be above VWAP. Until it meets those conditions, I'll have nothing to do with EKSO. But hard for me to say whether or not it's going to trend or not. So let me know if you have any other questions, brother. Machiavelli, you missed $2 super chat earlier. I didn't see that. I do apologize. Let's see. $2. I don't see it, brother. Fan funding. Let me just go fan funding. Yes, goated, 1973, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From goated, 1973. Thank you, Sharif, Obi, Sean, Neil, and Adara for EV. How about Joe? Yes, no, of course, we're just joking, goated. Appreciate that. Very kind of you to do that as well. EV, let's see what that one is up to. I don't know what you mean by EV there. I'm not sure what that means, but I don't think that's a ticker. But
Expected value? Is that what you're talking about? Maybe.
I have no idea, brother. But thank you anyway for the super chat. We do appreciate that. Very kind. All right, let's get back to trading over here. We're still keeping an eye on Sidhu and that 40 seller that Obi mentioned. Absolutely still in control. I've watched this move up to 40 multiple times. There's posted size on the gateway, but the size that was coming off on the level 2, on the time and sales was not being taken off on the level 2. Sorry, the size that was coming in on the time and sales was not being taken off the level 2. That means, to me, the hidden seller is unloading his position there. How much he has, I have got no idea, which creates obviously that uncertainty. So we're going to have to wait and see, does this hold trend? Or are there lower highs? We just spoke about their operative. 353 high. That's a topping tail candle at 1040. Then you have another area high at 1055, the high of which is 347. Now we know the high is 340. And here comes 340 again. Watch this now. Look, okay, so he just got taken out, but only on the ask, not on the bid. There's a seller at 41 as well. Keep your eye on this. It's by no means clear. See that? So it's by no means clear. If it's going to clear, given that size that we've seen there at 40, you likely will get a 4 to 5 penny jump all at once because it's going to take out all those levels. Almost certainly. So I don't think we're in the clear yet on SIDU. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. The other one that I'm involved with here, VNDA, I've got 46s. I'm out of the money on this one, but I'm looking at building the position. So I don't mind that one going against me. I will hold it into 9 1/5, which is the volume weighted average price. We'll have to see how that one ends up doing. How are we doing here on Sidhu? No, there's a seller at every penny. Okay, there you go. Now up into 45.
Oh, wow,
Can we get the print there at 45? Now I'm posting above 50. We're going to go high 50s here. Let's go 57. And if it rejects 50, your boy's going to add at the 10 EMA on the 5. And you know where that is? That's at the third of a dollar, right around 35. So we're going to keep a close eye here on the DO, and we're going to see what it has to offer, Ob.
Yeah, this thing is definitely breaking out here. So yeah, when that buyer got taken out, I think good reason to kind of, well, I got stopped out, and you were right. That 40 kind of break gave us that 45 almost, well, not almost instantly, but we kind of teetered around 42 seller and then swiped the 5s right there, and that's part of where I got taken out as well. I think I should be using some edges. I just had a flat there, but yeah, we'll see. DJT is moving around. You say, okay, cool. Let's take a quick look at DJT.
Donald John Trump. Oh, people are going to hate that if I start trading it today. Oh,
13,
boy.
Yo, he's doing some relative volume for sure. Look at that.
Look at the higher lows,
definitely worth trading. We talk about a flat top breakout. Yeah, kind of flat top right there, 1338s. So yeah, definitely eyes on this one.
1738.
Who's that from again? 1738. Is that? Hold on. I know.
Come on, Ob.
Know this. Come on.
Let's go, Ob.
I know the song. I know the song.
I got to put an earworm, eh?
I was gonna say 21, but it's not. It's not 21.
Get it, Neil? Neil's going hard over there, bro. It's Fetty Wap, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right, we got to pause for a second. We're going to the big desk with Adair for the crypto segment.
It's the last day of the year, so I'm going to be really cliched and look at some of the years for these crypto, I was going to say stocks, but crypto entities. Either way here, we'll start by taking a look at the daily performance of Bitcoin. As Sharif mentioned this morning, 90 halves is a clear area of resistance for BTC going back 2 weeks now. The local low, though, has been 86 fives. We haven't breached either, so it's been incredibly range-bound trading for Bitcoin to end the year. Let's take a look at that year, though, for BTC, because it's interesting. We're going to have a red year on Bitcoin right now, poised to close about 6% down on the year. But we did reach new all-time highs, I believe October 5th or 6th here, around 125,000. So good look there for BTC. Last year, though, actually up 120%. So even though this was a record year for BTC, not much to show for it from a percentage perspective. Ethereum also going to close the year red following a green year last year, set to close down about 11%. Take a look at XRP. XRP USD down 11% as well. Cardano, ADA USD, looks like we're going to be down about 60% on the year on ADA, and we almost took out last year's and 2023 lows. So heading to the start of the year, from a technical perspective, Cardano here at that low of around 0.235 looks kind of interesting. That's our quick year in review of crypto. Wishing everyone a very happy crypto new year as we send you back over to Obi and Sharif.
Yep, that 50 is coming in, man. Thank you very much, Adara. That 350 seems like it's on its way. I was just talking to Sharif about this. Size getting taken out. Size was there. It was holding it down a little bit. Price kind of ran away from it, and then we came in. We ate it up. Size on 42s got eaten up. 45s got eaten up. We got some size on 49s and 50s now. So yeah, that's getting taken out as well here as of right now. There it is. 55s. Boom. There it goes.
All right, I'm waiting. I'm still a little bit higher. Here comes 50. Okay, well, it's not crossing, so I didn't get the print. I'm waiting at 57s, 55. Just watching. There's a seller of note here at 55 that we can't shake. There's 56. Another seller at 56 we can't shake. There hasn't been a 57 print quite yet, and there won't be, not yet anyway. Back down into 55 we go. So there is selling here and or profit taking. It doesn't look like there's aggressive short selling because we're not dropping that aggressively. It does look like people are wetting the beak. Into 57 we go. I saw 58s flash. Why am I not getting the print? Well, there it is. Boom, into the high of the day. Go, Sidhu, you little... We're going to see now if we can set up a little bit better. I'm going to be looking for a buy zone here. I want the buy zone 40 to 50. That's going to be my area. 340 to 350 buy zone. Why? Because we had such trouble clearing that area before. It was a zone, right? Remember we always talk about price, but price is not sometimes accurate with these. It's zones. So we saw obviously that seller at 40 at note that we couldn't shake for almost 20 minutes. And then we knew the high of the day was into the 50s. So that creates a zone for me. So let's see what now happens on the do. I'm interested in adding here. Look at this one go 362 high. The 10 EMA on the 5 I want to mention is still in the low 40s. I'm thinking 342, 343 in and around that area. But good strength here on Sidhu. But I'm looking now that we've exhausted the shares, we're looking for a little bit more. Now, the other trade I'm involved in, we're out of the money, man. We're out of the money by 5 pennies, and I don't know how I feel. This is coming down into the 20 EMA on the 5. And, you know, I don't often use the 20, but there are times where it's plainly obvious that, number one, the algorithm that's trading it is using the 20 because it's just like once, twice, OB thrice, 4, 5, 6 times. It defends at that 20 level. And then other times, the money fills are between the 10 and the 20. So that candle ends up closing above the 10 moving average on the 5, but the wicks breach it. And it's kind of like halfway between the 10 and the 20. So sometimes the money fills are in and around that area. So that I'm trying to see, you know, whether this is going to dip down below the 20. I'm also looking to defend the 20 penny area. That's the volume weighted average price. That's my line in the sand. If it loses that, I'm out. Simple as that. It's trying to catch a bit of a bid now, moving back into the 40s. So I've got 42s on. I'm looking at wetting the beak at 45, and then we're going to take into 50s. But VNDA looked real good, especially with that price spike into 360. I don't want to say I'm questioning it. I just don't want to be dollar cost averaging aggressively. I'd rather get stopped out, and then maybe we'll set up a little bit better on that one. So I'm going to keep my eye on VNDA. I'm also quite interested in working into INBS. So I'm still waiting for the DU to come back down. We're going to, SIDU, by the way, guys. I mean SIDU when I say that. In case you're just joining us, you have no idea what I'm talking about, and you start typing Duolingo into the chat, which is not what I'm talking about. INBS is very consolidative. But most notably, what is catching my attention is the consolidation is taking place above the volume weighted average price, and most of the time, for the exception of a few wicks here and there, it is holding $8. That's the good news. What's the bad news about this? Well, it's been a series of lower highs ever since that 1050 spike into 9.25, and it's been lower high, lower high, lower high. So clearly, longs are not in control right now, at least from what I can see. So there goes SIDU into another high of the day at 964. Keep an eye out on that one, and there we go. We get a couple of prints there on VNDA, looking for that one to move back in to the 60 penny area, if not a little bit higher. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on. Machiavelli, no, it's the DU. Don't change it. All right, I'm kidding, of course. We've got to throw on Donald John Trump, DJT, onto the side chart because DJT is rocketing up, okay?
Don't be rude.
I wasn't rude. I called him by his full name. I didn't do anything bad.
Fake news.
I'm fake news. Okay, Donald. All right, all right.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I'll never forget when he was with DeSantis at Alligator Alcatraz, right? And it's like DeSantis like built this, I guess, makeshift jail, I guess, in the swamps or the Everglades of Florida. And so Trump's there, he's with DeSantis, they're opening it up, and he's like, Biden wanted me in here. It didn't happen that way, right? Like, it was so funny. He never lets anything go. It's really funny. Anyway, flat top breakthrough. Really he is. He's a billionaire. Flat top break through 13.25, 13.5. It's insane. DJT, very, very strong. The higher lows are operative right now. I don't know where to pick this up. The 10 EMA is at 1340. What's it called? The flat top break 1350. So again, another buy zone, I think, for Donald John Trump. We're gonna have to, I'm not punching in at highs, clearly. If it comes back down into 50s or 40s, we'll have a discussion at that time, but I'm not taking out the highs. And SIDU is all gas, no brakes here. I
think I just have to wait for it to capitulate. I might even ask for some more borrows because this is getting a little interesting here on SIDU. So we'll see. I'll let it run. Let it run. Just keep running. Keep running. I'll keep watching it. Watching this. Look at that size on the bid, man. 45,000 shares. Someone a little bit of a chase on that push there. So yeah, I'm going to continue to watch this one here. As of right now, what's up?
The chat is just it's unbelievable. You guys are so funny with some of your comments.
They're eating the cats.
Here's some coffee.
I will never forget that moment with her on stage and the look she gave him. And he didn't flinch, bro. He didn't flinch. He just kept going.
Who's this?
Trump, man,
Oh,
with
yeah,
eating the
yeah.
dogs. You didn't hear it, eh? You don't have that set on you.
Oh, I got to turn, maybe turn on.
He's next level stuff, bro. Anyway, man, we love you guys, man. You know, we're not obviously making fun of President Trump. We're just having a couple of chuckles here and there. I'm not making fun of President Trump. I'll just make that very clear. We're just having a nice little chill sesh at the year end over there. And President Trump, he gives us a lot of material. Come on, you can't die, but my man Dan Emmons is in the chat, and more happy I could not be because Dan the man Emmons is basically a futures trader OG. And he writes as follows. I don't trade the future anymore, Dan. I know you haven't been here around for a while, but I'm strictly small caps now. But Dan says ES now 9 points higher from 69.15 support. Happy New Year, Sharif. Happy New Year, Sean. Neil, Adara, I'm sure he means to you as well. But yeah, thank you very much, Dan. We miss you around here, brother. I know you're off with newer ventures now, but it's always good to see you in the chat, especially when you're talking about these futures levels. Dan, the man, Emmons, great dude, and we like seeing you around here. And another great dude from Northern England, or are you in Scotland, Adam? Because I saw the what's it called, the story on Instagram. See you and the old lady there. He writes as follows. Good morning, brother Sharif. Gabriel's sister got married, so now I have another brother. That's hilarious. Good to see you, brother. Merry Christmas, of course, and a happy early New Year. Shout out to Adam, all class Adam DeLuce. In England, of course, and he is a fellow Arsenal supporter. And I don't know if you knew what happened yesterday. Go Sports, of course, Ob. But Arsenal put a hurtin' on the number 3 team. That was actually only 3 points behind us, and they actually beat us in the last minute on their turf. And they caught hands yesterday, Ob. They caught hands. It was an ass whooping of epic proportions.
Okay.
Yeah, and it didn't start off that way. It started out, it was 0-0 at the end of the first half, and then all hell broke loose in the second half, and they just kept catching more hands. Every time they got up, they caught more. So, you know, that's kind of like how I like to see it, quite frankly. Ope's like, okay, bro, I don't care.
Like, dude, I'm telling you, I should go grab a coffee. I'm just like, you know, last night, I didn't want to be up till that late, but I just couldn't sleep till like, what was it, like 12:30, and then I woke up hella late too. I was just like, so I take an express bus that comes right in front of my house, takes me straight to the subway all the way to Finch. The last one, so the express buses have a limited schedule, right? So the last one comes at 7:50, and that gets me to the office at 9 o'clock. I woke up, I got out of my bed this morning at 7:26.
Damn, cutting it close, baby.
It's a good thing I prepared the night before. Remember I said, I was just like, I just need to take a quick spin in the shower and, you know, throw on some clothes and just run for the bus. But yeah, no, a little tired on the day today. But I will go and grab a coffee soon enough. But yeah, no, let me know in the chat. What are you guys trading? What are you guys interested in on a day like today? I'm watching silver, man. Silver trading a little bit below 65s now. My mistake, not sticking with the short. Look at this beautiful structure, hold and break right here. Was this opening range low? Yeah, sure. Opening range low, 66s, comes in, VWAP confluence, sellers come in. I like how it's looking. I do get involved and I have to get up from my desk. Dude, just throwing a stop and walk away, right? Look at this ad right here. I didn't take the ad, but that's a valid ad. Through the break of this prior structure, retest, stair stepping down. So like if you're pyramiding into this structure, absolutely beautiful on silver here on the day today. See what else is going on. I'm watching Nvidia at the same time, kind of teetering around VWAP. Aggressive sellers off of the open. VWAP held here once around 10:30. We're in and around VWAP once again, but you can see the market's kind of it caught a bit of a bid and now just holding a little sideways. So like I don't really know what to do with that right now. So I'm just chilling, just waiting for the next trade. People are talking about Uber. You're trading Uber. Here comes 70. What is this alarm? Oh yeah, my.
Oh yeah.
It's called the GTFU alarm because I need to get up and go for a walk if I'm holding bags around this time, but. Right now, I'm not really doing that. So where's the next trade? We'll figure it out. Let me know in the chat. What are you guys trading? Someone said Uber. Let's see if Uber has made a bit of a move here right now. Let's check that out. Post news, I guess, was that a bit of a capitulation on the news? That's what I'm asking right here. But a nice little pop up into 81.90. So only been bidding since that news came out here on Uber. What else is going on here? What are you guys looking at? Let's see in the chat. BTC XRP is going apparently. UMAC is up 7.5%. UMAC, let's check that one out as well. UMAC, okay, how much volume are you doing? Those candles don't really look too crazy. Okay, so about average volume roughly, but our vol has started to step up on that run up here on UMAC, so good look there. Let's just go through quickly the volume gainers here on the day. ONDS. We heard Sharif talking about this one a little bit earlier. Coming right back into $10. Sidu, we're on that one right now. INBS, nice little consolidation here, $8. That looks interesting. Intelligent Biosolutions, Nvidia, number 4. It is the time for small caps, man, small to mid caps, so it's looking good. NEO, that's a bit of a flush and a bit of a curl happening here. Relative volume, talk about that, over 2.5 times our vol happening over there. What is this? Anghami, ANGH, interesting. Ooh, Tesla, I was like, what is this one? Tesla, flat bottom break incoming, Sharif. Sellers have been in charge. We're trading below prior to double bottom.
Though.
Yeah, that's literally a flat, okay, so you know
because it's set up with lower highs though, so it's that descending wedge pattern. That looks fantastic.
Yeah, look at this one. I mean, when I see something like this, I'm just like, oh boy. Because take a look at a higher time frame before we start to get involved. We've been selling off back-to-back days after that 500 attempt, right? Bit of a break of trend, if you want to call it, whatever it is. Let's see, throw on some indicators. Okay, I got to go higher. No, this is the hourly. Okay, so we're coming into some, look at all these lines. Look at all these levels that I have, and none of them really mean too much other than some of the ones that I have bolded. Yeah, interesting stuff here. Don't really see anything too crazy. We've got a long ways to go if we are to continue selling off here on Tesla. Just looking at the weekly or the monthly should tell you that, yeah, we're quite a far ways away from some of these prior support areas. This is the look at the gap down continuation on the week has been nice. Let's see if we get another red week of selling coming into the new year as well. Bit of a double top-ish area here at 500, 488s roughly. Last time we got there, look at that weekly candle, nice little ping flush. Bit of a hammer brings in some strong selling. This time around, not really as strong of a flush there on the weekly. Right?
I gotta interrupt though. INBS breaking out, guys. I've got 41s on. I just took out 75 there. Very, very strong INBS. Now what I did was I put it at prior bar low. Here comes 9. So we just flashed high 80s there for a second. So I want to see if we can get that continuation. There's a high 80s into 9. Boom. There it is, man. INBS. There is a clear trend hold there. Beautiful look from INBS. Watch for the rejection at 9, though. Okay, that is the level. That's the very clear flat top break that could kind of keep you down. Even though it's a 925 high, look how little time we spent at that 925 level at 10:50 a.m. So the reason I got into this, because it has that curling effect that we've been talking about. That curling effect typically manifests when you have higher low, higher low, higher low. So kind of looks like you're kind of just rounding there. So great look here on INBS. Now, what's the next move? A decided break above 9 so that we can say to ourselves, no, 9 is now in the rear view mirror, and now it's no longer resistance, it's support. We haven't done that yet, even though we were at to 9.25. No closing prints above 9. That's really what stands out to me here on INBS. Nary a closing print, only one little candle breached $9 and it spent all of like a quarter second there. So we need a decided break above that $9 area. I mean decided, like closing candles. Here we go, 95 showing up. Let's watch the tape. Now it's reasonable spread, right? I've seen it, as wide as 5, but most of the time it's 2 or 3. So INBS over 100%. This one needs to be on your radar. If you are trading small caps, it is leading the market right now, at least for stocks over $1, up 117%. And since the bell rang at 9:30, it's up another 55. So great strength there. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. How are we doing here on VNDA though? Because the story is entirely different on VNDA. Now, I don't mind defending into that 20 penny area as I mentioned. It's in fact at my area. There we go. This is going to be my last ad. It loses VWAP. It will be my first loser on the day. VWAP is at 919, so let's go ahead and place a stop there. I want to give it a little bit of room so that I'm not stop hunted, but how much room can you really give it without taking more of a hit? So we're going to throw in the stop now on VNDA and hope that I don't get scorched on that one. Danes Escobar, Sharif, thanks for maintaining Powell level neutrality on politics during the show. Look, brother, you know, I don't know if I maintain Powell level neutrality, but, you know, I have my opinions. I don't have to force them on anybody. Quickly, sorry, I gotta digress, man. What a move for INBS into another high day, 949. Here comes tested again. Limit up is 63. Watch out, guys. Limit up on INBS 63, 963, of course. So keep your eye on this one. Now, have we defended 9? Have we cleared 9 enough so that we can say we're going to use 9 as support now? I don't know. I don't know. We're going to have to wait, have to see a little bit more before we kind of make that assessment. But the strength is on in INBS.
Oh, my God.
Go ahead, Ope.
No, see, I saw a size getting taken out at 70s, and then I'm like, all right, fine, take it. Punch out into the 70. I had to stop in at 71, never print 71. Now we're getting a crack right back down below. And I'm just like, just a couple seconds ago, I'm like, yeah, this is not looking like it's going to go. And I'm just like, okay, well, you know, boom, right there. So, I mean, a 10-penny drop. I don't know. Like I said, I'm still learning. Maybe I'm getting too excited with a 10-penny flush
you're doing well,
on Sidhu here.
Man,
I've only lost on this name like for majority of my trades. Just getting stopped out. There. Oh, nice. Cool. Thank you.
What happened?
No, Neil got some of that rotation yesterday. Yeah. Did you get the same thing, the habanero karage? Okay, nice. Yeah,
Tell him,
good stuff.
Ram. You discipline him.
What?
She's the disciplinarian.
What did you say? Oh, he said he got some sort of a deluxe version of the Pokemon.
When Brendo's not here,
Yep.
Ram is in charge.
Wow.
Right? She tells everybody what they can and can't do, what they can and can't say, you know, what they can and can't eat. She dominates everything. Get it, Ram. Stop breathing. She just told me to stop breathing.
Wow.
It's all over, guys.
Wow.
It's all over. I gotta
on.
go. I gotta go now. We're having
on.
fun. I love Ram. She's interesting. All right, we're gonna keep.
So it's a good way to play.
All right, we're having a good
Interesting
time, guys.
individual.
All right, I got smoked. Let's just call a spade a spade. When we do well, we'll tell you do well. When we do bad, we'll tell you we'll do bad. And I got smoked on VNDA. We added into this one. It gave up VWAP with prejudice. Down it goes into 9, and we absolutely did not do well on this one, so that will be my first loser of the day, but it's by no means going to damper my attitude. I don't know if you've got plans tonight, but I'm pumped for tonight, so I'm in a good
still
mood.
looking for spots to kind of hit. I don't know. I have like a list of spots.
Can I
don't know,
make
maybe a
suggestions?
speakeasy, maybe.
Okay.
I mean,
You
if I
want
want
to keep it low key then, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you
Okay,
got to
that's
speak
fair.
easy.
Yeah.
No, but
I
like,
never understand the purpose of a speakeasy.
when everybody knows about them, yeah. Like I want to, like I asked around, so it's like, yeah, you can go on Reddit, you can kind of search it up on Google Maps, but here's the thing, the real ones aren't supposed to be on Google Maps. So
They're not.
I got a couple buddies that I asked around, and they're just like, you should try this.
I love how
these
like
spots
they
out.
make
Yeah.
like secret entrances into them.
Yeah,
and, like
yeah,
you got to
yeah,
push
yeah.
like a bookcase to get in, or you got to go through
Those
a
are- those are-
bathroom.
those
You
are
know what I mean? It's
cool.
like,
Yeah,
what are we
yeah.
doing over here? What are we doing? Like,
Yeah. I like some of the setups though. I mean, it's cool. You know, it's kind of cool.
I love
it's an
it. I love
interesting
it.
concept there.
INBS is the bamboozler in chief. Fabian, if we can go to the chart, because INBS tanking 961 high, and this is why I was not quick to add through the break of 9 for exactly this reason. It bamboozled everybody and their mother's third cousin, 961 high. It's $1 lower. It put in a topping tail candle like I've never seen. Unreal. Well, I've seen plenty of topping tail candles, but I'm exaggerating for effect. Let's see if it holds up at 8.5. 8.5 is the 10 EMA on the 5, so that's been an area of support before. But there you go. We didn't get that decisive clearing of 9 that we could say to ourselves, okay, good. You know, we've got a nice area of support now on INBS. So there you go. There you go. It didn't hold 9. It didn't hold 9 initially at 1050. When it got to 9.25, it didn't definitely hold it 1150. when it got into 61. So bamboozlement, and yes, more bamboozlement. I am now long back on the DEW. Let's see if the DEW wants to take out the high of the day at 870. Had a hammer candle that formed into the 10 EMA, and that's where I got long. I'm looking actually to defend this into about the $0.50. Let's see if it can take out 370. It's slowed down substantially in its price action now, moving like a penny every, I want to say 5-6 seconds, but it's done 80 million shares. So back up into 65 it goes. I've got 62s on, and then you already know where I'm waiting. I don't have to tell you guys. And then we're going to wait north of 70 as well. But packing the patience there. What is this moron in the chat, bro? What is this idiot? Who is this idiot? Get this guy out of here, man.
Nice.
Oh my goodness, did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, what an idiot,
Nothing
bro.
better to do with your life, so.
Banhammer.
Yeah, banhammer. More like slap this guy into tomorrow, bro. What an idiot.
Well, slap him into next year. We'll see you
when you look at what he wrote, you'll understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, you got anything to cover?
Market with a bit of a turn here. 25,600 is coming in, so we are looking like we're catching a bit of a bid here. ES, Nasdaq. So I'm looking at watching Nvidia at VWAP. Let me pull that one up here. Page down, page up, page up. Okay, cool. That is Nvidia. So yeah, this was a bit of an area of supply or sellers in the morning session around 10:30. Let's see if those come right back in. I'm also watching this SIDU, man. SIDU.
Yeah, it's coming down, bro.
Yeah, I just you know what? Get a little bit involved, throw the stop in, and then we'll figure it out after. How about that?
I don't know.
Yeah, let's see. So I got spooked on the 70 size getting filled, and Buddy had like 60. I think it was 60,000, something like that, or 70,000, something like that. In the above 50 for sure. Starts getting filled. I punch out into it because I'm like, I don't know if this breaks, this could go right. The next area I see is like mid 70s to 80s that could provide a little bit of resistance. If you look at a bit of a gap fill on, I think it's on the daily here. What is this bar low here? I'll pull it up so we can all take a look at it here. First, let me throw in that stop so I can, boom, right here. Thank you. All right, so SIDU on the daily.
On the DEW.
On the daily. Let's go to the daily right here. Bing, bang.
Bang, bang.
Okay, so right here, bit of a gap fill right here. So what is this low? That's what I'm asking. That low right there is 389, but I want to go into the after hours as well and take a look at what that low specifically is, because again, gap fill, price action was done at a time not in the open session. So that specific low is coming in at 72. So that gap fill or whatever is at 72. Guess what? We got to 70. Got to 70, size on 70, and then taking a little bit of a pullback. I like that even more. Again, don't really trade these small caps, but let's just take it off of price action. That kind of is a thing for me. So let's see if we break a bit of trend here. VWAP is at 318s. Let's see, draw some arbitrary chart art here. Let's just take it from this low here.
I love it.
Boom, right there. So we were breaking a little bit of trend here. I like this grind that kind of confirms that consistent buying here as well. Maybe anchor it to the point where buyers actually came in with some volume, and that was this candle right here. And again, just like anchored VWAP, I want to anchor any sort of indicator to an event that I think is significant. So a little bit of volume will do that, right? So that's the first time after the open. You can see here, I think I did have this short initially, right? Did I have that short into, no, I had the short at covers into 1109. So that's in here. So I had this short here, and then kind of stopped out for the breakout right there. But yeah, that's coming in nicely. I had to stick short in the 60s, man. I had 64 shorts, and have to be patient. Just let the stop get hit. I was sitting at 71s, right? And we talk about that high being 70 as well. Here's a bit of the backside move. Let's see if we kind of continue. Chase in is what I'm telling myself a little bit here. We could swipe right back. Swipe or no swiping. There goes Nvidia through the highs. Here we go on NVDA into an area where, yeah, sellers came in a little bit earlier. Market with a little bit of a curl, nothing crazy here. But let's see if that comes in. 21 EMA was what was holding on the 3-minute. Oh, boy. There it is. They're the sellers.
Creamed.
slapping that bid.
I don't know why I didn't get stopped
I
out
like
there.
this. I like
did,
this.
but I didn't.
It's,
I gave back a little bit on that one.
Now they just have to do an offering. No, I'm joking.
I like that.
Didn't they already do an offering like prior week?
I think so. I have no idea.
What's going on with my screen here?
She zooms in on it. Yeah.
There's okay. You know what? Yeah, I don't have Sidhu on my main screen. That's why you probably can't see it. That would help. Let me throw that up here, right here. But yeah, swiping a few pennies at a time here. Why is the chart like that? Don't be ugly. Oh my God, there's some missing information there. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this breakdown, nice, punch in. But this was the stop I was talking about. Size on 70s, dude. Definitely gave me a little bit of a spook when it started getting filled. Just like, all right, don't want to. If it's going to continue to get filled, I want to take it out. I don't know if that's a good habit or not. Again, like I said, don't really get involved with small caps that much, but it seems like some of the action can be very, very telling at times here. Let's see if we get down to VWAP. Prior structure 320s here as well, and we talk about the gap fill in the 370s. That adds confluence for maybe a potential stronger reason to sell. And Buddy was sitting there on the ask with some size, so I'm just like, okay, like cool. Show yourself.
Show yourself. I love that.
Yeah, no, it's always interesting when participants kind of show themselves. 322s here is the prior low. I'm looking at this double bottom right here. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down there. This is where we kind of start to break out as well. So if we start to kind of consolidate here, again, got to be nimble and see what that will bring me at the same time. So these things I'm just looking at the prior few days of price action. These things have a tendency to wipe up and down 10, 15, 20 pennies sometimes even. So the question here becomes, do I take some off? Do I be nimble? I think if I'm going to say that out loud, the answer is yes. So let's see if we can do some of that along the way here. But yeah, no, thankful for some of the moves that we've been getting on the day. Here, this is the breakout level. What is that prior high from Friday? Let me just measure that out. 37s. Okay, so and then we bounce a little bit off of in that 30 area. So interesting here. So let's see. Don't want to catch a bit all the way back up to break even either. So we will try to stay a little nimble with this one here. So I want to change this song at the same time. You know, a little bit multitasking.
All right, I'm back into INBS here, Rob, and it's dancing with 9 again. There's a seller in and around that $9 area. The best print I have so far on this latest trade on INBS is 9.10. There's 17, 16s now, 16s again. No continuation through into 20s. There it goes into 30s. All my prints get taken out there. What a move on INBS again. So this one, the higher lows are what is operative, 126%. I don't know what's going on with the position board. It just okay, well, it's back. Fantastic. So the best print that we have there is 933, candle high 35, currently showing me 27s. High of the day, 961. We still haven't quite made it up there yet. Now, remember that we did have that topping tail candle that took out $9. I got to $9.25 at 10:50 a.m. So there could be selling at the $0.25. It's already shown itself to be an important area of at least intraday resistance. So looking for continuation here. We got 91s on, so we have a bit of a cushion, but don't want to take out too much too quickly, especially if we actually make the move into 10. The higher lows on INBS, despite the bamboozlement and the zigging and the zagging, are what is important here because it's showing you that buyers are picking this up at higher and higher levels on every successive drop. Now that's not going to last forever, right? So you got to be, attuned or you're ready to see the trend change. There it goes back into 26. I'm just monitoring here because I want to take something in and around 50s. I'm posting at 47s, 34s, 38s. No continuation into the 40s quite yet, but good strength on INBS. But nothing into the $0.50 as of yet. But that is the first closing print on the 5-minute chart that closes above 9. So now can we say to ourselves $9 support? It was a hell of a resistance level clearly all day. Can we now use it as support? That is where I struggle the most, okay? to be able to pick up in more shares into winners by basically gauging intraday areas of support and resistance, especially when they flip. So keeping an eye here on INBS, looking for continuation on this bad boy, and looking to do some more damage on this one. Separately, I'm in Donald John Trump, and now we're break even on this one. Let's go ahead up and set up some prints here to get some beak wetters possibly into a nice price spike. It seems to be holding up at the 20 EMA on the 5 or in and around that 40 penny level there. It goes into 51. No continuation though into the mid 50s. Back now to INBS as it drops back down into 9. Is this an ad? I hate these. I'm not adding here. We'll go flat out break even. Let's see if it holds above 9. If it holds above 9, it shows me a couple of candles at this level. I'm going to add into the move into 10. That's going to be my thinking here on INBS, is zigs and zags. Right now, this current bar low is just a skosh below 9, like 8.94. So to me, that says $9 is holding generally as an area of support. Whether or not it continues to do that, we're going to have to wait and see. But INBS is the gift that keeps on giving on the day. And if you're small cap gapper inclined, you got to be looking at this one. It's up 120%, having done a little bit less than 60 million shares on the day. And it is holding the higher low trend. So if you are using prior bar low as your stop, you're not getting bamboozled. Doesn't mean it's going to happen forever, okay? So be on the lookout for a bit of a trend change there, Obi. Sorry. Oh, yes, let me see what Sean Joseph has to say here. Hi, Sharif. Can you take a look at this stick? Sorry, what? Like that. I don't know. I think he means something else. ULY, what's your opinion? Let me have a look, brother. Let's bring it in. Uli. Come on, Uli. Show yourself, Uli. Uli, Uli, Uli.
Ali, Ali.
I knew you were going to do that. That's very Australian of you. There you go. All right. Great trend on this bad boy yesterday. It's up 23 and a third today, having closed out yesterday at 276. The reason it's up that much, given that it closed at 276, is because the aftermarket price action, all hell broke loose when there's no volatility halt parameters. I like this, but today's an inside day. But the fact that your boy Uli over here, ULY, is not giving up the ghost in the sense that it's not going negative on the day speaks volumes here. ULY, what is this? $7.5 million market cap, urgent.ly. This looks good, man. This looks real good. I'm just going to have to digress because I got to keep an eye here on Donald John Trump, because Donald John Trump is back into the mid-50s, and I'm taking prints on this one as well. So let's go here. Donald. Let's see if we can take out the next one there at 58. Oh, bit of a sell there coming into 52s. Getting bought up, though. It's having trouble clearing the 10 EMA on the 5 now. In fact, it was using the 10 EMA as support. Now it's using it as resistance. That could be trouble for me. But to answer your question, ULY looks good. When these small cap gappers don't have a big reversal the next day, that usually means it's a good thing, and it ran aggressively in the aftermarket. Just be careful. Use the same risk parameters that you would use for these small cap gappers. Oh.
Taking some scalps here on NVDA, back through 89s right into VWAP here. I wasn't really watching it, but take a look at what the market's doing. A little bit of flush on that candle here. I'm looking at 88.75. This is Buddy on, I think, I got to check if I'm on absolute shares on this one. There's the Memex sandwiches. Talk about, I like the members exchange. That's, I like that gate. Let's just say that. But a bit of a interesting action here on Zemimex happening. So this guy was just like 3,000 shares short of Nvidia at 189s, 189.90s, and then suddenly shows up on the bid at 70s as well. So it's just like, I don't know if it's the same participant, but it's just interesting movement happening here. Just taking some scalps in and around. Maybe one day I'll take a few. We talk about taking some size on some of these large caps eventually. But yeah, it's a quick little scalps. Good stuff there happening here with the confluence of some market movement here at the same time. Did not get to 75s. Okay, thank you. There's a break back below 65 here on silver, but a bit of a chop happening. Was it 65.20s to 64.80s? So about a 40 penny chop happening here. I got back into Sidhu here with a little bit, but again, if this is going to kind of just do nothing, keeping it tight, keeping it light as of right now, we'll be right back from Sia with Happening Now.
After these messages, we'll be right.
Hi guys, good afternoon. Last trading session of the year. Initial jobless claims came out at 8:30 a.m. today with the number 16,000 less than last time, currently at 199K, which is good. EIA crude oil and gasoline stocks change also came out today with crude oil numbers at negative 1.943 million and gasoline at 5.845 million. We're going to take a quick look at headlines for today. Nike shares are trading higher right now after Apple CEO Tim Cook added 50,000 shares, which is a 90% increase in his stake. Nike CEO Apple CEO, I'm sorry about that. Nike CEO Elliott Hill also got about 16,400 shares to his in a transaction that was valued at $1 million. His personal stake has now grown by 7% as a result. And Nike is currently up 4.12%, but has seen a 19% tumble in 2025 alone. Moving on. Tesla, so big short investor Michael Burry has said that he will not be shorting Tesla and has called the company ridiculously overvalued. Tesla on Monday compiled an average estimate for a 1.6 million vehicle deliveries in 2025, which is down by roughly 8% since 2024, and putting the company on track for its second straight annual drop. And Tesla is currently down 0.24%. That's all. Back to the guys.
Are we though? Because we're gonna go to OGen first. Why? Because concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE listed Oragenics OGEN is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. Learn more about this by scheduling a meeting today. Shout out to OGEN on the NYSE. Fantastic cause. And we've had them on the show, everybody, and it was definitely eye-opening with Pat LaFontaine on as well. Usually for the lesson of the day, I'm talking about something like, oh, don't fight the stock. Like if I looked at this chart, normally what I would tell you guys is, you know, try to make sure you're catching things on the back end. Like if you like to short, wait for it to set up. Don't just sit there shorting until you're eventually right and all that good stuff. But it's the other side that I want to talk about here, because sometimes you can get way too cute on a trade. People say this a lot. It's like, don't get too cute. I mean, that can mean a lot of things. I think in trading, sometimes it's like a symptom of over trading, where I have a strategy, which is I'm looking short on the stock, I'll wait for reversion to VWAP, let's go. But I get a bit too cute because I start thinking, well, it could just start bouncing off of VWAP. What's the reason I think I'm looking bounce off VWAP? And I reversed from a short to a long, which was obviously, as you can see, the wrong decision. Because yesterday, the long off VWAP was really good. It was great, as a matter of fact. It was fantastic. It was basically the day yesterday outside of the short in the afternoon. But yesterday, silver was gapped up and trending higher. Today, VWAP's just a line in the way of it falling apart to the downside. And so a lot of times what will happen is you're patient enough to get the trade, you play it to your strategy, and I don't mind covering at VWAP, but why am I flipping my sentiment without much confirmation? If anything, it just continues to be a short and then a short off of the volume weighted average price. You know, at the end of the day, I usually frame this in the standpoint of don't take bigger hits than what your winners will be. Like, you know, don't fight a stock, blah, blah, blah. Don't be, you know, try to stay disciplined. But there is another side to that coin, and that's doing better when you're right, which I didn't do on silver. And I've been saving this because this chart's going to make you want to. First of all, that poke bowl was delicious, so I wouldn't want to throw up that poke bowl. It was great. But this chart is exactly the better example of, you know, don't let it off the hook. If you liked it to the long, and it's set up pretty well, sometimes you got to do a little bit better. And that's going to be Nike. How many stocks were actually in play today with news? There weren't many. Nike was gapping up with an actual catalyst. And how often do we even see where you get the gap up and there's not much strong, and you get the sell-off, fills in the gap, holds higher low, all right, fine, I probably was destined to get wicked out there, but then holds VWAP and continues to hold higher lows. And by the time it's doing this, I then get my, hey, there's your contacts on the trend line, buy into the trend line. Now, there's two problems with this. One, I didn't find my way back in after it got parabolic. I don't mind where I get out. I usually play it like this. I usually play to resistance and then to the pre-market highs. But have a quick look at this breakout. Like, there were chances to add to this on trend. Like, if I take this breakout, I can still give it to the trend line. That was the last opportunity. It didn't pull back in a trend, but I can add to the long on a breakout trade where you're essentially averaging up and then moving your stop up as well. So you're moving your stop up with your additions. There was at least a couple ways. And of course here, when it gives a little consolidation and starts a new trend, you can be joining that for an extra 50 cents or whatever it might be. And it's not that this is a bad trade. Nike worked out. It could have obviously been better, but sometimes you do have to ask yourself how you could do better on the ones you got right. It looks not as bad on silver, but both of these were winning stocks, and both of them for separate reasons just should have been a heck of a lot better. I'm more upset with myself about silver because I flat out reversed a short that was good. It's one thing to get out of a long and not get back in. It's another thing to flip in the other direction after a big trend break when you were favoring that direction in the first place. If I didn't have a short bias on silver, I don't mind this, but I did. And then we got the curl. So yes, you do want to be disciplined. Yes, you do want to make sure that you don't fight stocks. Yes, you want to avoid, don't just average down into oblivion. But the other side of that coin is when you do have something right, or you do get it correct, let's just say, you got to stick with it. On silver yesterday, I was probably long 6 or 7 times before I flipped short in the afternoon. I only went long twice on Nike. I only went short once on silver. That's not going to cut it when those are the two stocks I like this morning. So sometimes you don't get many shots at it, but when you've got the trend in your favor and you have the ability to make multiple trades, I understand not everybody does, then you got to take advantage of that. Sometimes it's not just about risk management. It is also about maximizing your good calls or your correct entries or however you want to look at it. So I want to give a big shout out and thank you to Obi, because Obi's the one that put me on that poke bowl, which was absolutely delicious, by the way. Man, that was good stuff. And I see the boys are not at the desk, so I'm just going to start lingering here for a little bit longer, because literally, see what Sharif is up to? Sharif's just chilling. He's talking to Sia. Don't even sweat it. It's all good, man. Sharif is just chilling over there. We're always just having fun. No, but at the end of the day, everybody, I think the path to being a better trader or the path to being a more profitable trader is never complete. And the other thing that I would add is a lot of people, and I want to thank some of the kind words in the chat, a lot of people always say, oh, Neil, you have great risk management. So most people are on a spectrum. And I would make not that spectrum. Okay, first of all, everyone goes, oh, that is not what I'm talking about. No, everybody that wants to get into trading or is successful at trading is on some level, you're okay with risk and you're a risk seeker. Oh, for the... I'm always doing this to myself. Okay, well, what am I supposed to do, man? Like, that's not what I meant. No, what I was trying to get at was you've got people that are somewhat risk averse and some more risk seeking. Now, if you're a trader, you're going to be in the risk seeking, I guess, side of things. However, your skill set, for myself, it is easier for me to be disciplined and get out when I'm wrong, control my losses. It's easier for me to do that than it is to, hey, let's stick with this. Let's just get in again. Keep getting into the trade when it's going in my favor. Be aggressive with it. So like yesterday on silver, to be long 6 or 7 times in the uptrend, that's actually more difficult for me than it is to be disciplined to my stop. So the other important thing is figure out which one is your challenge and then make sure you focus on that a little bit more. You ever notice how I will more than likely criticize my winners? Because I know that if I'm going to get better, then I've got it down packed, the whole getting out and limiting losses thing. So I can't be I always have to be looking at how the winner could be better because that's part of my skill set. And if you fall on the other side of the equation where you're aggressive, you're always finding the big wins and all that kind of stuff, then you need to be on the other side where you're a little bit more critical and focusing on the big, that bigger hit or that bigger risk on the back end, because that's the side of you that's going to lead to your downfall, let's just say. So everybody's a little bit different. There's all kinds of ways to improve. Make sure that you are maximizing your strengths and minimizing your weaknesses as a trader, because you will have them. Anybody that says they don't have weaknesses is lying, and anybody says they're not good at something is also lying. Like those are two things that are true in all aspects. Everything is really just about a trade-off. So find out where you are on that. Now I can't even, I'm not even gonna say it. Find out where you lie on that continuum, and then make sure that you're working on your weaknesses. And now all of a sudden, what I thought was a good lesson just turned into complete debauchery because everyone's so mature around here.
No, that's a great lesson, Neil.
It's actually a great lesson.
Also, I love that sweater, by the way. That's
but Neil,
that's some good drip.
I want to build on your point. I was reading this article a few days ago online, and it's like if you have, let's just say on a scale of 1 to 10, you take a certain skill set. Let's just say I'm just giving anything out there. Driving, you're a 5 on driving. You're on a scale of 1 to 10. Realistically, most people, not all, most people can only move 1 or 2 points ahead from that 5, so you can improve up to a 7. So what a lot of people were thinking is like, why are people trying to improve at things they're 5s on rather than trying to become from a 7 to a 9 or an 8 to a 10 and then cleaning up? Because then you're dominating in that area. So I want to build on your point. I think your lesson was absolutely fantastic, and we're just having a good time with that whole spectrum thing. But Neil's lesson, obviously, it hits there as it usually does. Thank you.
I gotta go back and rewatch some of it. I definitely missed the beginning part of it, but I sat down, and I started hearing some straight facts, some gold. So yeah, absolutely solid. Yeah, you got to work on your strengths, right?
There you go.
Yeah,
it really is. I mean, it really does. You summarized my little spiel there in one thing. Work on what you're good at, man.
Work on your strengths.
Get
push
better
those.
instead of trying to get better at things that
I'm not
you're
so
never
good
going to
at
be the top at, right?
Well, yeah, never say never, but at the same time, yeah, work on your strengths. Make sure they're at peak performance before you kind of go and, like you said, clean up some of the weaknesses as well. So, yeah, no, I definitely agree with that.
Love it.
Implement that a little bit more in my life as well. But yeah, we'll see.
You do.
Where, like for example, here, strength, maybe getting in at the right place here on silver. Weakness, not really holding for the rest of the move. I find that I do that every now and then, too often here. But okay, Sidhu, just chopping around and holding that 37, which is or 35 area, which is that prior day high here.
Was it holding 6s before it was holding 7s?
Ah, I see what you did there. But yeah, no, I don't know. We'll see. I do have a stop at 50, but like, do I really need to let it go there if we were just going to chop around sideways here? Let me take a look at some multiple time frames on this one. Yeah, I don't know. That moving average. Remember, you told me to throw on some moving averages. We've been holding underneath the 8 on the 3, and we are coming up into some of those levels here at the same time. So I'll just take a quick out on this one here. Don't need to take a bigger loss than really required as of right now. If it's gonna show me, like I said before, here, let me pull it up. If it's gonna show me, I am more than willing to get aggressive and get right back in, get involved here. So it's got to be there. You got to be fast. You got to be quick. That's what I'm realizing. You got to be fast with your hands. And shout out to my gamers out there.
Brother?
Yeah, of course.
What are you using the hotkeys? Eh?
Yeah.
So do you have one punch keys and one punch other than
man.
You have the flatten obviously, but do you have a gateway or a market? Sorry, not market limit. Sell key without going.
Oh yeah. So I don't have those here on the show, but at my desk I do have. I call them Insta keys. So I do have crosses, which will fill me on any gate. Shout out to the Frex gate. And all I need to, you know how you type it out and you have to confirm, hit enter? That's way too slow.
Way too long.
Way too slow. I hit the button with intention, it better get me in or out right away.
Love it.
Why do I need to be like, okay, yes, confirm, enter? Anyways, we'll be right back from See ya.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Guys, so we're going to take a look at small cap. The Russell today particularly giving a lot of red, But we're going to talk about two individual tickers very specifically. In health tech, Axon Therapeutics, AXSM, is up 20% today. The FDA had its Alzheimer's disease drug priority review designation and has supported the company's application for narcolepsy treatment. And the shares rose by about 17% to 173.5 and is currently up, like I said, 20%. In tech services, APLD, Applied Digital, is up almost 7%. The company has announced the plan to spin off the cloud unit as of yesterday, merging with EKSO Bionics to form something called Chrono Scale, focusing on GPU-driven AI. Now, this is all, the Applied Digital will retain 97% of ownership of this, but all of this, the revenue, the company reported a 75.2, my bad, $1 million revenue increase as of 2023. And all of this is thanks to the company's early use of Nvidia's H100 GPU chips. That's all. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Appreciate that. Guys, ONDS is absolutely rocketing up. Shout out to Sean Joseph. Fabian, can we go to the chart, please? ONDS, 1044 high. What a move. And as I was saying to Sean Joseph in the chat, look at the cleanliness of this hold. That's an oversight by me. I own this one. I should have definitely been getting in here. It was a move into the volume weighted average price. I think 2 pennies above VWAP. 80s was VWAP. This bottomed out at 83, 3 pennies. But the beautiful thing was it was a doji candle, AKA a candle of indecision, or a reversal candle, preceded by what? A monster green candle that takes out the 20, takes out the 10, takes out prior bar high, prior bar high, prior bar high, and now it's into the high of the day. Look at that buy program, and these candles on the 5-minute chart. They have 1.4 million shares of volume, 1.7, 3.2, and this one's got 2.4 and it hasn't closed yet. So the volume absolutely is there on ONS, ONDS. What a rocket ship, a clean move. It's only up 15 and change, but that is a very, very clean move. And it didn't even give you grief at that 10 1/4. I would have pegged 10 1/4 to be an area of resistance, given that we couldn't breach it over here, multiple times 10 1/4 rejected, but it ended up blowing through. It doesn't even matter. So fantastic look there on ONDS. I'm going to be certainly looking out for that. While Neil was dropping his lesson of the day, I got back into INBS. And we did quite well on this one. We got in at 8.99, and I took it, 8.90, excuse me. It was actually 8.80, 8. And then I took it out at 9.37. So we rode trend again on this one. And I don't think INBS is done, quite frankly. Sure, it's off the high. Sure, it's below 9. But it's still in that consolidative section. It hasn't given up the ghost. So INBS in focus for me. But as you can see there on the position board, I'm back into Donald John Trump. It keeps dilly-dallying here. A little at 40, a little at 50. It's above VWAP, and it has a 1380 high. I'm going to give this one the old college try and see what this one does. But your boy Sidhu is back. It breached the 10. It breached the 20. It even breached that 340 area, which we were talking about as a resistance area, and then started talking about as support. It breached multiple times, but there it goes, back up into the mid-50s. It's a 70 high, so the do could be back in play here. Keep your eye on it. Trade it carefully, of course, but I'm keeping my eye on that. Shout out to Machiavelli. Roland Joe, Sharif. Did you see the game yesterday? Did I see the game yesterday, man? I didn't go to the gym for the dang game.
Damn.
Yeah, bro, I was straight home. And the thing is, too, I couldn't hate Aston Villa more than I do right now. There's reasons. 2 years ago, when we finished behind City in second place, it was Villa who took 6 points from us and put us at a contention to take the championship that year. Now, we beat them up last year, but they weren't nearly as good. In addition to that, I just know Unai Emery, which is the coach of Aston Villa, which Arsenal fired in 2019 after Wenger left. He didn't really get much of a fair shake. He hates us. I know he hates us because he got canned, right? He got, sent packing. So every time he comes up against Arsenal, he brings his best and his team brings their best. So they always give us trouble. So I can't stand them. And then they already took 3 points from us a few weeks ago in Villa Park, and it was like last minute. And it should have been 1-1. But anyway, so I hate them. So the fact that we beat them up, it was 4-0 until the 95th minute, and then Oli Watkins got a consolation goal, which was David Raya's fault. Clearly, he shouldn't have been going through his legs. But yeah, that's my little soccer rant. But I absolutely love the fact that we came up with a statement yesterday. I love how Gabriel scored, albeit off his chest, but it was a goal. And that dude, he is deadly from set plays. Set piece again, set piece again. You have no idea what I'm talking, but just go along with it. Go along with it. Set piece again, set piece again. All right, there it is.
I was going to ask, what sport is this?
Oh, boy.
All right, so guys, for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines.
So many.
That's changing.
Okay.
Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading. This is the one. Powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first eval. Right. So you said soccer.
The chat's so funny, like chess.
You mean
baseball.
football?
Yes,
Talking about
footy.
football.
Yeah.
With a, is it B-U-L? F-O, I think, isn't there a different spelling for football?
In Spanish.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah. So
No, but we.
That kind of football.
What'd you say, Fabian? It's so funny, bro.
Nice.
Yeah, but when I lived in England for a couple of years, right? And like, if you said soccer there, they didn't like it.
Oh yeah.
They didn't like it at all.
Oh yeah. Some of those pub fights must have been amazing there as well.
I hate Aston Villa. But you're Manchester United, so you're good. She's a Manchester United fan. For anybody who wants to. Yeah, for anybody who wants to send Sia hate messages in the chat, send her hate messages. She's loyal. Can I say the only game that I went to there was Villa versus United at Villa Park. I got pictures. I'll show you. But it ended up being 0-0. So it was like the most uneventful game. Right? No, but this was like back when they were good. This was like 2008. She's just happy that they haven't gotten relegated because they've been so bad lately. Sia, there's a guy who won't cut his hair. He's on TikTok and on Instagram. He refuses to cut his hair until Manchester United wins 5 games in a row. It's been several years. Several years.
5 years in a row. What are the stats for that? Oh, 5 games in a row.
You gotta go on your mic, Sia. But yeah, once you get on that, we'll bring you in, and then we can talk a little bit about how bad Manchester United is. I'm kidding, of course.
Wow.
Hey, there he is.
Do you guys know the movie called Castaway?
Yeah, I absolutely love it. Are you kidding me? Of course, Tom Hanks.
Yeah. So you know how his hair grows? That's what that man is gonna look like, because that's never happening. Like.
I gotta show you this
that's
man.
Never happening. Okay.
United, but you gotta be realistic. Like,
what is the name of the guy who won't cut his hair until Man U win 5 games in a row? Go Donald Trump. All right, here we go. I'm in DJT, by the way, in case you can't, if you haven't noticed. It's Frank Illette. All right, let's find out where our friend Frank Illette is right now, and then show his hair. And there he is. What a goof. I love this. This is so funny.
And he's got the curl, so
look at this guy, bro. And he's not gonna cut his hair, clearly.
Oh, you know what he kind of looks like?
Who?
He looks like the Queen's Guard. with one of them?
Yes, Obi.
Eventually, he's just going to become the Queen's Guard.
And he's English, so it's
There you
perfect.
go.
It's perfect. Oh, this is amazing, yes. So this dude has been complaining for years. This is what he looked like before, for anybody who wants to know. There he is there on the left, but
Nice.
this is what he is now. He hasn't even gotten close, too. That's the thing. Like, Manchester United, I don't even think they've been close, so... All right, guys, let's get right back to trading. We are wetting the beak here on my friend Donald John Trump, but we're going to pause for a second. We got to send it to the big desk with Adair.
I want to talk about RCAT here, but also look at other plays, including Kratos, but I think RCAT moving the best as far as I've seen. Drone plays on watch as the Department of Defense announces that the Marines are, quote, rapidly increasing drone operator programs. Department of Defense announcing here this, quote, rapid increase here in drone operator programs, leading to a push up here for the RCAT and KTOS.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I mean, let's just like speak off like trading for a second.
Off camera.
No, not off camera. We got to do it. We got to do it live.
You got to do it live.
You see where the direction of war is going, Oblak, especially with what we're seeing in Ukraine and Russia. Drones are featuring here like you wouldn't believe. I mean, I went across the road. I don't know if you've seen across the road. There's that drone store. Have you ever seen them besides Shawarma Max? It's like right down, I think, a couple of stores down.
No, drones are changing warfare, that's for sure. And it's an interesting thing to watch because you have this discrepancy in terms of weaponry that has like old school weaponry, which is like millions of dollars worth.
Exactly.
And then you have some drones which are maybe altogether hundreds of thousands of dollars worth.
Altogether,
taking it out, and you're just like, okay, well, the cost effectiveness of certain things. Why did that not hit?
I'll let you concentrate because I know that you're focusing on something right now. But yeah, we'll get back to that. Guys, I am looking here at SIDU again because the DEW is putting in higher lows and higher highs, and it is now looking flat top breakish through this. I want to say mid 50, 55, up to 60. We know that the high of the day is 70 on SIDU, and there it goes into 57. It's up 33%. INBS is going as well, guys. So you got to be looking, if you're going to trade both, but make sure you're using sound risk management skills. But SIDU is kind of giving me feels here that it's going to blow through that 60 level, maybe even touch 70. And then if we really get lucky, maybe it even hits 4. But INBS as well. Don't sleep on that one. This one you have to trade entirely differently than how you're trading SIDU. This one almost has an immediate propensity to retrace if it gets into the mid 90s there. And we've seen it so many times. Look at its characteristic. It did it at 1050. It did it at 1150. It did it at 1215. It did it right now, the 1235 candle. So the range per candle, you often hear me talking about what's the average range per candle. And on INBS, even though obviously it's a bit more expensive than SIDU, I would say the range percentage-wise is far greater, just given the characteristics of this one. So there it goes, right up. Candle high now is 68. The high of the day is 74. The short sellers are running scared now. They're in a lot of trouble. Now this one...
Whoa. What do you mean?
On INBS?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about SIDU. I was like, whoa.
No. I wouldn't
nobody's running scared here right now.
I wouldn't be that cautious. I see that you're in it. I'm not going to talk about that.
No, you can. I'm sorry.
So it's fine. So INBS right now, what we're getting is higher lows, a whole bunch of higher lows that have gone unbroken. So I think that, we're likely here going to see $10 sooner rather than later is a 974 high. This current candle, as I mentioned, has a 68 and change high. So we're on the door, we're knocking on the door, I should say, of that high of the day at the $0.75 level. So pick this up at advantageous levels. Now, I wouldn't say, run it in the strict sense where you put your stop below prior bar low. There are opportunities for you to get bamboozled if you do that. What I would say is look for the curling effect, right? And then once you start seeing those higher lows come in on the green candles, I think that that's your opportunity there. So I'm going to be looking for that myself. But we're doing it live here on Donald John Trump. We're looking for the next beak wetter at 64s. I'm kind of seeing that curling effect as well on DJT. It's slowed down substantially though than the the more aggressive price action that we got earlier on. So let's see what DJT here has to offer. And I'm more than willing to take this one into the high of the day, if not 1380 high of the day. Casey says I'm done with SIDU and INDS. I think she means INBS, but I know you're doing it live there, Casey. So lock in those profits. Good on you. And Case, I hope you have a fantastic New Year. I don't know what you're up to today, but KC 526, the OG small cap trader in the chat. She's not the only one. There's Tisha Perkins. We still haven't seen Tisha in a while though. There's others as well. Of course, the OG Bovin. There's Machiavelli. There's Yannick. There's a bunch of names in the chat that are trading small caps every day. Get to know them if you're interested in trading these small cap gappers. There goes INBS Obi into 996. I knew we would see 10 sooner rather than later. The strength is on. I told you the short sellers were running scared here because it was higher lows into that flat top. That is almost always a recipe for disaster for the short sellers. And here comes the high again. Into the 80s we go. Look for a big drop now. We've seen this before though. This makes a new area high and then boom, all the way down. But that's just gonna give you another opportunity to load it up through that break of 10. There goes 10. 10 high now on INBS. Keep going, baby, let's go. Let's take this out. Oh.
Nice, good stuff there, man. Yeah, I gotta get involved in some of those ones because like that's moving dollars. That's what I like to see. SIDU here is moving, a dime at a time. But it's okay. I like my dimes there as well. So let's see. Nvidia kind of just chopping around at what? What? Okay.
Yeah, that was no innuendo there. Maybe I was just imagining that there was an innuendo there.
Okay.
My bad.
189 is holding here on Nvidia as well. Silver just continues to bleed off, man. I'm looking at multiple time frames here on silver, and I'm like, okay, like this is holding so well, just trending down. I like my 3 minutes, I like my 15s as well, and just trending down, holding these moving averages, coming into some of those pre-market lows here on SLV. The market's kind of not doing anything. We had that bit of a bounce, bit of a curl, but we've been chopping around here for the past 5 15-minute candles here. So, it is what it is. No idea where the next trade is or what it is, but yeah, let me know in the chat. Oh, Toby saying Mara. Okay, let's take a quick look at Mara.
What's that hot garbage
doing? Our friend is doing. Okay, a little bit of a come down here on Mara as it pulls back into $9. So interesting stuff. Whoa, there's a little bit of a silver slap into the bid here at the same time. I got to remember, this thing is no longer SSR. So like I said when I first came on today, people can be pushing into the book either way, and just move some prices here. All right, so we got the what are we calling this? The board.
What do they call this, baby?
It's whatever you want to call it. Okay, cool. I was going to say position board, but that's not the position board, but the interest board.
The stock visualizer.
The visualizer.
What Fabian calls it.
The interest.
Because he created it.
Okay, the stock visualizer. So we're visualizing stocks that you guys are talking about in the chat there. So INBS and SIDU are the top names. Nice. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. What's DVLT? Let's take a look at that. DVLT here on the day. Okay, well, it's been kind of calm since that push and break of those opening range highs there. 50 pennies. I might start getting involved in some of these as well here, Sharif, at the same time. But yeah, DVLT. Okay, the stock visualizer has now disappeared.
It's disappeared, but I think
Tesla was there. ONDS. AMD. Okay, I haven't looked at AMD today. Oh boy. There's a little bit of a swipe on the ask there on SIDU. Coming back up in the 60s. Yeah, I do have to be careful with this one here. And again, not taking anything too crazy just yet on some of these small cappers. Silver's really coming in. That's a strong volume candle here on silver. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. One of the largest candles here on the day. We had a couple of them already, and boom, another one taking out some of these pre-market lows. 4 a.m. lows sitting at 64.40s here. Let me just quickly go in and check what we did in the after hours, or not the after hours, in the Blue Ocean session here. You can see here, slow, steady grind up Silver got all the way up to 68. It's pulling back down. The silver low of the Blue Ocean session was 64s here. On the day, let's see what we've been holding, what we've been doing. 65s it came back up to, 67s almost, yeah, on the day here, and pulling right back up into those 64s and some change on SLV right now. Sidhu, I got to get out of this one.
Okay, keeping an eye here on INBS, guys. I'm perceiving support at 60, which actually does check out here with the previous price action. 960 rejection. 960 rejection, 960, 960, all these are 960 rejections. Funny enough, we get to 1010, all of a sudden, 960's in play again. So I'm trying to think, is this the right move here? And should my stop go right below 960, or should I be giving it to the $0.50? So this candle that we're on right now, a candle of indecision, it's basically engulfed with the prior high and prior low of the prior candle. Let's see what we got. We got a buyer here in the low 70s. I'm going to give this, I'm going to take smaller share size. Oh, I got crap fill there, man. Absolute dog, you know what, fill. All right, well, there it is. So we're going to give this one to 960. I didn't want to give it, I didn't want that price, man. All right, so let's give this one the room it needs. There we go. Well, and we'll just put it just like that. So what do we have on 83s? That is a horrible price, man, horrible. 84 seller, 85, 86 now, looking for continuation back into 10. I might have to pack my patience a little bit longer here on INBS. Yeah, back into the 70s it goes. I'm not going to be dollar cost averaging into this, I promise you that. I'll get stopped out, and then I will get stopped out as it dips into the 60s. Okay, back up it goes. All right, keeping an eye out on this one. Let's see if it wants to pop off back into that, I want to say 90s, and then maybe even that $10 area where we're having obviously areas of resistance. But we've seen the same thing with 9, right? 9 was that level we couldn't shake, and then we started using 9 as support. Doesn't mean that, you know, there won't be bamboozlement on the way for that 10 clearing if we get the 10 clearing. But for now, I'm out of the money on this, obviously. So we're taking a much smaller position, given that, you know, we're up on it. I don't want to give back anything, and especially since we're at these levels. Buyer at 65 again here, stepping in, but for how long? Right back up we go into 75, 78. Let's see if there's continuation into 80. Seller at 80. We can't shake them. Back down into 75. Sidhu just printed the high of the day.
Yes, sir.
Not 374. So watch out for the do. How's Donald? Donald's doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. And now we're also going to print at 69. Let's go ahead and post here at 69er on Donald John Trump. Back to INBS as we're still out of the money on this one. 79 now seller. It feels like the seller stair stepping down, right? It was an 80 seller. Now it's a 79 seller. Let's see if it's going to be a 78 seller next time, because that's what the algorithm does, right? It starts taking it down incrementally. There's the 80 seller again. Can't print anything above 80s here locally, at least for now. So what do I do with this one? Do I flatten out, take a 2-penny loss, or do I insist on getting stopped out through 60? The good news is I've given myself room, or a breathing room, given the price. There it goes into 85. Let's see. Can we continue? 86, again, rejecting in the high 80s. No continuation into the 90s. We'll have to pack the patience here. I don't want to take this out too quickly in case it does go above 10. And there it is. Price spike up. Takes a whole bunch of my orders. Now we're waiting a little bit north of 10, but there's a seller at 10 here. There it goes, but we don't get to print above 10. Hold on, we're printing. All right. Okay, I can't say it, but go ahead, Obe. Oh, who are we going to? Adair. My mistake. All right, go ahead, Adair.
Let's talk here about Beta Pro by Global X Canada, because I have some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on this here stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, which happens to be Canada's the largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs. They have just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, which offer 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until today, December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader who's looking to amplify your performance, make sure to check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, yeah, I hear everybody yelling about the DEW. The DEW is going, and it is still hanging out at 69, despite the fact that it's got a 74 high. So keep your eye on SIDU. It's up a nice 38 percentage points in the Ville of Green. How are we doing here on Donald John Trump? We're still showing 64s. Current bar high, 65. My next profit taker, pardon me, is 69er. We're going to keep an eye out on that. I also want to get involved here possibly with a couple of names that I did mention ever so briefly in the beginning, but said very little about since. NUAI, great looking hold here, great looking chart, and a clean hold, I should say, of the volume weighted average price, 285 high, seems to be riding that higher low trend despite that 285 not getting tested on that last price ascent. ONDS coming into that $10 area again after putting in, yes, another high. And now this area, another higher low. Pardon me. So ONDS could be the gift here. Now, if you were to enter, if I was to enter here, I would do as follows. Prior bar low takes us into 10.09. Current price action, 15. You give it to prior bar low. You get stopped out, you're out of the money 16 pennies. Not bad, especially since you have an opportunity to ride this into the $0.50, if not more, because that is the high of the day. And it's, you know, still continuing to put in those higher highs and higher lows. So ONDS could be an opportunity here as it drops into 12s. Here's 10. Does it breach prior bar low? It's at prior bar low 9s now. 9, so we're still holding 9. No, it's breaching, isn't it? Did it go to 8s? Yeah, this did breach. So ONDS not setting up quite yet. All right, so I would have been stopped out of that if I got into it. I'll have to wait and see, you know, whether this one forms a bottom, and then maybe wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, and then we'll get in on that. INBS above 10, SIDU back into that $0.75 again. It prints another high of the day. So DJT as well into 65s. So there's a whole lot running, guys, in the world of small cap gappers. If you're looking for something to trade and you're not interested in these large caps for whatever reason, then unbelievable INBS. 1026 high, guys. INBS continues to go.
That
unreal.
10 seller, man. You were talking about that 10 seller.
He got blown through.
As soon as that guy lifted, yeah. No,
he got blown through.
There goes price.
But yeah, there it is. 1026 high, 1038 high. Very, very strong. Here we go. INBS, guys, up 152%. Here comes 38 again. Seller at 38. He just got decimated. 45 high. Here comes the $0.50 on INBS. Are we going to see 11s? 48 high. Unreal strength, man. Beautiful short squeeze on INBS over here. I don't even know what the short float is on this. And maybe we'll look for you in a second. Unreal OB. In the 60 it goes. Very, very good strength today on INBS. Keep your eye out on this one, guys. We're going to keep looking. What we're printing, I didn't get X-Mask gift from you yet. Oh, ho, ho. Ram's throwing shade. Look, Ram, you know, sometimes there's going to be gifts, and then some other times, there's not, right? So don't hate me. All right, 1060 high. All right.
Yeah, it's a 10% short float on INBS.
10%.
10%, yeah.
I'm willing to bet.
Wow, look at that. 11's coming in, man. I'm
1108
the wrong
limit up.
stuff here.
1108 limit up.
Oh yeah, you have the.
Baby.
Okay, sick.
We do them. Nice. I do them in red, so I got limit up, limit down. I love this. So,
yeah,
and I've been yelling about a little bit lower, Fabian, if you can, because it'll come in there.
It'll come in
there. There it is. See where it's
Boom.
The red rectangle and it says LULD. That will mean limit up, limit down. And that's fantastic if you're a small cap trader, because sometimes you have no idea where the limit is. I'm sitting there doing the math while I'm trying to trade. 1124 limit up now, 1096 high. Oh, wow, 1116, the squeeze is on. Oh, 1124 limit up now with an 1116 high. So INBS, I can't believe I could have had $1 there, man. Should have not been getting out of that. That was a mistake. Paper hands. But we'll learn from it, and we'll hope to do a little bit better next time. We're taking the prints on Donald John Trump as that one got into 69. The next profit taker for me, 77s. Let's see what Donald John Trump has to offer over here. SIDU rejecting at the $0.75, coming back down a little bit over here into the $0.02. But it is, guys, the INBS show, and we are all living in it. 1138 limit up now. And that is the high of the day, 1152 limit up. So keeps adjusting as the price action and the ticker or the timer resets. Let's see if we're going to get into that halt mode. There we go. Now we're showing some halt parameters. 1152. Nope, false halt. Down we go again, but the limit up stays at 1152. So that hasn't changed yet. Keep your eye on this one. I certainly am.
Whoa, what's happening there? There's a little bit of a flush happening on SIDU. That just came in. I mean, maybe I'm looking at 1 minute candles. That's why it's a little aggressive there. But yeah, so we did attempt to push that 70. We got to 75s. Didn't really get anywhere after that. That was the breakout, right? There was a lot of volume that got pushed through. Maybe a lot of people trying to take that breakout. Shout out to the longs that got long on 35s and 45s, kind of holding higher highs and higher lows, right? So good stuff there, but a bit of a failure to follow through. I was about to message Neil here. Neil, I had an Edge A stop at 51 on this SIDU. It comes in and it wipes up to 55s, but the order was never filled. I crossed all the way up to 65s. That's weird, no? Yeah, I don't know. I checked my history log. The order was still in. I had to go in and manually cancel the order, even though the cross, like it had hit the trigger price and it hadn't even got to the cross price yet. So I don't know what happened there, but it should have hit me on 51s. But yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Anyways, got out, kind of deer in headlights a little bit. I'm like, all right, well, let's watch this. That's obviously a big mistake on my part. If I had to stop in for 51s, I can't let it go to 65s. I punched out 66s because I'm like, yeah, 70s are coming in. At that point, I'm like, I don't need to let it hit the high a day for me to be like, okay, we're coming in for the high a day. But a bit of a failure to follow through on in my eyes there. But again, take a look at the structure we've been holding here as well. So higher highs, higher lows. I know I'm talking against my position here, but you know, I like reversion. So we only got about 5 pennies above that high, but we've been slowly, methodically, kind of trending to the upside here. So this trend, maybe not the one I should be looking at, maybe this one here. So let's see if we can kind of come into this one, or maybe even after that initial breakout. This looks a little smoother. I like that multiple touches on this one here, kind of signifying that this could be a stronger trend that could hold here. So 45s maybe we're seeing. We'll see if it comes down, and let's see what it does with that. We could just bid right back up through, 60s as well. So just waiting and watching. Like I said, guys, earlier, I'm just learning this small cap stuff as we go. You're seeing it live here as I kind of, dance around with some of this price action at the same time. Silver coming in at 64 halves. I did point out that trend on silver earlier as well, so let's take a quick look at that one and see how that's potentially coming in at the same time. So we'll go to a higher time frame. I like 3 hours. Right here, boom. So coming right into this trend tree. If you look at that, that's a beautiful trend hold right here. Multiple touches, boom, 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 every time it comes in. But this is the first time we're coming in with a little bit of aggression here. A bit of a gap down day showing first sign of weakness, and then sold off of 70 once again, and then coming right into this trend. So this trend is coming in right, I guess, you know what, we'll take the low of pre-market. 64.40s, we're currently trading at 64.57s. If this cracks, let's see if we can hold structure lower. This will be a multi-day trend break here. It says about 40 days, 40 nights.
Getting biblical. Man.
So we'll be right back with Sector Watch from SIA.
Thank you, guys. We're going to take a look at the market today. I'm seeing a lot of red for sure, but there's nothing major going on. Consumer durables, retail, energy not doing the best as of today. Health tech is also pretty flat. Nike, I would say, as we know it, is trading higher today, almost 5% in consumer non-durables. Nvidia up 0.58. That's all. There's nothing major happening on the last trading day of the year. And that's it. Sending it back to the guys.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I got into ONDS. It holds the 20. It holds 10. It puts in, I don't want to say it's a doji candle. It's not. It was close to looking like one, but the body's a little bit too big. This is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. And I'm taking this one long. So we're going to give ONDS the old community college try. And if it loses $10, or sorry, 1010, pardon me. My stop is below 1010, which is the area low. I'm out. Simple as that. Then I got this one wrong. But we're going to keep an eye here on ONDS for continuation. I know it is 1 o'clock, and there are actually things, a lot of things, in fact, to talk about on the news today, so we'll start that momentarily. I just want to see whether this ONDS is going to stop me out or whether we're going to ride trend here, and then we'll get right down to that. So let's talk about some of these super chats we're getting right now. Papacito is dropping 17.9 shekels. Somebody's got to tell me how to say the cents aspect of shekels. If you could tell me, Papacito, that would be fantastic, so I could stop saying 17.9. He writes as follows. Geez, Louise, he's like his other friend there, Nimrud.
Money, 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 money.
Made $1,680 today. Realized best day since October was long ONDL and made 10 in-outs of INBS. Thank you, Trader TV, for the year. I owe you a lot. No, we owe you, man, because you watch us, and that is all the gift that we can ask for. Thank you very much, Papacito. I hope you have a fantastic New Year's, brother, and keep killing it. You clearly know what you're doing there, trading the right names, you're making the right money, and I really do appreciate the kind words, and we all do. I'm speaking on behalf of everybody, of course. Justin Spangler, 1945. $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Thoughts on DXYZ, closed-end management investment company. I love it because they hold, obviously, SpaceX. SpaceX is insane. So if anybody doesn't know about that, where you been? So I personally love the company. I'd rather hold SpaceX directly rather than through an investment vehicle. Yeah. That's just my personal preference, but let's take a look at the technicals on DXYZ. And Dr. Shuttle, no comment there from you, my friend. He dropping 3 and then 5. He's dropping 8 in the chat. Thank you very much, Dr. Shuttle. Kind of you as well. Hope you have a fantastic new year. And if you want us to look at anything or comment, just tag OB or I, let us know, and we'll obviously get to it. Here's the daily on DXYZ. Fabian, if we can put this bad boy up there. So let's just throw in the ticker so everybody follow along, DXYZ. I don't like the chart look. The chart look sucks, quite frankly, but you know. So the lower, I feel like the lower highs and the trend, the downtrend kind of got broken a little bit, okay? It is putting in higher lows, and it really had a lot of time finding higher lows since basically, I want to say, the tariff tantrum was the last sustained higher low trend, which broke. It trended from early April until it broke about early June. So a little bit of time there. It's catching a bit of a bid. Obviously, with the last little bit, now SpaceX IPO in focus going into next year, composes the majority of Elon Musk's wealth. He owns far more of SpaceX than he does of Tesla. $1 trillion being floated as a possible valuation. Nobody really knows, but yeah, that's why we kind of price spiked up there from the $20 lows into the $42 highs. We were up over 114% within a span of a couple of weeks. We give back a little bit now, holding 30. Yeah, it's a hard chart to read, man, because it's just all over the dang place. But I don't know what percentage of SpaceX they hold. Let's do a little bit of research here. Give me a sec. Let me load this up. Let's bring in this. We'll look at the Fundamentals Explorer. We'll look at holdings. Here it is, DXYZ. Why is it not showing me the holdings there? That's bizarre. Okay, I can check with Perplexity. Just give me a second. Let's bring in Perplexity. Here we go. Let's find out what the percentage of the holding is. What percentage of DXYZ's holdings is in SpaceX? See what it says. Makes up roughly a quarter to a third, to over a third of DXYZ's portfolio, depending on the date and methodology used, as of the 30th, 2024. What the hell am I going to do with 2024, bro? September 30th of 2024, Destiny Tech 100 holding showed SpaceX at about 36.9. That's over a year old. I don't know how much I want to rely on that. A later overview of the pre-IPO access products notes that SpaceX is a top holding in DXYZ at about 23.3% of the funding. That was Yahoo Finance. So when was that article written? That was December 10th of this year. I would much rather look at that figure there, which is saying about 23.3%, a little bit less than a quarter, but that's down from about a year and change ago, where it was almost 40%. SpaceX, the space company SpaceX could have a near record-breaking IPO in 2026. Valuation's just $800 billion. But I'm just trying to look there for DXYZ, Destiny, investing in SpaceX. That's where it is here. Yeah, there it is. It's not public yet, but Bank of America. Okay, I'm gonna have to look. There it is. Okay, so DXYZ fund has been volatile in the past, given its exposure to some of the top private companies. The fund counts exposure to SpaceX as its top holding at 23.3% of the fund. The fund notes that it does not have direct investment in SpaceX, but rather exposure through special purpose vehicles. Why are we hearing so much about these SPVs lately? Meta was using them. There's a bunch of people using them now. So, okay, that's another thing to factor in there. They're not holding it directly. They're through a special purpose vehicle. I don't know, brother. I have my reservations about holding through a company, but I mean, if you're set on that, then you're set on that. I got to flatten out here my trades on DJT. That's come back into break even, so we're going to take that one flat. And then ONDS, I think, is breaking trend here, and I don't like that. It's got topping tail candles, and now it is going to breach prior bar low. I'm going to take the hit on the last remaining amount there, and we'll give back a little bit here on ONDS.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of said this in the chat just now. There was like 50,000 shares on the bid just now on, I think it was like 60 on Sidhu. Gets taken out pretty aggressively, or not aggressively, like pretty instantly when it does come into it. But my size filters didn't really move. So kind of makes me think that nobody's really punching full size or taking out bids. Maybe they want to stay a little hidden as to what they're doing, but the order definitely got taken out. Maybe large orders getting broken down into smaller orders. So for example, how you can do that is like I can set a setting, say if I want to take, if I'm trading, let's say, 10,000 shares at a time, I punch the key to get taken out, it gets sent out not as one single order to take out 10,000, but maybe multiple different orders taking, some of them taking 500, some of them taking 300, boom, 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 decrement, but that whole 10,000 share order kind of goes through. So maybe that's one of the reasoning there. But this is interesting stuff here. Really kind of I guess digesting some of the action that's happening here at the same time. So Sidhu, false break of day high. Let's see where that takes us. Markets also taking a little bit of a pullback, but I don't think some of these small caps are really concern themselves with what the rest of the market does. I remember trading small caps often, not knowing what I know now when I was trading at home, and just a few of them kind of I liked the short, I liked the swing short on some of those. I definitely got blasted, margin called a couple of times there. Nobody really does a call anymore. You get an email. But you know what I mean. And after that, I stopped looking at them. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna try to do something with the large caps, and that's come along all right. But kind of hopping back into these with a different perspective now is very interesting. It's very, very interesting. Okay, thank you very much for the super chat, Chris Prasad. Have a happy New Year from sunny Florida. Love you guys and gals. We love you too, man. Have a great, happy New Year. Be responsible and have a great time, guys. Let's see what else we got going on here. Man, oh man, saying, whereas before I was making money here and losing it in another stock, now I feel like I am one with the NASDAQ. Evolution, question mark? Yeah, man. There's definitely edge all around. So it's always good to look in different places. The trader's journey, I think, is always trying to refine edge and then look for more, look for other things, because like things will work for a little bit, things will stop working for long periods of time. So if you can't just be how do you say a one-trick pony. You got to have multiple tricks down your or up your sleeve. So we kind of talk about like arrows and your quiver. You got to have multiple arrows in your quiver for different kinds of things. And I always relate trading back to like hunting. You know, different hunt requires different tools, right? So that's something that you definitely have to build over time. You know, like for example, my continuation quiver is not as strong as my reversion quiver, right? My breakdown quiver is okay at the same time. So like different playbooks is what it is, but we are going to see I think for happening now. Money talks.
Money.
Sorry.
That's all right. It's part of happening now. You're not wrong. So Euro and majors are outperforming in 2025, but we're specifically going to talk about the Australian dollar and the New Zealand dollar. The Australian dollar and New Zealand dollar are expected to post solid early year gains. The AUD is on track for its best year since 2020, and New Zealand dollar is breaking a 4-year losing streak. We're also going to take a look at the Japanese yen. The yen is standing out as one of the few major currencies that hasn't meaningfully gained from the US dollar's weakness this year, but it's hovering near 156 to 157 per dollar, and that's all. But before you go anywhere, we have something special for today. It's Adara's birthday tomorrow, and we got her a little something. We got her a little cake, and we wanted to. Well, that's the part of it. It's a surprise, right? And we got her a little cake with like the. I don't know if you guys can see it.
It's hard to see. I don't want to tilt it. I don't want to tilt this too much. I don't want to tilt it too much. I don't know if this is actually gonna work. Happy birthday, Dara. It's got a nice little card in it.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Charlie Munger.
I'll put it up on the desk.
Yeah.
But obviously, as you know, Dara has been an awesome member of the team, and she's like, I don't want anything big, but around here we like to have a little bit of fun. So, happy birthday, Dara!
Oh, there's a zoom in.
Oh, there's a zoom in. Let's see if I can do this and get it for everybody. There it is.
It's just yay!
So happy birthday, Dara.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna go run. We're gonna grab some plates and forks, and everyone can have a little bit of a bite.
Thank you so much, guys. This is very sweet.
It's chocolate.
Happy 102nd birthday, Charlie Munger, as well, because we all have to remember that he and I share a birthday.
I told you, you're telling the wrong person that you don't like birthdays.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Happy birthday, Adara.
Thank
Happy birthday.
KC526 dropping $100 in the chat. Happy New Year, y'all. Thanks, Trader TV and family. Can we get the Stone Cold theme? Stay safe and green. Thank you very much, Casey.
I'm pressing. Is it coming on?
I can't hear it. Let it go. Yeah, it's playing. But you can hit it one more time, though, if you want.
Okay, all right.
Now, why not, right? Shout out to KC526. Thank you very much for that. Very kind of you, obviously. That's a lot of money. You already donated a whole bunch of free memberships earlier. Thank you so much for that. And very, very kind of you. All right. Do you have anything to cover? Because we're going to start the news.
I mean, silver on a downtrend. I do want to point this out here once again. We are finally down to this support. Just an arbitrary line, right? Arbitrary line, if you want to call it that. Arbitrary chart art. That's what I call these now. This is my arbitrary chart art. A bit of a multi-day, about a month and a half roughly, trend that we're pushing into. There were buyers here multiple times for weeks on end. But yeah, the price action, maybe if you want to consider this a little bit of a distinctly different kind of action that we've been having over the past 4 days, we're coming right into this multi-day trend support. So it's very interesting to me what silver will do in and around this area. I talked about this being a great place to get in. Again, this even better if you're nice with it. You're probably short 66s. If you're nicer with it, you're probably short 70s. You're probably short futures. You're probably in some puts. Maybe you're selling some nakeds as well, calls at the same time. But yeah, no, it's definitely a lot of room to level up my game. I would say, kind of considering all of those different methods to take this vehicle or take those vehicles on this specific kind of trade idea here. But silver coming into a very interesting area after a long day of selling off. Sidhu, 350s right now after the full
Yes, sir.
break, and the market just chopping around as of right now. So that's all I got going on.
375 too. That
Yeah,
was a
exactly.
little
And we
bit,
talked about that gap fill as well. I heard somebody in the chat saying, "Oh, 72 is that fair value gap area." Nice, interesting. I don't, everybody has different names for different things. I understand what you're talking about. I don't really call them that, but yeah, it's a gap where price may have skipped around a little bit. So we're kind of closing that gap, and we did that a little bit today. So we'll see how far Sidhu will get. VWAP I have sitting, Sharif, at 324. So that's about a quarter away from where we are right now. There it is.
Good
That little
short
red
move
line.
on that, by the way.
I'm trying.
Way to stick to your.
Here's the thing. I'm more than willing to be wrong multiple times. That's the thing. And stopping out. I don't care. Managing the risk effectively. And I was gonna ask Neil for more shares because I'm getting kind of comfortable with this. Like I said before, I'm keeping it light. I don't trade this stuff very often. So I'm keeping it light until I can properly learn, maybe develop some edge around some of this price action on some of these trades.
All right, let's get right down to work. Nvidia faces China supply strain as AI demand surges. So global hardware demand continues to outpace supply. So Nvidia is facing pressure from Chinese customers that are seeking the H200. Chinese tech firms have, Chinese tech firms have reportedly ordered over 2 million H200 chips for 2026, far exceeding the current supply. Nvidia has pushed Taiwan Semiconductor to accelerate production to meet this demand. So they are putting pressure on Taiwan Semi, but God knows how much pressure Taiwan Semi is already under. Their production has already been stretched thin. So the production for the H200, sorry, I said the H20, I meant the H200. Production is expected to ramp up in the second quarter of next year. The strain does highlight, though, NVIDIA's dependence on these leading-edge foundries, especially now that they've said that they're not going to use Intel's 18A node, so we're going to rely entirely on Taiwan Semi here. But supply constraints remain the near-term overhang, especially for the China-bound chips. So, give you a little bit more information on this H200. It is priced at $27,000 per unit, but the final price for the Chinese customer is going to depend on volume as well as the customer terms. So we can give you just a general price per unit. That's higher, though, than the H20, which was the previous China-specific variant. Reports vary, though, about how much stronger the H200 is relative to the H20. Some people say it's 6 to 7. I've seen more. ByteDance, which is going to be the focus of the next topic, is ramping up its AI investment and aggressively planning to allocate 100 billion yuan, about $14 billion to these NVIDIA chips in 2026. One has to assume if they're putting in these orders already, then they've already got the nod from the Ministry of Commerce, aka the Chinese regulator, because it was a Chinese regulator that didn't want their tech companies to buy American chips. Now, with respect to Wall Street's view on NVIDIA, BofA reiterated their bullish stance, and they said, look, we expect NVIDIA's Blackwell architecture to give about 10 to 15 times the performance jump over the Hopper. So for people who are worried, or, politicians, analysts, whoever, that, the China's getting their hands on a very good chip and that could have some military implications, analysts here say, look, we've still got a 10 to 15 times performance edge over the H200 in Blackwell, so you can make that what you will. And NVIDIA is estimated to have visibility into about $500 billion in cumulative AI spending across 2025 and 2026, meaning people are going to buy their product to the tune of $500 billion. And their gross margins as well continue to stay in that 70% range. We did see it, I think, back in 2023 as high as the low 80s, Obi. So NVIDIA, what is your look?
Yeah, man, I feel like we're going to be talking about NVIDIA almost every single day here, but nothing has really changed over the past couple of days. So I can talk about the short-term price action here that happened this morning, which was interesting. I came in and I saw this like steady grinding bid on low volume, and I was just like, all right, that's interesting. And I looked over. At Jose, and I was just like, yeah, I kind of want to short this. I want to revert this price action if and when it does come in. And that was absolutely beautiful. We did a little bit of a wick to the lows there. Let's go down to a 1 minute right here. So off of the open, we wicked this range to the lows. rip right up, and then can't really get past that 90 halves with any sort of distinction. Lower high here, 90 40s, and then breaking that consolidation. And then we've been holding VWAP for the most part for the rest of the day here. A little consolidation. You can see similar kind of price action here. Again, Nvidia is the leader of the markets. Similar price action here on the ES and the NASDAQ, where you have that strong flush, reverting pretty much all of that bid on the day there. But Nvidia didn't revert 100% of the bid, right? That was about a 2% pop all the way from the morning to the opening high. We reverted a decent chunk back into some of this sideways action that happened between 7 a.m. to about 8:30 here. So that's interesting. We were holding that as a bit of a double bottom and holding against VWAP. So a little bit of a sandwich here as well. And I think we had a couple of super chats here. So you covered the KC one, and Chris Prasad with the super chat here saying, happy birthday, Adara, from sunny Florida. This one is exclusively for you. Congratulations and best wishes for the future. So
thank you very much, Chris, for the kind words and the support for the show, and Happy New Year.
Thank you. So other than that, on Nvidia, man, I don't have anything anything else to say. Nothing's really changed that much, I would say, even fundamentally from yesterday. So.
All right, let's go on to the next NVIDIA headline. So we're going to talk about this one as well. And NVIDIA is reportedly in advanced discussions to acquire Israeli-based AI startup AI21 Labs for an estimated $2 to $3 billion. We don't know quite yet. NVIDIA declined to comment on the report, and AI21 didn't immediately respond to Reuters for comment. The transaction at this valuation would represent a sizable premium from what AI21's $1.4 billion valuation was back at a funding round in 2023. So nice premium paid there. Just to give you an idea who this AI21 company is and why they matter, they were founded in 2017 and they focus on large language models and advanced AI systems, basically right in NVIDIA's wheelhouse there. The company was co-founded by Amnon Shashua, who's also the co-founder and CEO of Mobileye, so a bit of overlap there. We know Mobileye, obviously another Israeli company acquired by Intel. And NVIDIA's primary interest here with AI21, not their actual, software or whatever IP they have. It's actually about their 200, give or take, person workforce, which reports say many of them are very specialized in their field, as well as having rare AI research expertise and advanced academic backgrounds. And we know NVIDIA has already got a presence in Israel, and they're planning more. They're planning major R&D expansion, including a new campus near Haifa. And the campus is expected to eventually support about 10,000, employees and span roughly, Obi, 160,000 square meters of office and research space. And AI21 had previously attracted investment from both NVIDIA and Alphabet, so they were already on North American companies' radar. You already commented about NVIDIA there, so we don't need to go through that, but just want to read that headline. Let's go on to silver. China.
Hey,
I know that's the wheelhouse, baby. China is set to tighten export controls on silver starting tomorrow. And I think it is technically New Year's already in China because they're 12, so it's already in place. Elevating the metal from an ordinary commodity to a strategic material, kind of placing it in the same kind of realm as those rare earth minerals that we saw, make the beef between the two countries, America and China. The announcement from China's Commerce Ministry comes alongside new restrictions on tungsten and antimony. China remains one of the world's largest silver producers and exporters, having shipped over 4,600 tons in the first 11 months of this year. And silver, apparently, critical for electronics, batteries, solar panels, medical devices, as well as defense equipment, so much so that Elon Musk publicly criticized the move, and he highlighted its importance in the industrial process. European companies also expected to encounter disruptions, with the majority of EU Chamber of Commerce responding, saying that they already impacted or expect to be affected. I want to get to the margin change in a second here, but apparently even the prospect of tightening controls on silver out of China has led to a distortion in the physical market prices. Buyers are offering $8 to $10 above the spot prices per ounce, of course, for immediate supply. That's how aggressive they are. And a Canadian miner named Kuya Silver confirmed inbound offers from Chinese manufacturers, Chinese trading firms, Indian buyers, and these premiums suggest that the stress in the physical availability is not just speculation in futures trading, but actual reality. So that is important as well. And then just to touch quickly here on the CME, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange announced it's increasing its margin requirements for the second time in a few days in the metals futures, pressuring leverage positions, of course, and contributing to that sharp intraday swing. So, Obi, give us your take on silver.
Yeah, man, silver, we've been talking about this all day, all week, and it is definitely very much in play. And yeah, China supplies a little bit of that silver. That's great. We kind of looked that up a couple days ago where, you know, that China they're gonna maybe put some more what's the right word to put it, like red tape around the regulation. Yeah, a little bit more friction. Thank you, Fabian. A little bit or restriction, yeah, which might cause some more friction in terms of exports. But here's the thing, they only do about like 10%, or 2024, 10% of global silver mining happened in China. So I don't know how much that's really going to affect it. I think the trade that's happening here is a little, it's a little bit more, a little different than that. But what do I know? The price action is definitely something that I can talk a little bit more about there. And we keep pointing out, or I keep pointing out, sorry for saying we, but I keep pointing out this multi-day trend on silver. This is an hourly chart right here. And since the breakout, that's what I like right here, the breakout of $50. We've been kind of holding this base, breaking out, nice little volume expansion as well as we make higher highs and higher lows. But over the past couple of days, the price action a little bit distinctly different with the gap downs and the aggressive selling that's been happening. Yesterday, there was some aggressive selling happening here in going into the end of the day. And even in the Blue Ocean session, later half of the Blue Ocean session, there's some aggressive selling that brought it down even further as well. And today's selling coming in right off of the open all the way back down to 64.57 is currently that it's trading at, and a bit of a maybe support zone here because, like, look, this was a bit of support, maybe some resistance, short-term resistance turned into support. That gives us a little bit of a gap up. We kind of gap down, flush all the way back down into here, gap up, flush all the way back down into here, gap down, and then, you know, we're coming right in. So the question I'm asking, is this 64 area a little bit of a short-term demand zone? And is that going to give us a little bit of turbulence as well here on silver? We talked about this trend hold using some moving averages here with Brian Shannon yesterday in the evening. And yeah, I think I definitely agree with his perspective there. Kind of waiting for this trend to actually break, waiting for sellers to really show themselves. Sellers have been really showing themselves over the past couple of days, to say the least. But let's see if it gets actually aggressive when structure starts to break down here. I'm watching this 64 area here, a bit of a short-term double bottom here, maybe from last Wednesday, and then this Monday as well, coming into it, going into the end of Wednesday as of right now. So SLV. Very interesting moves in the past few days, few weeks, couple of months. Depends on how you're positioned into it. Yeah. But yeah, absolutely beautiful vehicle for extracting opportunity from the markets.
All right, just before we go to Adair for comment, Dylan Gavi, thank you very much, my friend, for the $10 super chat. Thank you to everyone at Trader TV. Started trading at the end of March of this year and had my first $1,000 day today. Would not have learned as much as I have without y'all. Happy New Year's to everyone. Happy New Year's to you. Very kind of you, my friend. Thank you very much for the super chat. We hope you have a fantastic New Year's. Adira, give us your take on silver.
This again, because I do believe that it bears repeating. With SLV, you do have CME raising margins. You know, it's going to be the second time in a handful of days. Now, of course, that 2011 crash in silver happened after CME raised margin requirements 5 times in 9 days. So again, I think this is interesting because you never want to assume that history is going to repeat itself. as we say sometimes in the show, history, sometimes rhymes, but it doesn't repeat. But then also, I think if you get into the situation where you see, last time margin requirement raised, then we dropped, now it's going to happen again this time. So I think you kind of want to play it with caution. You want to see what happens, but I think it's always worth noting being aware of history just in case it does indeed rhyme. So I think the fact, I would definitely keep an eye here on CME margin requirements in the coming days. Back to you guys, though.
Very much for that. Yeah, thank you for telling me about that, man. All right, let's go on to the next topic. Tesla. The Burr man, he's commented on Tesla today. Michael Burry pushed, I should say, back against speculation that he is betting against Tesla, explicitly stating, I am not short. Those are interesting words. I am not means like the present. Who knows, though, what he had been doing in the past,
short.
right? Yeah. I was not short would have been different, right? But he said, I am not short, despite calling the stock ridiculously overvalued. The comment does follow questions on social media after Burry reiterated the valuation concerns that he has and that he already shared with his paid subs on his Substack earlier this month. Tesla publicly published a compiled sales estimate pointing to about roughly 1.6 million deliveries for 2025. That's their prediction, which would be down 8% year over year for what they delivered in 2024. If realized, if that 1.6 comes in, this would mark the second consecutive annual decline in deliveries, an unusual development for a company long priced for growth. But, their growth doesn't have to only come from cars. Burry, as well, has recently drawn attention for short positions tied to major tech names. His argument has been, look, these firms are using aggressive accounting to exaggerate AI-driven profits. Specifically, he's talking about Nvidia. And what he was trying to say was, we're digressing a little bit, but he was trying to say, look, the usability of these chips is like 2-3 years, and these companies are using them for 6. So there was a lot of pushback against that, with industry experts basically showing that CoreWeave's old 6-year-old chips are fully booked like 100% 6 months into the future. So he did have a point there, but when you check it against facts, it may have just been a point, not in reality. Anything you can say there about Tesla?
Yeah, man, Tesla, it's interesting. Yeah, Burry did. I did see the Burry tweet. I think it was yesterday or last night or this morning, something like that. But yeah, no, interesting stuff. Funny enough, it's seller dominant since that 500. If you want to call it a failure to follow through, let's just round it up. Call it, couldn't get to 500, right? And it had a really nice build up into it too. So when it doesn't get in, maybe it causes some sell side pressure, and we've seen that happen over the past a couple of weeks here. So that test happened on Monday, December the 22nd, and then this week coming in, the selling continues to happen, and we see that almost every day going into the close. Strong selling, strong selling, strong selling. It's almost overdone in my opinion, but again, what do I know? Going to be looking for more of the same. Let's see if it does more of the same today. Sellers were dominant off of the open once again today. And coming into prior day's lows, we've been just chopping around VWAP as well. Got to remember the market. It is a Mag 7 name. The market's not really doing too much either since that morning flush. We've just been chopping around in the same area we're buying. We got that slow, steady grind on low volume across many of the Mag 7 stocks here. So we're just coming into that same zone and just chopping around. So I'm not really expecting too much for it here. But
yes, sir.
Sharif, take a look at that bottom. 452.30 right here is the day low. A little bit of a flat, I don't know if about a flat bottom, but here's the thing. If sellers continue to be dominant today, my question will always be, can I take some inventory through that low? That's all I'm looking at.
Yeah, especially because, a lot of people are going to be looking at that low too, so you could ride a bit of a trend there. Good point, Obe. Let's go on to the next story. AWS, Amazon committing $50 billion to government AI and supercompute. Let's talk about this. So AWS has unveiled plans to build a purpose-built AI and high-performance computing infrastructure, specifically, though, for the U.S. federal government for the first time ever. We've been talking about sovereign AI. We've seen the Middle East really push forward with sovereign AI. Nice to see the U.S. pushing forward as well. The initiative includes up to $50 billion in investment. It's going to begin next year, and it's going to focus on secure U.S.-based AI and cloud capacity. Nearly 1.3 gigawatts, according to the reports, of new AI and supercomputing capacity will be added across 3 different segments of AWS. AWS Top Secret, AWS Secret, and AWS Government Cloud Regions. Those are the different segments of AWS that they're going to add new supercomputing and AI capacity. And federal agencies, here's what they're going to get. They're going to gain access to AWS's full AI suite. We're talking about SageMaker, Bedrock, as well as in-house built chips, or in-house design chips, I should say, Trainium, as well as Nvidia's AI-backed infrastructure as well. So you think that they're probably going to have Blackwell. The third party in-house models are also going to be available. We're talking about Anthropic Claude, Amazon's Nova model, and custom deployed models specifically for the US government. The goal here is to dramatically compress the timelines and enable hours-long AI-driven analysis that previously took weeks or months. And the AI-powered simulation and modeling will allow agencies to process decades of security and satellite data in real time rather than through human processing, as well as automated threat detection and response planning will be enhanced through large-scale pattern recognition across sensors, imagery, historical data sets. So basically, they're taking all the data, the raw data, and putting it into a sort of a Palantir-like AIP system, which gets synthesized. So we're going to pause here for a second. We'll get Obi's take, but we got to send it up to Sia.
Nothing too major happening with crypto today at the end of the year, but I have a very interesting BTC story for you guys. So a recently divorced Bitcoin investor lost his entire retirement fund, which was one full Bitcoin, to an AI-powered romance scam orchestrated by a sophisticated criminal. And what this criminal basically, the scammer basically did was he just used AI to create synthetic portraits and conduct real-time deepfake video calls with the man. And this was fully believed by him, obviously. He made the fabricated relationship virtually indistinguishable from reality. Power of AI, guys. And BTC is currently down 0.7%, trading in 87,700 region. That's all, nothing else major for crypto today. Happy New Year. Back to the guys.
Yeah.
Very much. Yeah.
What's your take on Amazon and Mr. Amazonian?
I just want to speak on that. Speak on that story. Yeah. That's absolutely hilarious. Like, dude, like I think if that's the case, like you almost deserve to lose your crypto there if you fall in love with an AI and you're just like, anyways.
Yep, but
what do
we have been
call,
seeing more of this, right? Have you looked at the data usage from Altman? Altman on podcast has openly admitted he is concerned about the relationships that humans are building with AI, and you got to know that he sees the stuff we don't see.
Oh, of course,
he sees that internal data set of it's something to be on the lookout for.
Oh, for sure, man. Yeah, no, I think it's interesting. It's like we kind of talk about this as well. Like all the information that you're giving these AIs, whether it be a lot of people kind of try to construct. We're just take it back to stocks. Try to construct edge using some of these AIs. Like, how much can you really trust some of these systems, right? We're talking about real stuff here. So, anyways. Yeah, it's again, well, it's sad to hear, but funny and weird at the same time. All right, so when it comes to Amazon, I think you want to speak on it again. Same thing I said yesterday. We've been stuck in the range, and what do we do today? Same range right here. A little bit of supply zone in the 232s, a little bit of a bid, a demand zone right here in the low 230. So we've been locked in this like $2-3 roughly range here. We got some strong wicks. I've seen this kind of consolidative action on a higher time frame multiple times now on large caps. So the question becomes like, do you just sit here with an order? Because clearly, when price gets pinged all the way down so aggressively, there's a 15-minute candle, it gets wiped right back up, kind of suggesting maybe a short-term mispricing. Right? There's definitely players that are sitting here and be like, okay, well, yeah, if you're going to slap it down that low, I'm willing to buy it all right back up. Right? So it's just like, okay, cool. We've been stuck in this range, boom, 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 boom. Today, we try to push the range highs, can't really make it, flush right off the open, and we come right into the range lows, and we're getting a bit of reversion back to VWAP off of that area here. So Amazon, nice little consolidation, sideways action on a higher time frame here.
New traders, listen up. The first month is absolutely free. That's right, we're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to that elite experience, baby, where you can analyze, you can strategize, and then you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. We're talking infinite data, instant trading. They've got lightning fast market insights and game-changing charts. And you can also predict better. With their backtesting tool, you get reliable, you get real-time data, and you get global markets at the tips of your fingers. It is an all-in-one platform, so don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code or click the link in the description. All right, Adira, give us your take on Amazon.
And we're at the same point that I made earlier today on this story that I think is really key. When you're looking at Trump Truth Social posts, make sure you look at the date of the things he's posting. And I say this because this story on Amazon is from November 24th of 2025. It is over a month old. Now, the reason we're talking about it today, though, and I can say that definitively based on the chart action, is because at 4:18 p.m. yesterday, and you can look at the chart when this was posted, Donald Trump goes on Truth Social and he posts this. He posts a Fox Business article from November 24th of 25. That is the day that this story came out about this story. So I saw a couple X posts running with this as well, talking about, oh, you know, Amazon here with the new story. But if you look at anything they're posting, there's nothing more recent than November 24th of 25. So the point I'm trying to make here is, like, Trump will do this sometimes. He'll go on, he'll share old stories that are not news from like a month ago, and he'll usually do them in rapid succession. He was sharing a whole bunch of other old stories yesterday as well. Another example with a public company that he did this with was Nvidia on October 30th, 2025. He shared a story about Nvidia that was dated October 7th. Just always be careful when you see this stuff. It will quickly disseminate as new news, but there's nothing in this Amazon story, and I repeat, nothing that we didn't already know. So I think just quick Adira tips on how to read Trump Truth Social posts with regards to the market.
Suing or getting sued by the U.S. Virgin Islands, a lawsuit that is raising regulatory overhang. So let's talk about this. The U.S. Virgin Islands the AG there has filed a lawsuit against Meta Platforms, accusing the company of deliberately profiting from scam-related advertising and failing to protect its users. The complaint alleges here that Meta knowingly allows fraud as well as illegal gambling ads, banned product ads to persist, well, because it boosts engagement and it also boosts that revenue top line number. The lawsuit cites a previous Reuters investigation that reported Meta internally projected, didn't release these numbers, but they internally projected that 10% of their 2024 revenue, which is about $16 billion, came from or could have come from scam-related as well as prohibited ads. Internal documents cited by Reuters in the report suggest Meta does not block these suspected scam advertisers unless their internal systems are 95% certain of wrongdoing. I spoke about this in the morning, but I personally have experienced this. I haven't experienced it lately, to be fair to Meta. This was more in 23 and 24. On Facebook, I would get ads for guns, and pistols, which are not allowed here clearly. There was ads for drugs, hard drugs, not marijuana.
Up, bro?
I'm not searching anything, bro. Let me
You're saying
finish.
that's
Let me finish.
Sorry.
Okay. And you thought maybe, that was just a scam ad. You click through and you could go through the entire process. That was one form of ad. And then there was another form of ad which used very similar keywords. It wouldn't use prohibited words. It would say like, have a great time, or like, elevate your mind or something like that. And then you click it and it was drugs. So this gray hat, black hat stuff. As a friend of mine who I'm going out with tonight, by the way, for New Year's Eve, he works in digital ad sales, and they do this stuff all the time. He tells me they have these gray hat kind of ad campaigns that filter through Meta's own kind of system that detects this stuff. So completely within the realm of possibility and something that I've experienced. The lawsuit also accuses Meta of misleading the public about the safety of Facebook as well as the gram, especially when it comes to teens and kids. It alleges Meta promotes safety policies publicly and then fails to consistently enforce them internally, something that we've heard from many different people. Meta rejected all these allegations, by the way. So that's their counter here. They claim that calling the claims that it fails to protect users baseless. The company also says it's aggressively fighting these frauds and scams, and noting that user reports of scams have fallen by about 50% over the past 18 months. And they also disputed the accusations related to child safety, stating, look, we're committed to protecting young users across all our platforms, and that's bogus. Whether you believe them or not, that is their response. Obi, what's your take here on Meta?
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I think those accusations on Meta, they've been there for quite a while, right? And it's just like, it's kind of sketchy. Of course, they're going to deny everything, but you know, we don't know what Zucky's really up to. So we'll kind of leave that there. But in terms of the action here, interesting spike here on December 4th. Now, I'm forgetting what the news here was. I think there was definitely some news here on December 4th. But strong range. About TPUs?
Yeah.
Oh, Google TPU. Yeah, because a large cap association trade there. But yeah, slaps right up from 44s to 86s. I think I remember taking this for a little bit of a reversion, but yeah, a little too far, too fast. Comes right in, but guess what, guys? We've been holding this whole range. Let's go to a higher time frame. We've been holding this range for the past, since that happened right here. We're kind of inside that range. Bigger picture, strong flush from prior earnings. We did break that trend. We reverted about 50% of it on that ping of that news, that ping of this area, 680s, kind of sideways action, holding that 640, holding 670s at the highs here on Meta. Even bigger picture, let's just move up. I like to go to the monthly, because take a look at some of the ranges that we're making. The average daily range, the average weekly range has been expanding over the past year or so on this thing, and rightfully so, kind of, I think, because like we're breaking out. Remember, we talk about this being in a textbook reversion here over 21, 22, and 23. Those years, we did a full-on reversal all the way from 100. Nice little bounce off of 100 as well on Meta platforms. And yeah, created a little bit of a platform above that prior high and continued to push higher. And you can see that we're kind of opening up here, even on the monthly. So yeah, interesting stuff happening here on Meta. Yeah, higher highs, higher lows after a very strong technical break. So.
All right, guys. Thank you, Ben Fish, and your LAs. Thank you for the $5 super chat. You can't have guns. What's under your shoulders? Oh. All right, my man. All right. I also want to point out INBS is just ripping faces off, Fabian. Into the high of the day goes 12.17. You got another bull flag continuation. First bull flag, you want to say, starts at around 8:30. We consolidate till about 12:30, 12:40. And there's second bull flag. And there's the breakout again above that second bull flag. In the $13 it goes, $12.94. It's up 210%. Keep your eye on this one. INBS is him, and it's continuing to prove that it is him. We're going up to the big desk.
Talk here about SMCI getting a little bit of a move here. They're already giving up some of this. Barron's saying that 3 stocks that could benefit from XAI's expansion next year are SMCI, Dell, and Nvidia. Dell and Nvidia not moving on this. Nvidia a bit too large to move in this type of story, but SMCI is moving higher again on watch here. Again, Barron's naming this as one of 3 stocks that could benefit from the XAI expansion. SMCI, if you remember, actually popped a little bit yesterday around this time as well on other reports with regards to its XAI association. Back to you.
All right, let's talk a little Microsoft here as SoftBank deepens their OpenAI bet. So SoftBank completed that $41 billion investment into OpenAI, securing an 11% ownership stake. One of the most important, let's be honest about it, AI companies out there, even though, you know, we'll see how they do. They're on probation with me, but the deal ranks amongst the largest private funding rounds in history, and SoftBank's capital deployment came in stages. Didn't come all at once. You got that initial $7.5 billion. That was back in April during the tariff tantrum. Then you got another $11 billion from co-investors in the interim. And then the final $22.5 billion came late December, completing that $41 billion investment. Microsoft, and why they're relevant here, they remain one of OpenAI's most influential backers, having invested $13 billion in the company to date, and they've deeply integrated a lot of OpenAI's products into their own. And now, with a rumored $1 trillion IPO valuation, Microsoft's stake in that IPO could be, if it comes to market at $1 trillion, $270 billion, sizable amount there. In OpenAI, SoftBank's move comes after it fully exited Nvidia. The position, we reported to you guys on that, with Masayoshi Son saying that he needed the money to deploy elsewhere, not because he was bearish on Nvidia. Now, that's not the only part of the story. A lot of has been made about OpenAI and their insane spending given their revenue. And that's where this part of the story comes in. They are actively, meaning OpenAI, actively exploring advertising models to monetize its massive free user base, which is roughly 900 million weekly active users. That is according to the information. The proposed formats include contextual product recommendations with responses and then delayed ad placement. So that would appear later in the user session. So you go in, you ask chat the question, nothing pops up later on. So it's not intrusive, an ad does pop up. We'll have to see how it works in reality. Only about 5% of those 900 million weekly active users are currently paying. So only about 5% of users currently pay, making advertisement very critical, of course, for revenue generation. And their advertising margins here, now when we gauge how much of the money they could make, analysts feel it could be very similar to Meta's 80 to 85% gross margins, especially if they, or potentially I should say, generating about $110 billion annually by the end of the decade. That is a prediction, of course. OpenAI's leadership previously described advertising as a last resort, but when you've got, $1 trillion of commitments, your last resort's here.
Yeah, no, I think that's a little hefty tag on some of their commitments, and Microsoft. I love to look at long-term charts, and this chart is absolutely beautiful here. And I kind of talk about structure and stepping up, and I keep mentioning this. A lot of these, it's kind of common for a lot of these mega companies. They're pushing for that growth. They're really putting on that risk for what they think is going to take them to the next level. And you know what I mean? And I think that's good. That's solid. That's what should be happening from some of the best leaders of business in the world, right? So,
well said.
Again, structurally, this looks absolutely beautiful on the monthly. Take a look at how this has been stepping up, Sharif. We had this nice, slow, steady grind all the way up into 2021s, 22s. A little bit of a flush, right?
Back in 22. Everything.
Like, look, this was the COVID drop.
That was barely any.
Like, look, what is that? It's a blip. It's a blip on the chart. It's a blip on the chart. 22, yeah, multiple months of pullback, and then we pull right back in. Going into 23, stepping up onto prior support. Sorry, prior resistance turns into support right here within 1 month. That's April. That's April 1st, and then you gap up right here. I think this was the presidential bid, right? The president said in April, he was just like, hey, buy. This is a great time to buy. And guess what?
That was the tariff tantrum.
Yeah. And then, look, we're pulling back into this structure as well.
That's a ridiculous gap.
Great, man. Absolutely beautiful. And then pulling right back in to this prior structure. So now I'm asking the question,
there's support there.
Do we turn this resistance now into support? We've already seen prior month a little bit of a bounce off of it, or are we going to pull back a little bit lower? I have no idea. But again, market dependent. We'll see how things pan out on this one. Structurally very beautiful on the long term.
Great analysis there, Rob. Let's go on to the next story. Warner Brothers Discovery. The article reads that the board is likely to reject Paramount's Paramount's Skydance, I should say, latest bid. So WBD is likely to reject PSKY's amended $108.4 billion hostile bid. According to sources familiar with the board's discussions, the board has not made a final decision, but is expected to formally meet next week, keeping their strategic options open. Warner Brothers and Paramount declined both to comment, signaling the sensitivity, of course, of the issue. And here is the revised offer. They are backed, of course. Now, Larry Ellison personally backing some of this. He added his personal equity guarantee to address some of the concerns that some people had, Warner Brothers specifically, their board, over the financing certainty of PSKY. The bid does maintain that same $30 per share all cash offer, but it increases the regulatory reverse termination fee and extends the tender deadline. Despite the sweeteners, of course, the revised offer did not raise headline value, which could have been a needle mover. And they prefer the Netflix deal. Let's just be real about it. We've known this from the beginning. WBD appears inclined to pursue a rival cash and stock deal with Netflix valued at $82.7 billion, while lower analysts do view Netflix as having a clear financing and lower execution risk. The key constraint, though, for Warner Brothers would be that $2.8 billion breakup fee if it walks away, and that's the Netflix breakup fee. Shareholders and board considerations. So Harris Oakmark, Warner Brothers' 5th largest shareholder, has about 96 million shares, said, look, Paramount Skydance bid revised offer was not sufficient. They did like some of it, but they said it was not enough, especially given the fee, the breakup fee exposure. And the board, Warner Brothers board, had previously urged shareholders to reject Paramount's bid, citing the financing uncertainty. But there is political and regulatory overhang. President Trump, was very, very clear when he weighed in that he thinks the Netflix deal may be too big. Whether that ends up being the case when it gets to the regulator or not, that is something that I think creates a lot of uncertainty for the Netflix deal as well. Oh, what do you see on WBD?
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting story, man. People have positioned into this as well. The chart's kind of telling. Initially, that bid was like for like 20. Yeah, rounded bottom as well. Absolutely beautiful. And then I also wanted to point out when like post IPO all the way in what 05s here, this is where that strong bid came in from. And then we had this absolutely parabolic move. What a beautiful, beautiful short on this one on the backside when it did come in, because it gave you a nice steady kind of sell-off after that. Yeah, sure, we had pops in the 30s right here, but if we're just looking at it, 31, what is that high? 31.55. Currently, we're trading, the current high is at 30 over the past couple of weeks. But again, it is a buyout, so it's going to act and behave slightly differently as people, fight for the bid here. People talking about, is this a bid war? Is this not a bid war? I have no idea. But yeah, there's two companies, Paramount and Netflix, that are fighting over, fighting this over. And Paramount might have a little bit of an influence because of their buddy with Trump.
You got it.
But cutting at the end of the day, I think the shareholders might have a say, and however direction that pans out, we're going to go there. But yeah, haven't really been involved in this one, but if you're trading buyouts, this one's one that kind of does the Momo buyout play, which is kind of nice here as well. So lots of liquidity to go around, I would say, for this one. I'm curious to know how this will pan out, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see a lot of those WB content on Netflix, right? I think. Yeah, I don't want to take sides, but I personally have Netflix, so.
All right. Adara, what is your take on this latest tie-up here?
To start with, going off what Obi said, I will take sides. I don't want Paramount Skydance to have Warner Brothers, because the PSKY, Paramount Plus user format, is so unfriendly. And I know people in the chat agree with me because I've said this before. That is done. That's not what I'm trying to say here. What I want to say here is also kind of related to Obi's point. Will this get approved by regulators, and what are the risks? And I keep bringing up this example because I continue to think it is very relevant, not from a company standpoint, obviously, but from a regulatory standpoint, the Metsera deal. So we've got Pfizer, who we know CEO Albert Bourla is kind of tight with Trump and the administration. And on the other hand, we have a European company, Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk outbids Pfizer. Metsera says they want Novo. Then we get the CEO of Novo literally going in the room with Trump and saying, hey, Pfizer, if you want it, pay more. And then we get regulators sending a letter to Novo, hey, this isn't going to go through. And then Metsera has no choice but to go with Pfizer. So with that in mind, OB-AL, what I think has to happen here, now that we've had multiple rejections of this PSKY deal from Warner Brothers, and this is a huge if, obviously we don't know exactly what's in the administration's head, if Trump and Brendan Carr and the FCC, et cetera, if they decide we do not want, Netflix to have Warner Brothers, then I think what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to do something similar to what they did in the Metsera deal, and they're going to have to send Netflix that regulatory letter. I don't even know if they can in that standpoint. I don't know the ethics of that, but I think that's, at this point, the only way to solve this, because Paramount Skydance, it really looks like Warner Brothers does not want this deal. If the $40 billion pot sweetener from Larry Ellison didn't do the trick, I'm not sure what will.
Right, thank you very much for that. Let's talk about Disney settling the COPA case over the children's data practices. So the U.S. Department of Justice accused the Walt Disney Company, of collecting personal information from children and serving targeted ads without proper parental notice or consent. The regulators are alleging Disney failed to correctly label certain YouTube content as directed towards children, triggering unlawful data collection. The conduct was found to violate the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, which strictly limits data collection from users under the age of 13. The legal outcome here was Disney agreed to a $10 million settlement resolving claims against Disney Worldwide Services, as well as another company called Disney Entertainment Operations. The federal court entered a stipulated order finalizing the agreement, but beyond the monetary value of this fine, Disney is barred from operating on YouTube in ways that violate COPPA going forward, increasing compliance scrutiny across its digital platforms. It's also not something you want to be really known for collecting data from people of your ages. Well, there's a whole bunch more here that we can talk about. We're getting a little strapped on time. What's your look on Disney?
I mean, right away, looking at the weekly, we can see that we've just been in a bit of a chop here. Yeah, multiple weeks of a bit of a bid. Yeah, exactly. Fabian's reminding me that there was a picture of Disney's chart, and it kind of with a faded image of the Disney castle, and it looks exactly kind of like some of this price action here over the past few years. But yeah, a bit of a range, right? We're seeing this since 22, low of 80, high of say 120s here, chop, 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 chop. So yeah, if you're taking this this range trade on a higher time frame, it seems like we're kind of trickling back up towards those 120s. Just taking a look at, let's say, a 30-minute chart, take a look at this consolidation, man. Or this, not consolidation, it's a trending range. So we had a strong reaction on earnings, right? Drop down, 101s right there, 101 Dalmatians coming in at the lows, and then break that trend, step back up, step back above that 106, and this range is pretty nice. Trending ranges, I like those. 115s are the current highs, but earnings reaction highs sitting at 117. So the question becomes, if we really have been winding up on this action, what is the probability that if and when we do get to 17, we have some, continuation, like leg consolidation, leg? That's what I'm kind of asking here on Disney. But bigger picture, you got to keep that in mind. We've been stuck in that range for multiple years there, Sharif. So,
all right. It's been great. It's 2 o'clock. Tinaman is getting ready. I hope everybody has a fantastic New Year's, guys. Be safe.
New Year's.
And we'll see everybody bright and early on Friday. We'll be live at 8 o'clock. Take care.
Sure. Easy. Have a good one. Happy New Year.
Sorry, guys. I'm literally
Welcome
caught.
to the afternoon show.
Throw it right over immediately.
That was the worst possible timing. I'm like, I was just taking a sip of water.
Obi still.
No, I'm good, man. No, it was just weird because I was literally taking a sip. I'm like, winding up. I have like a couple of beats, and then the camera's on me, and I didn't even realize it.
Sharif gets paid by the hour, so you got to get out of here.
That's always fun. We're doing it live, everybody. I mean, which is crazy because we're Trader TV Live. It says though they're in the bottom, but it's one of our fun little sayings.
I just can't believe we're finally live. I think in 2026, I think we should go live. Finally.
Oh my goodness. So this is wild. This is literally the last stream of the year for.
But the reason why I was late is I went over there and I saw here. Do you want a turtles? Ramin had these on her desk, so I was like.
I mean, I'm not gonna
boom.
say no.
Oh, this is a salted. Is yours salted caramel?
This is classic.
You want the salted caramel or the classic?
I love.
What do you want?
No, I mean I love salted caramel.
Okay, there.
You don't have to, man. Thanks.
That's what I do.
Appreciate it. We had cake too.
I know. I saw the
bowl
piece
was
of cake
delicious.
over there. It's not stopping. This is.
No, it's not
This
stopping.
is New Year's extravaganza. All right.
The market's not doing much, but just.
The market's trying to go a little higher.
Define higher.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's trying. It broke through VWAP. I'm short. Yeah, we might get stopped out here in a minute. I don't know why I just keep on looking at these futures, but here we go. We're short right here into this level. If we break back through 85, we're gone. The reason why I went short right now on the futures was see this huge move up here, and then we had a top wick. I just thought, okay, top wick. Let's see if we bring it back down. We did wind up. We could have made 40, maybe $40, but maybe 8 cents or something right there if it does pull back in. But now we're just going to wait to see if we break through that top there. As it looks like, I don't know. I wish it was maybe more range bound, but it does look like it's trying to break out right now. And if it does, then we can just regroup. And it's we're flat on the day. because we have Nvidia, but it's the future. It's this back to the futures where we've lost on today. We tried to gather these bids early. That's Nvidia, sorry. We tried to gather these bids early, and it just kept on breaking lower. And then eventually we stopped ourselves out there, and then this happened. So, yeah, it looks like we're going to be the wrong way again here. But we're just playing around right now. I'm going to have this turtles. Oh, it's already finished?
I mean, come on. You know me.
I got you. Are you okay? Do we need to get Ramin over here and substitute him?
You know when you just
I can't have Obi come over. He costs.
It goes down the wrong tube when you're drinking water, whatever. That's all.
We're not making enough today to have Obi fill in for you.
Yo, Obi has been putting in work.
Yeah.
Straight up.
He's gonna be the one making all the money over these holiday seasons over here.
He's chilling.
His per rate billable is very high. For Obi because the quality is so good, Obi. Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. Maybe you should pump it up more. The supply and demand issue. You know?
Exactly. I just provide the liquidity. I said this before.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you are providing great liquidity.
I love the line when it's like the one at the bar, providing liquidity as well. Yeah, that was the best. I've seen them. So there's a video. His mic's on? Okay.
I can't hear him, but yeah.
And it was a while back, and then all of a sudden I don't even remember this. And then I think Joe had the video. He just happened to be taking a video at the time, and all you hear me saying is that I will provide the liquidity, because I think we were talking about like, oh, should we get more drinks? Should we not? I don't know. These guys were kind of being like, I was just like, okay, everybody shut up. I will provide the liquidity. I think that was pretty funny.
That means you were buying the drinks or you were drinking the drinks?
Yeah. I think that's what ended up happening.
Okay. Yeah. All right, thanks, Obi. Yeah, you can provide the liquidity for us if that means sitting in one of our seats. These seats need to be filled. So he will fill the bids and the offers. And but all kidding aside, it's going to be a little bit of a slow afternoon.
Yeah. And appreciate all the super. I know there's we got a bunch of super chats over the lunch, the lunchtime, and want to shout out everybody. And especially if you're sticking around, enjoy this afternoon. Like I said, it's our last stream of the year, but we're back on Friday because
oh my gosh,
the market's open.
Yeah, we don't ever.
If the market's open, then we are here. So I know I'm looking at Sidious. Sidus. Sidus space. Sidus, not Darth Sidious.
Sidus.
Which is what I want it to be. And then Tesla lost VWAP, which, by the way, Tesla has been, if you look at the last couple of sessions, and by a couple, I mean every single one, when I zoom out my 3-minute chart, it goes all the way back for the whole week. Like, look at what happens in the afternoon. Now, granted, today, it's not really moving as much. I fully expect this is the range, and let's just deal with it. I think we get VWAP to the low, no better, no worse. But it's been selling off. So when it broke VWAP, which just happened just before we came on, I'm looking short. I have a couple more offers under VWAP to try to pick it up, and we're looking low of the day there. But ultimately, this has been a pretty weak one. Silver, I might have just missed the reload on silver as well at 65, but I'm looking to fade that as that's relatively weak. Let's be real. I don't think we get crazy moves. Look for the inside of a range. If you look in VWAP, look to the low of the day. If you're bouncing off VWAP, maybe play into the next supported resistance level. And maybe some small caps will be going. I already see ESHA, which is what I'm calling ESH Acquisition Corp.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's one of these, obviously, like SPAC. Been doing lots of solid volume, let's just say. I see people talking about this. It's still underneath VWAP and kind of on the backside of the trade, so it's not necessarily on my radar. And let us know what's moving. Make sure you go $, Bovin, you put in ESHA without the $. So still keep throwing in the $, because as we do the rundown right now, it is going to be about the names that you have been talking about, our viewers. So let us know via the $, whatever, and then this afternoon we'll be able to talk about the symbols that you're interested in and whatever comes to mind, and maybe we'll have imbibe a little bit as well. Yep. Let's go to Sharif and start the rundown. Imbibe.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they are locked and they are loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the afternoon rundown, you got to get into the chat and you got to vote. Make sure to throw in that $, though, before the ticker of your choice. Let's have a look at all 4 major averages, and all 4 major averages are red, starting with the NQ down a little over 1/5%. Faring a bit better is the ES, down 0.17, and the Dow, much the same look, down 0.18. The Russell 2000, the worst of the bunch, losing here 0.33% to go into the afternoon. Let's start, though, with the first ticker as decided by you guys, INBS. What a monster this was during the midday show. Intelligent bio stock up over 174% at the highs on a new deal with Surma Yohari MedTech to manufacture its drug screening reader. The partnership aims to cut the annual cost by about 40% as boost gross margins by 20% and quadruple, guys, the capacity. Good look here for INBS, 1294 high, trading at 1135.
Yeah, that's a bit of an understatement. Like on a day like today, you're gonna, you're gonna do over 100 million shares worth of volume. On top of that, you're going to do all of it, or the overwhelmingly absurd majority of that, over the volume-weighted average price. This is also the stock with, and I'm not going to make the same rant about naked short selling, but this is also the stock with the 100% short float, at least according to our data, which, of course, is utter nonsense and might not be adjusted. But either way, it's an epic squeeze here in INBS. And what you don't usually see this, where you haven't even had an actual cross since the pre-market of the volume-weighted average price. That is true strength for sure. It just means anytime it gets anywhere close to it, the buyers are not waiting around, they're aggressively buying the dips. The short sellers well, we need to make sure we get something there. There's been nothing about this that's showing a sign of weakness, with the notable exception that you have on the 15-minute what looks like a curl on the 15. So if I'm kind of looking at this from the 15-minute, from this $8 bounce, and then say, okay, well, that's one trend that didn't break, and now you start another one higher. On the 15-minute, this is breaking right here. Now, I'm not paying for locates in this. I'm already in situ, which is similar, but looks like it's made a more distinct top. But INBS seems like a ring the register kind of situation for me. And I suppose when I was talking about how naked short selling is ridiculous and the uptick rule is not as big of a deal, they should be focusing on shutting down things like this. I suppose the other side is, sometimes when it blows up, it gets even better, I suppose, the upside. But just because you get some really good squeezes out of it, to me, doesn't necessarily mean it's the kind of practice that's good for the market. And overall, it crushes more stocks than it probably allows you to get some squeezes like this.
Yeah, we had that funny poll earlier about that, but there's going to be lots of runners today. I mean, Neil just went over it. Right now, there's an hour, basically and a half left until we get those imbalances, right? Which could spark some kind of movement in the market. So I think when you're looking at these opportunities, you just got to say to yourself, is it worth throwing away X amount on a trade that may or may not go just because I'm bored or because, looking for something to do heading into New Year's? So for me, these are going to be the right plays to look at, the SIDUs, the IBNSs, and all that kind of stuff into the afternoon in case we break some levels. But even if we do break some key levels, is there really going to be enough volume to follow through? That's going to be something. I'd rather actually wait for a big move to happen and then fade it back to the mean. And so that's what I would be looking to do. For now, I'm just playing with Nvidia and the TQs. Let's go see what the next stock is. And then, I don't know, I was even going to look at crypto, but that's not even moving either. That's 87.8 right now, which I feel like it was at this morning there as well. So, all right, we'll do the rundown. We'll get Sharif out of here, and then we'll talk about, some fun activities that maybe we have planned for later on today.
Probably.
All right, let's talk a little SIDU Space Station up nicely here, 33.33%. Forming a bit of a bull flag here on the 15-minute chart. So they did raise, they issued a public offering of 10.8 million shares at $1.50 a piece, raising $16.2 million. Management says they're going to use the cash towards working capital, manufacturing expansion, product development, etc. But we know earlier this week that they were selected for a contract with the Missile Defense Agency's SHIELD indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity program, which supports the Golden Dome missile defense strategy and carries a total ceiling of up to $151 billion. SIDU trading at 357.
They should definitely do some kind of a commercial with Samuel L. Jackson. Just get Nick.
Snakes on planes?
No, just get Nick Fury up in their SHIELD.
Oh, the SHIELD. Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Makes sense.
So
wasn't Snakes on a Plane was a pretty funny movie. It probably wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Was it? Okay, I was gonna say.
Oh, you never saw it?
No, no. Some of these older movies.
Oh, you got.
You know, it's like you always think back about, oh man, those movies were so good, and then you rewatch them and they're not so hot. But
It's probably not the kind of movie you could watch.
I want to know what Fabian got from Swiss Chalet over
mad
there.
jokes.
I want to know what.
I love Swiss Chalet.
Fabian, what'd you get from Swiss Chalet over
Isn't he
there?
ordering right now? Isn't
I
that what's
got
on the
ribs.
screen?
Oh, man gets ribs, so they're
Yes,
over here.
sir.
For,
Ribs.
Yeah.
this man is not
Oh,
fooling
word?
around, man. I'm having a salad.
Ribs,
He's having
huh?
ribs.
It's okay. I'm not watching my figure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Make
you don't
it-
need to, man. I think ribs are okay. They're not too bad. You know,
If anything, I need to pack them on.
Protein.
Yeah. He's trying
whatever.
to pack on the
You gotta-
weight.
you gotta
Fabian's
enjoy.
telling us over there. So
Enjoy yourself.
yeah. Yes, Fabian. Fabian getting a lot of love from Mike Peter.
Oh, you know what they're remaking? Or I don't know if it's a remake.
I feel like that was a big. Was that Ramin's food in there?
There's another Anaconda
of
being
us.
made. I think like Jack Black. Is it Jack Black?
Anaconda. Okay, that would be another one, man. Like
Oh,
who was in the first
Paul
one?
Rudd and
that was J Lo
Blackjack.
and Ice Cube.
Yeah,
Jack
Black Jack. He just.
Jack
What did
Black.
Ramin get from Swiss Chalet?
Straight up, yeah, they're making.
She
new
got
one.
mashed
Oh, that's-
potatoes and
Mashed potatoes, some little chicken.
and I
little
don't
chicken wrap?
remember.
I think she got chicken wrap would be my guess over there.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, okay.
Mac and cheese.
Anaconda.
She got
Who
mac
is
and
it?
cheese.
Oh, and the guy you don't like. You don't like. I think he's funny.
Paul Rudd?
You don't like Paul Rudd.
Yeah, my wife doesn't like Paul Rudd. That doesn't
I
even
told
look
you
like
this-
Paul.
I told you the
doesn't even
story.
Look like Paul
He's so
Rudd.
That's,
funny.
Yeah, it says Paul Rudd, but that
So
looks
good.
Does that look like Paul Rudd?
Can I-
Okay, it must be.
I can show this.
That looks
But
funny.
show
Jack
the
Black is
trailer.
pretty funny. I know. Are we allowed to
Just
show
think-
that?
I don't know. If we're
Yeah,
not
that's
allowed to,
fine.
then I'll just throw it away for a second.
Fabian said it might be fine to show.
No, so this is weird. Look, when I was in high school, I worked at the local theme park, which is Canada's Wonderland, and Paul Rudd came by. So Paul Rudd was there, which presumably, I don't know, probably his girlfriend or something. And I remember, okay, so let's just say I was like, oh, you're so-and-so from blah, blah, blah. And he was like, no, I'm not. I'm from this other show. And it was kind of like, oh, really? Like, aren't you just like no one else?
Aren't you Ant-Man?
Shouldn't you just be happy that I recognized you? Like no one else recognized you. He was also in Friends as well, but
Oh yeah, he just said Phoebe's boyfriend in her.
it was kind of a weird experience. I met Roger Clemens at one as well when he was with the Toronto Blue Jays. He was at Canada's Wonderland. Anyways, let's go back to Sidhu before I'm just going to wax poetic about things that don't actually matter. So Sidhu, I know Sharif said bull flag, but to me, like what I saw here, first it was a trend break, which it kind of pulled back into the prior high, and then I got stopped out. Then it did this topping tail wick on the 15-minute. And ever since the lower high here at 360, I've been essentially shorting, looking for another pullback into this higher low, kind of playing the range game here on Sidhu. But it's very, like, look at what happened to the volume on this stock in the last 30 minutes. I mean, just absolutely dying down. So thinking that we get too much further, like I'm bidding into about 335, and then I'll just sort of see what happens here. But if it goes further, it goes further. We'll see. And then Tesla might not be on the rundown. I was able to reload at 44, but it's stopping at the $0.50 because why would anything move more than 50 cents this afternoon? And then the low here is down at 453. So just a couple of things on Sidhu. I'm not thinking it's going to completely fall apart. I'm also not thinking it's going to completely blow out either.
We have I'm going to go to Chief quickly. We have a new position. SMR just went up, and I did exactly what I said I was going to do. And let's see if it works, though, first. Here it is right here. Come to the screen quickly, Fabian, then we'll go over to Sharif. So there's the unusual move from 14 all the way to 1430. What did I say I was going to do? Wait for these moves to happen, see if it builds the top. It wicks up twice, up to 1430. Then I shorted 1425. We are now 10 cents in the money. New position alert on SMR. We did average in to that top, but not very many shares, but there it comes right back in. I should probably put another bid right here on the TQQs. I'm at 67. Let's just get a 68 fill there, then we'll wait for, there it is, then we'll wait for 62 after that as we continue to go. So far so good, and there it is. We'll drop out of this one as well, and we'll hit a chicken dinner winner for my only pause. Well, hopefully these two stocks we're in are going to wind up positive, but there is an out right now on a dump there of Nvidia. We're short the futures, we're short SMR. Let's go back over to Sharif.
DVLT, boys, up about 23%, give or take, but breaking back down now, losing that 65 penny area. DataVault Incorporated, they've been added to the S&P Semiconductor Select Industry Index, and the index, of course, does often mean passive buying by index funds. So DVLT breaking down now, but still up 23%.
There was a couple of companies that were not kicking the tires on some of that as well. There, Ramin got mashed potatoes and mac and cheese. So both from Swiss Chalet. So Swiss Chalet famous for chicken. We got ribs, mashed potatoes, and mac and cheese.
Isn't that a weird combination? Mashed potatoes and mac and cheese. It's
Yeah,
not like,
yeah, Neil.
It's like two sides.
Are you judging, Neil?
I'm not judging. I'm just what? Okay.
People can't eat what they want to eat.
They're eating whatever you want to eat. I've just never seen someone get mashed potatoes and mac and cheese. Now mac and cheese all day, every day.
We
all
went
day, every day.
Yeah. Oh yeah, mac.
I've never had it from Swiss Chalet.
I mean, just keeps on hitting the denied for that. No, but yesterday, my daughter, we went, there was not many, we stayed in the Marriott in Buffalo, and there was basically nothing open. Like all the stores, all the restaurants, all downtown were closed. The weather was not the greatest. So we ate at their restaurant both times. And the first night we got burrata, which is amazing cheese there, with a tomato jam and side arugula and the bread and everything like that. Anyways, as soon as that hit the table, there was 6 or 7 of us at the table, my daughter just immediately attacks it, right? Okay, so then the very next day we went back there for lunch. My wife and I split an avocado turkey BLT thing, and she just got the burrata. That's it. So she just got like the appetizer, burrata, all to herself.
Knows what she wants.
And so yeah, to the point about appetizers there as well. But yeah, it looks like Data Vault. That's a
Data Vault is dead now.
Yeah, I mean under $1 I think is a risky proposition. Surprised it got added to something being under $1.
Added to anything being under $1 is very unique. I can't think of another example of that.
Well,
you know, I have limited.
Futures.
Who knows? But this looks like it's actually breaking down right now. Like if I wasn't in situ, I might actually consider paying for locates in DVLT. Like look at this flat bottom break that just happened here on Data Vault, right at 65 cents, almost clean. Yikes! And the chart doesn't look very good on the daily, which is obvious for a penny stock. I guess that's not very surprising at all. But this looks like there's some room to the downside. Do we have free locates on this? Probably not. No, we don't. No, this is worth it. I'm going to pay for locates. That's a heck of a gap, and it just flat bottom broke. So if we're headed down, why not Data Vault as well? So I'm going to go grab some locates. It's still within the first cent or two of this move. So let's see if we can grab some. They're going to be like a fraction of a cent per share for sure. But surprising they be added to any index, regardless of how small.
All right, so we'll go, we'll spin it for a little bit of money here, just trying to see if we can, I don't know, just top it out here. We said that if we can get any kind of a move. So there's 14.25 down to 14.15 right now. It's a dime right there. And then we're just getting out of some of these futures. Almost all of them if I can. We'll put we have another bigger bid right down here for about 25% at 53.60. So that should come in right now. We're actually bidding 61, so that should fill in a second. And then we'll see about this bottom tick for the TQQs. So we're just in 2 positions right now. We did get out of our Nvidia trade, which was a good, look at that. Look where we got out, man. As soon as it breaks that, see ya, as Nvidia is going lower. So let's see if these futures can print down here. And then Sharif, I think one more name, and if not, let's only do one more so you can get the hell out of here. All right, let's go back over to Sharif and let's wrap this thing up.
Tesla, boys, down 0.5% here, and it was speculated this morning that Michael Burry could be short. He took to his Substack and X and said, I am not short. The clarification does come a day after Burry used his Substack to deliver a scathing critique of the company's valuation. He is not currently short. He did not specify, though, whether he was short before. Tesla down 1/5.
All day, Tesla has just been, not literally every day. Every day since the 500 test, Tesla has been a short. Overall. There's been up moves, but every single one of them got faded. The most damning thing about it was yesterday, because yesterday was a huge V-shaped recovery. When you see a stock like this do the V-shaped recovery that Tesla did, the last thing you're expecting is to end up on the low of the day by the end of the day. And it fell in a very orderly fashion all the way to the low. It's holding the bottom end of the range today. So yesterday's close was at 454.5. That's been resistance all afternoon. The second it broke VWAP, I'm shorting 54 into the low of the day, just looking to scalp it. It'll be about it's like $1.50 to the low. So just try to grab that and then reload if we get the opportunity. So Tesla, we're going to get deliveries. Usually it's somewhere at the beginning of the month. I wouldn't necessarily expect it on Friday. Heck, it could come out on, I guess it would be on the Monday or the Tuesday.
See you, boys. See you, boys. See you, boys. See you, Sharif.
As Sharif is going to take off for the evening. But no, another bad day for Tesla. I think you're waiting for the 50 period on the daily. It's about mid 440s, and then look for a bounce there. But until we get there, Tesla's been on a one-way collision course. There's been no buyers of this stock that have been able to sustain at any point in the last week, and they have.
There you go. This is, we missed on the prime rib. We had lasagna for Christmas Eve, but I'm thinking that tomorrow, if we don't have a prime rib, I don't know. She's being very coy about what's happening tonight. So, cool. But this is prime rib twice. I didn't even read this yet. So, twice baked potato. That is like my son's favorite side. Caesar salad. Love the Caesar salad and the champagne. I mean, how do you really beat that meal? I think. I mean, sure, there's probably ways of beating it, but that's
it's perfect.
Last trade of the year. Okay, short on quantum. Okay, QBTS, IONQ, going hard at them right now. Happy New Year, all. Yeah, I mean, if people want to put, thank you so much, David. If people want to put their, perfect New Year's Eve dinner or whatever in the chat, I think that'd be a lot of fun. We can start to read some of that and have fun together. So thanks, David. Let's all do that. For me, prime rib would be absolutely perfect. For a night like tonight, some red wine, maybe. Yeah, and then maybe like a late night dessert. Like maybe you can have like a creme brulee. I mean, it's too fancy. I don't know if anyone's gonna make that at home, but some creme brulee with like some late night champagne. I don't know, man. Something like that. Something seafood too would be nice. I don't know. I could just
the other day, a few years back with my brother out east, we did like we had like scallops and linguine. Just absolutely delicious.
Yeah.
White wine. It was fantastic. Now, obviously, when you're out east, this isn't Halifax, right? Like you get, like, look, you're on the ocean. It's just so cheap.
You have to do it
to be able to pick up seafood. So that's what you do. Like it's normal there.
Yeah.
When they have occasions, you're gonna eat good seafood. Whereas here, it's like, nah, we want to have something a little bit different. But
the seafoid pasta would be great.
Yeah, seafood pasta for sure. Like I love seafood, so that would be almost perfect for
shrimp
me.
cocktail. That's what we're having. I mentioned that. I think we're definitely throwing down some shrimp cocktail. My daughter, that first night when we had dinner there, she got the basically the seafood pasta there, but it wasn't linguine. I can't remember what it was, and it said jumbo shrimp on the. But I asked her afterwards.
Was it though?
Yeah, I asked her after. I think it was bucatini. I think it was. Which is great, which is a little thicker, like almost like a Singapore noodle, but and it was carbonara, so she really liked that, and there was jumbo shrimp in there. And afterwards, she goes, "You know what, Dad? Those shrimps weren't that jumbo." Sorry about that.
It's not that surprising. These days,
yeah.
Yeah, portions. Everybody knows this.
I think the shrimps were.
Portions aren't what they want.
Oh, TV dinner. Yeah, that's a good one. Have a TV dinner, smoke a bowl. That's good. Watch All in the Family reruns and go to bed at 9. 9's a little early, my guy. Over there.
We can't read that 19. Super. Thank you, New Boot, for the super chat.
What did he say? This is the guy that I just saw there. 9 o'clock.
No, that's
1965. Yeah, maybe that's about right if you're that old. No, just playing around. That's not even that old. You're just slightly older than Neil. What was the other one that you saw over here?
It's a thank you for the super chat. I'm up.
Okay, that super chat. Yeah. I never heard of that pie. So
I don't know.
Okay.
Joe's definitely never heard of that pie. Anyways,
Joe's not a pie fan.
Not at all. So there's the low. The low just hit on Tesla. So I jumped in.
You might like that pie.
We're able to get 54 into 52.9 as it continues to go lower. Citus is trying to go, but if we get any kind of a bounce, I'm just going to reshort that bounce. Like with only 90 minutes to go, like I don't mind if that's the move and there's nothing too crazy after that. Like that's all we need. For sure. And the fun, if you're in the chat, there's no need for us to read that super chat. If you're in the chat, you can all read it yourselves, but I don't want to get us canceled or anything like that. Let's be real. Shoot, I was going to talk about something else, and then now I'm chuckling.
We're hitting this. You can come over here quickly. We're hitting out right now on these positions. Neil's got like sort of the low float runners today that are actually running, and I've just basically got two relatively bigger names, I guess, where we've shorted the futures right there. I'm covering now, so we have a bunch of covers here in the mid to low 50s. As we get out of that position, we have less than half of that, and we have about half. Well, actually, sorry, we just got filled there at 10s. So we have 35% or so of this SMR trade left, and we'll see how low can it go. And then I'm going to actually just refresh this thing because just to see if something does move. Let's fresh start this. So what you could do is get into the chat right now, start putting whatever you want here as far as a symbol is concerned. And when you do that, like if someone actually, here, I'll start SMR. So when you do that, then SMR will somehow, there it is, and it will now show up. So if you want to put something in here, AAPL just got put in there as well. So we can go into here a bunch of times and get that all figured out. So and we will have, I just heard Adara, she'll be back. If there's any news breaking, we'll talk about that. She is back.
Girl.
Yeah, Sue's back.
Yeah, we're all done.
Back again. Adara's back. Tell a friend.
The birthday girl.
The birthday girl. So we want to say happy birthday to her once again. And yeah, Tesla, Palantir. Oh, this guy got pizza. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what everybody's getting for lunch over here. So probably lots of pineapple on that.
When Obi says he's getting something like a day in advance, me really holds true.
Yeah, man. We just got to get those burgers.
Yesterday he was like, I'm getting pizza tomorrow, and then boom.
Boom. Yeah, man.
Sia said she was gonna get pizza, and then that didn't happen.
No, okay.
She was like, oh, because Sia actually likes up.
She actually came here and ate and just jammed out. She was on for like 5 minutes, wasn't she? Yeah, what was she doing?
Oh, she had to take off to be.
Yeah. Okay.
That's one of the reasons we did. So we were going to do the cake for Adara in the afternoon show when things are kind of chill and not moving around as much, but Sia had to take off.
Yeah, I saw Sia in the lunchroom, and she was like,
but we do have. I might get it out of the fridge at some point.
I want more of those.
I can't eat more of that cake. The turtles are delicious. Those are delicious, by the way.
That was the one thing I said to Marissa. I was like, we didn't get any turtles this year.
That's like
what is that? No, that's the wrong one, man. I refreshed it, Fabian.
Turtles and Toblerone, man.
Yeah. We got the Toblerones. We got the Ferrero Rocher.
That's the other one.
That is very, very popular.
Christmas right there.
It looks still like.
Huh?
Yeah, we could do. Yeah, exactly. We'll do burgers on Friday. Yeah. Okay. Are you? Oh yeah, you'd be here for Joe. Yeah.
Where are we getting the burgers from?
Cabanos. It's a cheeseburger place around here. We tried to get it the other day, but they were closed. So we're gonna get that on Friday.
Bet this. You know, if I say cheeseburger Eddie,
that's from a movie.
Okay, you see, Obi was like,
but I have to. Can't recall where it's from.
I got the fries that'll cross your eyes. I got the shakes that'll make you quake.
You guys are too smart.
I got them burgers. All about cheeseburger Eddie. Character.
There was a burger on the menu that I should have got instead of getting that bacon, turkey, avocado, BLT thing. The burger, someone on our table got the burger. It was like so good. But the thing is, I don't ever like ordering burgers. This one I'll do because it's based on, Obi's said that it's like one of the greatest burgers in Toronto. And if I haven't had that, then I got to get into that. But the thing about burgers are they're so easy to make at home and just so good when you make them. Just grab your own. It's like ground beef, your own chuck, whatever.
When I'll make an omelet.
I'm
not buying an omelet somewhere.
You just
make my own because I know what I like. So if you know,
it's just so good. It's just the natural.
It's
not as greasy.
It's so true. And thanks for all the good wishes for Adara for her birthday. Drop System. Okay, we're gonna go to Adara. As a matter of fact, the birthday girl will come back, and I see you, Drop System. That's a good stock.
Oh, longest yard.
We'll talk some Robinhood because crypto didn't move, but Robinhood certainly did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you guys for the birthday wishes, and thank you to Orogenic for supporting the show, OGEN, because when the seconds count, you don't have time to wait for just treating symptoms. NYSE-listed Orogenics, or OGEN, is rewriting the rules of neurological care. We're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. So book a meeting with our team today. Thank you, Orogenics, and thank you, Sean and Neil. We're going to go back to them. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Adara, and I said we look at Robinhood. Look out for Robinhood. This might be making another break lower. I dislike Coinbase more than I dislike Robinhood because one of these two things is something I believe is worth buying, and the other one is Coinbase. But some point next year, we will see the 200-period moving average on Robinhood, and when that happens, it will be somewhere around $100, and we'd look for a bounce. So I think it's happening, but sometimes you think you're going to get that pullback, and it just doesn't. The other name which I brought up, which I do not like, come on, charts. It's ain't over yet, is already breaking down, and there is nothing remotely that I like about Coinbase at these levels. This feels like it has a different ways to go. So yeah, Robinhood, I think that's going to be worth a shot to buy the dip. Tesla seems to be bouncing off that 453, so it went the buck change. Now it's kind of consolidating lower. Maybe it's got another leg down in it, another leg down as it heads lower. That DVLT, Data Vault. I got to look up what the heck index a penny stock is allowed to even get into.
I don't know, but here goes the market for some reason. The market just capped itself right here, and now you're down to 53.40 right now on the futures. So there we go. Let's go. Good short there. We got the reload. We're putting this back in our pocket here temporarily on the futures, as we talked about it being. And again, I know it's not the futures, it's the TQQs, and it is a triple levered against the Nasdaq. So you could also trade We just took a fill there at 41. You could also trade SQQ the other way around. It'll be because TQQs recently split, SQQ was the cheaper, they will both split the other way. So SQ and TQs both split, but they went oppo. So they're both in this $50 to $60 range. This was a $15, $16 stock. So we don't have any problems borrowing TQ shares. They're free to borrow here. So in that regards, we will trade the TQQs. That way, if the market goes down, I can go short. If the market goes up, I'll go long, as opposed to the SQQ. And there it is, man. Let's see if we get right back down to the lows of the day. And again, this was just something there. Oh, here we go. 69er. What's up? Easy peasy. That's a saying around our house, too. It's like easy peasy, lemon squeezy,
That's a
no, a $69 super chat. I hope this is okay to read. I didn't put this up.
You gotta read it.
Okay, thank you, Sean. I'm consistently improving my trading as you improve. Oh, thank you. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Entering and exiting the same positions with proper sizing without watching TV, and exiting the same positions without proper sizing without watching TV or copying. Good. Thank you to the whole family. Neil, Sharif, Brendan, Adair, Joe, Ramin, Randy, and Andre. Yeah, Andre, and all happy New Year. Well, thank you so much.
The only person that's only
for
goes
that.
by the nickname. Because Ram, we know Ramin, but yeah, Andre, is Andre back on Fridays? Actually, I'm not even sure when Andre's back. He'll be back next week.
Ramin's the only one that would know because she's counting down the days.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure.
She's like, Andre, where the hell are you, man? Back here. She's trying to convince Andre, like, hey, Brazil, the weather's way nicer here than in Brazil. You better come back immediately to enjoy all of the weather. I don't know if that's what's going to be. What was that sandwich? Yeah, eclectic. Anyways, by the way, thank you so much, Easy Peasy. I mean, that is, I'm just going to say in here, mad love as I just respond to that. It means a lot there. Thank you so much for all the super chats from everybody this year. And it's really nice to see that, you're improving as we all continue to trade. So I don't know if there's news or not. I just heard Obi say out of sort of the side of his mouth there. But look what this trade that we have on right now. I mean, this right here is the trade for me. There it goes. Huge move in the futures, and we're short. So, in what was basically falling off a cliff here, Adara, like immediately. I don't know if Trump, probably, it's probably just low volume trade. We will start to cover this as
happened yesterday.
Okay, yeah, we see it near the low of the day here. So I just want to basically cover and that's that. So right now I have a quarter left. That's it, a quarter left of this trade. And means a lot, all these super chats and how nice you guys have been to us. And so just keep being nice to us, basically, throughout the new year. I'm very emotional. So can't take any.
Just as long as you don't get any
emotional damage.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of emotional damage. So I'm more about in the new year, I'm more the Trump guy. I'm more that Trump meme that we have.
I have none of those.
I'm just
my
like,
board.
I don't have it either.
One.
I gotta, maybe if Fabian sends me the note. Hey, relax, guy. That's more what I'm gonna be like this year. Yeah, just relax, guy.
No, there's
too much emotional damage. Just relax, guy.
Where's the dancing one?
Relax, guy. Oh, you like the dancing one in front of the screen there? You were in front of the.
Isn't it something like that? I can't. Whatever.
That was a good one. Yeah, you are basically mimicking.
Is that kind of like?
That's not really the. That's kind of it. I thought there was more just
was that like AI or something? No, but that was actually him.
No, that was on Saturday Night Live. That was like almost 7 or 8 years ago, I would think, at least.
We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more.
Yep, we have to win more. We have to buy more Nike. You see Nike's there up 4% today. We have to buy more of
Nike. Had a day.
We have to win more and more of that as we go. Silver's getting slapped.
Well, this is what happened yesterday.
Slap it up.
Silver lost the bid.
Ooh, 7%.
And then everything started losing the bid. Oh, that should have been a reload at 65. But we were looking at Tesla at that moment. DVLT has gone. Sidhu's starting to go. Thank you guys for pointing out DVLT, which I didn't see the story about it getting added to some index. But anyways, whatever the story actually was, like I was looking for it because I'm just very skeptical of that. It's a penny stock. How could it be in anything? Anyways, it doesn't really matter. But when it broke, there's their flat bottom break, and the low is 64.8, so less than 65 cents, and you're able to short it essentially at 64 in front of that. So it's like less than a cent worth of risk. And this could pull all the way back to 57. It's already gone pretty much halfway. So at this point, like I'm already out of just over half, because it's gone halfway in the move. And if it falls any further, I'm going to end up with about a quarter for it to get down to about 57. So everything is rolling over with silver. And if that's the case, want to keep an eye, because if this bounces, which yesterday when the same thing happened, silver did bounce. Like we rolled over at 242, and this bounced at like 3 o'clock for power hour, and then was kind of trend up. Like there were a couple of short opportunities. So I feel like if silver bounces again, then you might catch a little bit of a turn in the market. So keep an eye. It seems like the low of the day breaking on silver was just like yesterday when it lost this bid here, and how quickly everything headed back into the low. So far, I mean, all the shorts have worked out. Tesla M70. Love these names. Thank you, YouTube, for doing this.
Yeah, put it back just for Adara.
It's for Adara.
You can read it so Derek can hear.
Oh, I'll read it.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to Adara. She's really smart. I made so much money from her calls. I wish her a very long life and a wonderful new year. May this free real market news last forever.
Thank you so much for the kind words and the support for the show. And I'm always really happy to be bringing you guys this news and calls. And I love doing it. So thank you so much again, and happy New Year.
There we go. If you like what you're doing.
As long as we have the ability to, Trader TV, we're here when the markets are open, and we'll show you what's happening in real time, and Adair will keep you informed, and Sia will keep you informed, and we'll be looking at exactly what's really going on in real time, as opposed to a half an hour later or like an hour later whenever they get to it. So when the market rolls over because maybe silver loses a bid, it's like, okay, this is happening now. Let's try to figure out where the turn might be or what's actually causing this market to drop to the best of our abilities. So thank you guys so much. There we go. Thank you for getting rid of that. Let's be real. There are some things that don't stink today. Like, I was just looking over like what is above the open. Apple is actually flat on the session and holding some higher lows. The other name that I was looking at, maybe if the market were able to bounce, yeah, this is not going to happen. This is probably a flat bottom break. Nike is up 4%, but really this isn't doing anything. I almost think this might be better for a catch-up trade, maybe for a bit of a gap fill on Nike, as opposed to trying to catch a long way up here. I was thinking maybe that had dipped back into prior high, but it hasn't. So just looking for some things that might be relatively strong. Let us know what else you find out there. Okay. So Ramin has told me, if you guys are looking at the chat like I am right now, then you can click this pinned link, bye-bye 2025.
Yeah, what does that go to?
And then, it
more ways than
populates up here, so I have to go down and do this, and I'll full screen. And this is our bye-bye. It's like a 2025 review, it looks like, for Trader TV Live.
Yeah, it's
so
all our
anybody
best
can click that link. You can go watch it.
How is this all our best moments when it's all Trump? I don't understand this.
All Trump. There's Joey options.
It's the
there's
market's
one
best
of the best
moments,
moments,
and
of
then our
course,
best
with Kevin and the little baby thing that we did.
Sean,
There
don't
was
be a
Carney
hater.
in there. Carney getting punked.
You said I was broken, Ramin.
What?
Yeah, so...
Oh,
there it is. Oh, that was a good
This
one.
is American Eagle, obviously.
Okay, that's
so pretty cool. Check it out. It's the pinned link in the chat, everybody, at the very top.
I mean, I know Ramin's done this because I still have not seen, I don't think, my face or your face yet, so...
Well, it was in baby form. In baby form, it was.
Baby form.
No.
Baby form.
They see our mugs enough, anyways.
Ramin. I might just go take another turtle my damn self at this point.
I'm down with. I'll
Anyway, these are my favorite. What is everybody's favorite holiday treat? Like turtles. Now that I've had, I didn't have one all basic holidays.
You gotta get on.
We had the Ferrero Rocher. We talked about that. We had the Toblerone. Just milk chocolate, like whatever. I don't know, Cadbury eggs. I guess that's more for
Lindor.
more for Easter, but the Lindors. Oh, the Lindors. Oh yeah, the Lindors. We have you had the pistachio Lindors?
Hell. If I had the pistachio Lindor.
Wow, I had them. Yeah, my family just basically yoinks those right from me, man. I had a bunch in the stocking. Thank you, Santa Claus. And yeah, they were gone real quick, man. Once my family hit up those, I had like 2 of them. I was like, damn, these are great. What do you mean they got taxed?
Oh, I was gonna say, like, who has 2 Lindor chocolates?
Taxed. I tried to have multiple. Probably a good thing I didn't, but
I don't have that kind of discipline.
Man, those pistachio Lindor, yeah, that's if there's pistachio turtles, it's if someone has those, send them over to me and I'll be cash on delivery, man. We'll get those figured out. Over
pistachios in general.
And please tell me you had this chocolate. What chocolate?
Oh my goodness, cookie. I'll tell you right now, you just said fruit cake from Barbados. So
Okay.
now, when a West Indian says fruitcake, you're not talking about fruitcake. This isn't, it's rum cake. It just so happens to be like quote unquote fruit based. But what you do is like you have a jar going, which we do at our house. You got a jar going, you've got all your fruits and prunes, all that stuff in there, and then you're just constantly spiking it with rum throughout the year. And then at the end of the year, after it's been marinating forever, for months and months, and it's nice and moist, then you make the cake, and it is delicious. And the first time I had it, I was a kid. I'm like, this tastes funny, and they're like, yeah, because that's a West Indian rum cake, fruit cake. But it's delicious. It's so moist. Not this dry fruit cake that you could like throw like a football, and like it's like a brick. None of that stuff, man. West Indians do it right, straight up. And if you've never had it, then I suggest you try. But it has to be like a true authentic. Like that was when, straight up, when my wife got the seal of approval from my family, she made a fruitcake for like a Christmas gathering that we had, and then it was just a bunch of stuff there, and they're eating. My aunt's like, "Who made this? It's so good," and I'm just like, "Yeah, that's right." She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Yes." She knows. Always about through the stomach.
Yeah, you always got to marry the one with the fruitcake. That is for sure.
All day.
Yeah, we shout out Randy. I see some people in the chat talking about Randy. Not here right now, Randy.
He'll be back on
Most of these IT guys.
Nobody in the back office. Usually there's, even when it's slow, there's one or two people here. This week there's nobody but us.
Oh, hey Randy, how's it going? I hope you enjoyed
he's right there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, here's Randy.
Oh no.
What the?
He gone.
What time is it? Okay, 2:44. Okay. All right, let's keep on going on. Look, if there's anything you guys want to do, like Google's showing up on my scanner right now. We're trying to think of like things to talk about that, you know, make us look stupid and make everybody laugh, and we can all laugh together. We can talk about fruitcakes and rum cakes and how much I love pistachios. I'm Italian. You know, so there's all of that, man. But yeah, right here, Google does make a move down into the 200 period moving average. You know, a name that's been relatively strong all day. You know, we did have that little dip off there early, but then it's really been holding VWAP, obviously, as we come back in. So at the 200 period, you know, the 200 period hasn't really meant anything all day. Maybe it did right there, but that's kind of cherry picking. So I would rather wait for VWAP to come into play. So those of you that are trying to be a little more patient, you can wait for that and then lose it at 313. But I don't know if like losing 50 cents or where is this at 40s? I don't know if losing 40 cents is like the cup of tea of the moment right now. Like it's you're gonna have to get 40 cents to go back up to the upside to make that trade at least 1-to-1. And I think right now you're probably looking for a little bit better than that. It's a good thing that we're talking about being almost out of all of SMR. We said we had 35% left. Then we took that fill, breaking through the 200 period moving average again. So now we have about 15 to 20% left of this SMR trade. And I'm actually thinking about just putting a bid right here and getting out of just a little bit more on SMR. Oh, the losing trade of the day for me, because now the futures still will be red on it, but we've covered that up, would just be this. We took basically 2 shots here on DJT. We did what we said we would do, like what we're doing on SMR. When I saw this DJT, this was sort of the news there about them dropping some sort of a random token there for every DJT shareholder is going to get some sort of a DJT coin. And that I thought was just a bunch of whatever fluff because the value of the coin is undetermined. So when that comes back in, I was like, okay, let's short this for some reason down into here once the market opened up, right? So we made the move back down and I was like, let's try 13s. That just blasted up real quick. And then at that point, we're like, okay, let's give it 15 more cents. Shouldn't have done that. Got stopped out, then tried it again, but a couple minutes later against that day's high at the time. And man, that was wrong. So I'm trying to look for moves like this where we blast and then we do this and then lack of volume brings it right back down to the downside again. So that's what I thought and we just got out some more SMR. Thought that's basically what we were doing here on Sam Michael Robert, and then that came all the way back in. So we'll get a little piece out here on VWAP and go over to Adara.
Speaking of DJT, let's talk about the man himself. Guys, I've had this series on XTTV Research. Started, I believe, in August, just updated with a whole bunch of new posts for the last couple of days. Here's the most recent post, just shared this about a couple hours ago. Do you guys remember when Trump said that I guess, sorry, what was this happening here? The U.S. will be receiving $25% of the proceeds of Nvidia China sales. That happened, $25%. So if you want to relive this moment or other fun moments where Trump tweeted about, truthed about publicly traded companies, you can find this on X and TTV Research. I will drop the link to the thread in our chat. And I want to let you guys know as well, there's more posts to come. I have a whole bunch of year-end review posts. I've been posting them over the last couple of days, but I'm also going to be posting some tonight, and then I have some scheduled to go out tomorrow as well. So if you like review content in preparation for the new year, X and TTV Research is your place to go. Back to you.
Posting on the birthday. Shout out to you, Adara, for sure. And Daniel, Mr. Westermeyer, as I like to say, I did get your email, and after we're done here, we will show. We were talking about Lindor, so you got something that I want to show you guys in a bit of a minute. But let's talk about Beta Pro. Why? Because if you're in Canada like us, and you're sophisticated like we seem to think we are sometimes, or you're a trader, then maybe you want to check out Beta Pro by Globex, the largest provider of leveraged ETFs in Canada. They got a few new ones, 3 times bull and bear exposure to the TSX 60 and S&P, semiconductors, US Treasuries. And guess what? What day is today? It's December 31st. That 65 basis point fee drop, that is until today. So that's it, everybody. Take advantage. You also have currency hedging. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader and you would like to amplify your performance, scan that QR code you see on screen or check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. And if I can find it. Yeah, you got to get amped.
I don't see what Westermeyer sent you over here.
Daniel sent me this.
Oh, there he is. It's in Switzerland?
So this is home of Lindor's chocolates, what I assume is in Switzerland. There's Daniel's lovely wife, home of chocolates. That's a great place to visit. I should add that to the bucket list, man. If you love chocolate, and of course, yes, that's a. I wonder how many. It's like the Eiffel Tower. Like how many people in the Eiffel Tower, the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Like how many people take this exact photo? Good friend of the show. Thank you so much for sharing that, Daniel, as always. And hey, have an
I went
awesome
to the Cadbury
New Year's
factory
as well.
in England. That was wild. How they make the chocolate is just wild. It's these huge vats of it, just like, oh my God.
Willy Wonka, baby.
Yeah, actually, that's not a bad movie to watch on a New Year's. Go get Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
It's not bad, too. It's
this whole time I thought we were talking about Francisco Lindor there, the baseball player. Yeah, what team is he on? Minnesota? No, where is he?
No, he's on the Mets now.
Mets now.
He was.
That's right. It's not a big deal. Yeah,
he got paid, dude. Paid.
For sure. The Jays signed some minor league guy today.
And nothing.
It hit on my hit on my scanner.
If it's not Bo or Tucker, then
yeah, no, neither.
We don't care here.
Neither of them. Right there. Okay, I'm going to punch out a little bit more here. SMR just went to the downside, so that was a good idea to short that one. Right there, we'll take a bit at 9s. We actually punched out because I wasn't sure. I was sitting at 9 and not getting anything. So what you want to do is when you're looking at a level 2, you know, there's someone sitting here with 6,000 shares. Like these are all dark pool fills. They can hit those shares no problem, but sometimes you want to see. So there it is right there. So you got to get through this, and then there's just a couple stacked bids right now. So like even to get through 04, you're gonna have to break through 25,000, and then there's probably a few more shares at O's. No, not really. So there's gonna be some shares here on the bid. So you see how it just went down to 8 and back up again. So I am completely cool now. We're down to less than 10% left, or actually just about 10% left of SMR now. We did it. Like that's the play that we were waiting for. So, you know, happy that we're able to make that right now on SMR, and we'll just wait to see what the next trade looks like there for tonight. So for the rest of the trade today, sorry. That's SMR. So we'll wait for that. And I'm just like, I have scanners going on here. Like here's like JP Morgan showing up. So let me just see if there's anything yeah, so there it is. So let's see. So JP Morgan pulling back to VWAP. Right there, like that was a great trade about an hour or about 30 minutes ago. 223, 23.50, made a move up about 70 cents and came right back in again. So these are kind of things. We did get a question earlier about PayPal, so PYPL, another good level to talk about there, breaking below 60. I don't really see a world anymore with PayPal being a necessity for many people. I mean, I go on StubHub and I sell some tickets, I buy some tickets, and I use PayPal over there. And you can use PayPal on Ticketmaster. But here in Canada, and I know we're such a small market, so that's the thing, like Venmo and all that stuff, like no one really uses that here. Most of it is Interact. EMTs. You heard of an EMT before?
What's an EMT? What?
Do you know what an EMT?
I only deal in straight cash, man.
Right, but you would know. If I said to you, send me an EMT, you would know what that is. Oh,
Who doesn't know?
Fabian, would you know what that means,
Although
Fabian?
straight cash only.
EMT, yes, it is, emergency medical technician.
That is also,
Yes, if I'm sending you an EMT, yeah, maybe potentially you're having a heart attack.
You could save somebody's life.
That'd be right.
What the hell is
No,
even
I mentioned it to Ramin.
Tough job, by the way.
I don't think you were here the day when we were going to do a Tim Hortons run or something.
I can see where this is going.
And it was like, and Ramin got it, and I was like, yeah, you could send me the receipt, and I can just EMT you the rest. And she's like, what the hell is an EMT? And then we went back and forth a little bit on there, but I figured it was a generational thing. She said, just say ET. And I said, but ET phone home? And it was like, see?
ET.
That's how you know how old we are there. But yeah, electronic money transfer. Yeah, that's what we all use here. Interact.
Best was I was in a fantasy league.
ET phone home.
The commissioner of the league, only like a year or two ago, finally got like e-transfers. So, like everybody that would want to pay up for the league, like you had to pay.
Oh, here's Ramin. I just had a story about you. You weren't even here.
Oh, you brought them both?
About the EMT. What is an EMT?
It's ET, it's not EMT.
No,
it's not an ET. No.
ET's a little alien that rides bikes.
You're wrong.
Okay, we're not. No, that's. This is a moment where sometimes you'd put up a poll, but there's no point because every single person. Here's the thing. Everyone that's listening right now, if you think it's EMT, then you type 1 in the chat. And if you think that it's ET actually is that, then you can put it 2. But everyone's about, I'm going to do 1 because everyone knows it's an EMT. EMT.
That's what I thought it was. I'm not. I don't.
There is no third option, and there is no neither. What is it with everyone that has 1.5? Mike, you always have to troll, Mike.
Send me the ET.
Drink it. Yeah, we'll drink it at some point, Joe. It just. First of all, these bottles just showed up like 2 seconds ago. Like, what are we supposed to do? They gotta get open.
We don't bang it over my head.
There's no glasses. Like what? Like what's going on?
So this is from, you can see it's from Raheem a lot.
Yeah, Raheem is always this generous. He came by, and he didn't even, so the crazy thing is Raheem came by a couple of days to drop these off. He didn't even want to be on camera. He was here at the end of the show. He just quickly wanted to say Happy New Year and drop a gift off. That's how nice a guy he is. And didn't want to steal like any of the spotlight. But
and he definitely didn't expense these. Let's put it this way. So, you can see because he wrote on both of them. But anyways. A rosé.
Well, how about just open one for?
I mean, okay, but we got to figure out who's having some of this. Obi, you'll have a glass. You'll have it. Obi is.
Look, everybody's having some. Let's be real.
Okay.
We just need glasses.
Yeah, I mean, Sharif's not here and Brendan's not here, so maybe everybody will have some today. Okay. All right.
There's Obi.
There's Obi. What's up, Obi? Obi's trading away here as per usual.
Oh, UiPath, I think, at the end of the day today.
The show just got much more handsomer a couple minutes ago. Put that back. There it is. There's the
nice sweater.
What's up, Obi? Actually, that's amazing how much that looks like you guys are actually sitting beside each other. He has no idea.
If it wasn't for the, you know, it'd be really cool if there was a way to get the background to just trick everybody, but you can't really pull that off because of the angle, unfortunately.
No, okay, that's what you was looking. So Obi was just looking at Sidhu.
It just ran the high of the day.
Attaboy.
I was literally just sitting there in the last of my shares. But that's really starting to rally. City
no stops.
Health. No, I keep wanting to say Citius. Citus.
Who trades with stops?
Citus Space now up 43% and still going. This one is going absolutely ham. We have a button for this.
What you guys get for going short.
To the moon.
I'm only short, by the way.
Sidus.
Oh, boy.
And what we should call it, as that one is 42% to the upside, another one of these crazy low float runners. I still like Rocket Lab better. I'll stick with that. I think if you're going for a space play next year, I'd play Rocket Labs over all of them. But you can Astis, which is also pretty good. But the other thing you should consider about these space plays, when SpaceX does their IPO, probably not a bad time to get out and take your profit. Because I really feel like we'll rally into the SpaceX whenever, I don't even know what it's going to be. Sometime next year, Elon said, I suppose. But whenever that
I doubt that. I wonder what the odds are on that. What is Kalshi?
I haven't seen, it wasn't on Kalshi after he made the announcement. It might be now because I haven't checked. But I've never seen anything on IPOs on Kalshi. But you just search SpaceX?
Yeah,
What if you search IPO? Just search IPO and see if it's what is the next IPO? Maybe.
But I don't think SpaceX will be up there for the next one. I just wanted to see if it was.
You can bet on which.
When SpaceX officially announced IPO, it's right here.
Oh, there it is. Let's see.
Yeah. Okay. So it is. When will? Okay. What does that even mean here? What are the odds? Oh, here it is. Before. Okay. So they're all August. August, July, June, July, August, basically, are what we're doing right now. So right now, before August 1st is winning with 57%. So 57% think before, but it doesn't matter. It's 100% say before. It's before. So it's basically before mid-year. Yeah, like June, July, August. So right into there, man. So they're all over. Well, I guess these ones being below, it's basically 57% say before August. So 46. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen at all, but if it does, you could go over here and bet this on Kalshi. I don't actually think that it will. Let me see what's trending on Kalshi here. Oh yeah, see this is the thing. You click on trending right here, and I don't know if it's for me or not, but it says for you. But you know, I've never bet on any sporting events. This is what's killing DraftKings, is right into here, where you all of a sudden you don't have now to worry anything about like you know, legalities about does your sports allow gambling or not. You can just hit up this on Kalshi. As long as Kalshi's available in your spot, then you can grab this. So look at all these bets going through. This is all real time. What's going through right now on this game? Oh my, I'm in the wrong business, man. Give me that VIG on these every single time. Is that what's actually happening right here? That's a lot going through right now. The next most popular one for me is next U.S. presidential election winner. That's a hell of a long ways away. J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom? Okay, that's strange. Who's going to win the Super Bowl? That makes sense. Here we go, the Fed decision. This is something that Neil and I go back and forth with. This will match the Fed the Fed rate tool that we always talk about on there. Okay, where will this close? End of 2026. Just a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, so that's Kalshi right now. Not much actually going on with the Kalshi right here. But let's just go check out Sidu, as apparently that is, yeah, there it is, $4 right now on SIDU, man. We've been really hitting the long as far as, the short here in the futures. But I'm just thinking that we're at the low of the day now on these, and we could just, bid right here, 26s, get another piece out right now. Oh, we got some more SMRs though, I guess. Oh yeah, we talked about that. So now I have less than 10% left on SMR, and we'll put another bid right here, see if we get it. We'll sit on NASDAQ or something right here and just has to go through us to get that fill. So hopefully that does wind up happening right here. And yeah, that's about it. We already got the easy peasy there. There's another one there about apple pie. We won't show that, but thank you so much for the super chat again.
About apple pie?
Iowa, just about what you're having for food. And yeah, that was that. And I see that you got some glasses.
I've done my part.
How many did you get there? 6.
Well, I figure there's really
definitely 5
4 of us, and then
then you'll be double fisting, right? Like
Cassie is gone, and Sharif is not here, so yeah, we'll figure it out.
Sharif wouldn't have any anyways, of course, because doesn't like fried chicken.
Johnny T just said, "Did I see a super chat?" Oh, I did not see this. Looks like we missed it. Can you please look at the Qs on the yearly? You want like over the course of the year? How about I just put it up on eSignal, and then I can look at a really high time frame chart? Like what if I do like a month? We were at the 50 days, so you must. Do you want what time frame do we want? Do you want me to literally put up you don't want a yearly chart? Do you? It's like this. Let's look at the daily, and we'll go one by one. Do you see a triple top? Feel free to add your stock picks for next year. We are gonna do that. We are gonna do that at the beginning. The whole idea is we want to formally do it. The problem, what ended up happening is there's just a lot of this Brendan's not here, and then Joe's not here all week, and the idea is to do it when we're all here. Does it really matter if it's the first week or a day?
I also want to talk about the format.
The date doesn't matter as much.
I didn't realize I was on the air.
Yeah, we want to make sure we do it properly. So the intention is to do it, but when we're all back, we'll get that.
If I pop this thing and then just all of a sudden it hits one of these
I said not to necessarily do it in front of.
Okay, come on to my paycheck. It's almost nothing anyways. Okay, here we go.
We have literally a monster open spaces over there that you could.
What's SMR doing? I should.
No, I do see a triple top, by the way.
Okay, here we go.
Camera's over there.
Here we go. All right, Happy New Year's, everybody. I'm not going to let it fly, though. It's too risky. 1, 2, 3, oppa! Happy New Year, everybody. All right, Neil, open your bottle. This is for me now. There it is. So thank you to Raheem. I know, I'm just playing around. I was pretending like this was going to be all for me right here. Wow, this is how big is this thing up in here?
Magnum.
Yes, it is. It is 1.5 liters. So, yeah, Magnum, double a bottle of wine. So we'll pour this in right now. And we want to say thank you to Raheem and thank you to everybody for watching us one more time here this year. It's been a great, absolutely fantastic year for us. SMR is tanking, so this is good. Let's just hold on to this as SMR is looking to break $14. It's Sidious right now, Neil. That's at $4.
Sidious. I say Sidious. It's really just Sidious.
Right.
SID. It's actually at 410. So 420 might end up being a thing. I know you all love your 420. That could end up being a thing. And just not to harp on a point, but like we always have this discussion about stops. And I don't know what people trade without them, but like, come on, man. Like you'd have to be crazy not to trade with a stop because you sit there for like a scalp trade. But if you want to hold something and you're holding on to your last piece, you got to have a stop kind of protecting the back end of it. So, and again, that's just me. This one is absolutely flying. And we have, is this another super chat?
No. Maybe.
This one, do you have?
Obi, are you in position? Okay, you're in position. I was
Thanks
gonna say
for all you do. This is from SP Williams. Have a happy new year. You learned so much. Standing ovation. Appreciate you, SP. I know we got one from you earlier as well. So shout out to you, my friend. I just reloaded DVLT. We'll see if we'll do the same thing again. You're able to risk half a cent to get 4, and if it does it a second time, why not? Like it pulled back into 60 where I'm actually still bidding, but then I'm just gonna reverse right back into this, not reverse, reload right back into that prior high. So this one doesn't seem like it's going in to any index that I was able to find.
Yeah, the market, Rome is not burning, but the market is coming to the downside. So we'll cover a little bit more right into there, into that play. And part of this might be just, I don't think it's silver necessarily creating this market move down, but it's not helping anything right here as we get lower and lower. Yeah, let's, I saw you sneak that in there, Neil. Let's get going on this. So I asked if Obi was in position. Ramin, come, anyways, I want Ramin, Fabian. I don't know if we can get into a triple box. What, Ramin's out of here for the day? Huh?
Ramin left?
Oh, so she's gone for the day. Okay.
I didn't know she was leaving.
All right, that's fine. Then I will stop calling on her for this. Okay, so she's going to get that all figured out. Okay, you got one, Obi? We'll just do it. Maybe we can put Obi on as well, and we have Adara here. All right, so happy birthday and happy new year to you. I hope you have a fantastic time. Cheers, Neil. Cheers, Obi, as well. And cheers to everybody else out there. All right, salut.
There we go.
It's funny drinking, like I'm holding this like it's a coffee. Like,
no, it's like it's such a weird.
That's pretty tasty.
How are you supposed to hold it? But.
Rosé. I've always wondered about like the rosé versus the normal and what you would prefer and all that, but I don't know. My wife prefers the bubbly rosé stuff. So cheers to everybody out there. And this is the time when you up your shares. Now that you get a little looser, the trades come a little more naturally, and you throw away the whole aspect of responsibility. And of course, we will not be doing that. What am I talking
Where's
about?
mine?
And yeah, exactly. Yours is here, Fabian. That's why I meant to
tonight as well, everybody.
I'll go give this to Fabian.
It's such an important thing. I actually saw that message in the chat as we had one of our viewers sort of sharing. Like, remember, you're gonna have fun tonight, but also be very responsible. Like, this is one of those times of year where, you're always thankful for what you have, and you don't want to jeopardize it. The market's trying to come back.
I don't know if there's a mic on Fabian.
They have a mic they can use.
Or not a mic, or a
Yeah, I'm talking right
video.
now.
I didn't mean a mic. I meant
the
the
camera shop behind them they have.
Okay, well, if you have anything, and we could do a cheers with you as well,
again.
Fabian, that would be nice. But yeah, if you can
I'll
get
just come to you guys.
Shout out to eSigma.
Okay, yeah, get over here then. But leave it on this and come over here. He's gonna come over here, and we're gonna. There it is, Obi. You still have your drink, Obi?
Why
or
is
what?
there a chart on the fourth one?
Why not? Why not?
Oh.
Oh yeah, Obi short
just said
silver. He wanted to make everybody.
60.
What's a matzo ball?
Look at silver die. 8% down.
All right, thank you, Fabian, for all the work you've done this year. Thank you, continued success, and thank you for creating all these visuals for us and the board that we have. And this man stays the latest. I'm out of here, he's here, and doing all the work. So we want to thank you, Fabian. We would not have any of these things. The stock visualizer has been a huge.
It's a huge boost for us.
What?
No, but even the messages.
The mic doesn't work. I want to say, are you working on more stuff for the new year, right? Okay, sure. Okay,
and
maybe
also
not.
Improvements.
I mean, I just finished.
Yeah, that's sick.
Well, how other ways to implement.
Okay, so we're going to figure out other ways to implement some of this technology.
You got ideas,
Okay. You don't have a mic. We may get in trouble for speak. We've already been in trouble many times.
Look at this.
For speaking without a mic on.
Don't
so
act like this
I
is
don't
the
want to be.
coolest thing ever.
No, they're holding the H. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like you can.
Well, he can't. There it is. Yeah.
Boom.
We
Look
like
at the
that.
battle between Citiz and INBS.
Yeah, Adara, you get it over there, Adara.
Get it, Adara.
All right. Yeah, we're not cutting anybody off. We're getting more drinks going on right here. But yeah, no matter what you guys are doing, as you said, be safe and do it the right way. Like we were, I was, where was it? My son, yeah, my older, that's what I was gonna say, my eldest there. It's kind of a hack that he told me, and he's 22, 23 years old. So it's not, I wouldn't do this, but it's just, you could do now share a ride on Uber. So like he was going from my place downtown to the Sky Dome, basically. Okay. Some of his friends live in one of those condos there. So a couple nights ago, he said, hey, like, I'm heading down and I'm going to call an Uber. So I was like, I've got this. Like, I've got you. You're not paying out of, I just gave this man money for Christmas. Like, I'm right here. I'll do that. Like, no problem. So he's like, okay. And he said, well, I was just going to do the share a ride. So what that means is that you only get one seat in the car, but there's a chance that the guy either picks you up with someone already in the car, or you pick somebody up on the way down there.
Which is whatever.
But it was
an interesting way to mingle.
Yeah, it was $30 to go normally on Uber from my place downtown, or it was something like that. And this was only $17. So he's like, he said this is something that he does because he's okay with it. Yeah. And again, I know it'd be different situations, different times.
I was gonna say, like, I don't know if I want my daughter doing that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's different situations, and he's a 23-year-old, 6'3". By the way,
I mean,
if you saw Baxter now,
he's even taller. He was 6'1" last time I saw him.
Dude, the man would just squish Sharif in 2 seconds. This man is a big man.
He was always tall, but
yeah. So I have no worries. I understand the whole female thing.
But
the cool thing about Uber, so anyways, I thought that was a little bit of a hack. Like obviously you're going on a date, you don't want to roll in there and you got like, hey, we're gonna go pick somebody else up. You know what I'm saying? But I was just thinking like that's an alternative. And the thing I like about Uber, to your point, because obviously I have a daughter as well, but she'll beat up any man around, so I'm fine with it. But would be the fact of you can now request female drivers if that is something. So I just want to say be safe out there, no matter what, and take all the precautions. And again, Uber's had some. Fine. I've never had an issue with Uber, but I just want to say that there are.
The other precaution you should take is not to be long right now.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Would
be short.
Perfectly unless it's Sidhu, there's literally no reason to be long anything. Unless you guys can show me something else that is actually strong, because we're selling off going into the new year, everybody, as the market goes lower and lower and lower. Tesla, oh my goodness, Tesla just continues. Tesla's going to hit it's already breaking 450. The sellers are in control. This is exactly what happened yesterday.
We knew that would happen.
Every day.
We all talked about silver short. I mean, I knew that the market forces, we talked about this, eventually these banks will win. I mean, they're not just short just for shits and giggles. Like, oh yeah, let's squeeze out JP Morgan. Yeah, that might not happen the way you think it's going to be going down right there. So
also remember,
as these guys are covering,
it's a really manipulated market.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
very controlled.
These guys know what they're doing. They're not. They know the rules and the CME and all that margin stuff and all that kind of stuff. So the Nasdaq short on this move just continues to. Yeah. So the short is working. I'm just typing because I tweeted this out when I took the trade. So I'm going to put it up again here right now. And this is part of it, right? And I don't have a problem. This is what the honest part is about what we do here at Trader TV Live is like, we talked about this earlier, like it says right here, I battled the long all morning in the NASDAQ, and here it is, right? I told you I was negative after all of this. We got a couple bumps in there, but eventually every time we went long, it broke lower. So we left it alone until eventually we got back into the short, right? And so we posted that up, and now there it goes even lower now, 53, almost $1 right there for the TQQ and the NASDAQ short. And then a trade that we took live, well, we took this one live with you, but was also SMR, which, I mean, there it goes again. So we'll go 2 for 2. I know you were caught, you weren't caught, but I know Sidhu there moved a little bit, and that's fine. I mean, I don't feel like there's anything wrong with, and this is what we talk about, playing names, DVLT, Sidious, the crypto, whatever you're playing, I think there's opportunities for everything here, as long as you have your plan of action, you're patient with it, you know what you're doing, and you're confident, you can hit any of these trades. So there goes SMR to the downside. And we got some great super chats about how, you know, my trading has helped out others and vice versa and blah, blah, blah. Well, all of you guys have helped us out because we continue to look at the chat all the time for different ideas. I mean, Obi sitting over here, he's the one short silver. Me and Neil aren't even in silver. This guy's short over there. Yeah. I mean, do you have your mic on? So the answer is no to that. Okay.
What he means is capitulatory bottom. If you were watching silver right now,
I just want to get his opinion.
I also have it up, dude. Go ahead.
Dude,
go ahead.
like if you go to my screen right here, first of all, shout out to Edge Stops because that Sidhu, you guys know I was short. I was getting a little aggressive there into it, and then boom. My stop was at 66s. I got out 67. So thank God for that, because that thing slapped up even harder, faster than I could even notice. But 64s was the daily breakdown on SLV. A couple days ago on Monday when we gapped down, we held a 64 like a champ. That came in, again, we talk about, you know, some of the, I guess, from my perspective, easy money trades, daily breakdown. It gives you 50 pennies with a little bit of a chop through 64, but then bid step right back in. Even though the market is crashing right now, I think this little quick scalp was definitely something to watch out for. Now, again, the real short, like I mentioned before, 66 halves, a VWAP hold. I had that, but kind of didn't really take it. Look at the structure breakdown as well. Absolutely solid. Sellers definitely in control in the later half of the day today in silver. So quick little scalp.
All right, thanks for that one. And yeah, if Obi sees anything else, you know, Obi, obviously feel free to hop in, as I know you're comfortable speaking in front of a live audience. So someone else that's very, very comfortable speaking, we found that out very easily the minute we hired her. Although I think, Adair, you were probably a little nervous first couple days, I would imagine.
You couldn't tell.
You could speak on this, but now clearly not.
Thank you. Yeah, and shout out to Obi with that trade review, and shout out to U.S. President Donald Trump for another Truth Social post to end this year. Quote, the United States has set a world record on investments being made into a country, and it is trillions of dollars more than number two, China. This is singularly because of tariffs, all cap. The fact that if you make your product in the U.S., there are, all caps, are no tariffs. Hence, factories and businesses are being built over our country at levels never seen before. Congrats to the USA and this incredible achievement, President DJT. So again here, Trump talking about tariffs and the U.S. to end this exciting 2025, as you said, back to the guys.
Dara, getting a little bit more.
There's some more over here.
Yeah, you got to top that up, man. It's not going to, look, that bottle's not going to finish itself. Let's be real. There's only 45 minutes left in the session here. Just very quickly, I'll take any consolidation. At this point, it's all scalp trading, I think. And one of the things that Obi said was that capitulatory. There was just a bounce in silver. And earlier I was telling you, yesterday the market rolled over when silver lost a bid, and then silver caught a bid, and the market came back in. So jumped out of the shorts. Out of Tesla short, out of AMD at the low of the day, and then play short the pops for some scalp trading. That's all you really need to do. And I see some of these other small cappers, INBS, it's running, Intelligent Bio, oh, that's giving it up. Never mind. INBS is actually losing the bid. We don't have, this isn't free. It's not free locate, so can't really trade that one to the south side. Can't take advantage of this unless I paid for locates, which I'm not gonna do. There's 45 minutes left in the day. If I don't see something like obvious on AMD again, or maybe a Tesla, then let it roll until the new year, and just end on a couple of good trades in there. It's been a good year and a good week. But
glass quickly.
100p.
Yeah.
Oh, it's David again. David with another super chat, and then it's gone, so I can't read it. Tesla Alphabet going down because Waymo and robo-taxi fleet going to smell like a frat house tomorrow. No driver.
I mean, I don't mind that logic.
Regulate human behavior. $150.
You know, it's all about the logic over here. I'm going to send an email to Raheem.
I would imagine it would be it would be an interesting night to be an Uber driver. That's for sure. I'm sure there's good stories with it as well. But like lots of surge price. But also keep in mind one thing. Like New Year's is like it's a almost everybody is celebrating. But there are always people that are working that night to make sure that you get home safe. Think about that for a second. Those are the last people you want to disrespect. It's like we're all having fun and it's trying to get us home safe.
Put it back to the, yeah, here, they're gonna
That's
take a
what
picture.
it's all about.
I wanna show this to, yeah, do a cheers or something.
Fabian apparently worked New Year's
Yeah,
for
okay.
9 years.
I wanna send that picture to
9
Raheem.
years? You haven't been an adult for 9 years, Fabian. Fabian's really young, by the way. He started working when he was 13.
13, why you start working when you're so old? I mean, come on,
13.
man, 13, yeah, what the hell?
Have you ever seen the In Living Color with Damon Wayans?
I was watching Living Color last night, actually.
When I was 13, I had 3 jobs.
Exactly, man, I've already been done jobs.
I didn't start working until I was like 14 or 15 years old.
Yeah, well, I mean, my dad had his own business. I didn't have a summer, but basically since like 7 or 8 years old. So
the hardest,
shout out.
one of the craziest jobs I did in high school was in the summer, in like it'd be 30 to 35 degree heat, and I was working at a supply chain place. I was literally loading the backs of semis with like it was like supply chain management, so like like Walmart or whatever, and you're just loading. And the truck that you get, like you don't know until like you could be loading like duvets or some nonsense, or you could be loading something heavy, and like the truck that's just what you have, loading, unloading. And when it gets hot, the back of it's 40 something in there. And you're just dying, but you get in pretty good shape doing it. Like I'm still scrawny, but I was a scrawny kid. It's good for you. I feel like sometimes an honest day's work, and not that, look, whatever, like any job is an honest job. What I really mean is sometimes when you're moving.
I mean, not this job.
No, like when you're moving around and you're actually, getting some sweat.
Present company, yeah.
There's something about that is, it's rewarding. That's why sometimes when you're doing like housework or gardening or whatever it might be, like it doesn't feel like work.
I mean, how about this job? How does this feel like work? Like right here, we're enjoying some booze.
This is very different.
We've got some celebratory this. We're trading. I get paid to do this. This is unbelievable. AOB? You know what I mean? How do you beat this, right? Cheers. Yes, cheers, Adara. Hey, it's Adara. It's her birthday. Don't we have any birthday emojis or anything like that? Okay, Fabian. Cheers to Fabian. What's up, Fabian? We don't have that camera back there yet, do you?
No, no,
I don't know what else we have. That's the closest thing.
We owe Adara 1 Bitcoin for her birthday. What's the price of it? 87,000.
Just don't lose it in a.
Yeah, Adara, I was going to send you a Bitcoin, but it got lost somewhere.
I don't need a Bitcoin.
I think I put.
I sent it to a Nigerian prince.
Yeah, something. I thought it was Adara at NigeriaPrince.com, and I got fooled by that. I tried to send an EMT, but that next thing I know, I sent some sort of an ambulance chaser over there. Apparently, EMTs, electronic money transfer. But don't they say in the States Venmo me or Venmo?
Yeah, it's all about Venmo.
Cash App. Yeah.
It's straight. Look, it's.
I mean, on my OnlyFans,
it's friend is straight cash and carry.
Yeah. I always am asking.
What about that guy from the NFL who was like straight cash homie?
Randy Moss.
What about that dude?
He is straight cash. That guy is straight
What's
cash.
crazy about it is he's not.
Sure, Randy Moss is amazing.
Remember he went to high school with White Chocolate, Jason Williams. Jason Williams, that.
What at
dude
Michigan?
No, like high school.
Oh, high school. Okay.
Like imagine a high school basketball team that had a future NBA guy, and then the better basketball player was actually at the time Randy Moss. He was dunking everything. But to Jason Williams, that dude is real as well. Really
there it is. There's the bottles. I love this. Yeah, I love that little look there. I cannot wait till we put that underneath where Adara is.
Right up
at the top. A real.
Then when you get that overshot, when you're on Adara, you have the ticker going. We could have it at the top of that big. The black just makes it so much easier to see it as it's scrolling, and it goes really fast on the bottom. See how it's at the bottom of your screen right now? See how it's going nice and slow?
Look at the symbols are there. It's just next level shit over here. Most other places, next level stuff. They only have the symbols. They don't have the little logo there. You see, we even have a bar of silver there. Do silvers come in bars or, little ignots or whatever they call them there.
Silver, it's ignorant.
Yes.
Tell me that you play Minecraft without telling me you play Minecraft.
Oh man, that was a good movie, the Minecraft movie. Five Nights at Freddy's 2. We watched that as well.
We got another one.
Super chat. It's a super chat. Super chat.
Been watching Trader TV Live since 2021.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Love you as well. Neil and Sean have replaced all my podcasts. My favorite, Canucks east of Alberta. Go play some shinnies. Much love from North Carolina. Come on and raise up.
Yep. Shinny,
Shut off, spin it around your head like a helicopter. Maybe don't do it.
You could do that. You should do it right now, actually.
That's not gonna happen.
A couple more bottles.
I'm not sure.
And just to correct,
all day.
just to correct, thank you so much for that super chat. You just say shinny. You know, shinnies is like, shinny is like the game, like we're gonna play volleyball. You know, it's like you say, go play volleyballs. Doesn't sound that good. Okay, do we have another super? But anyway, thank you so much for that, man. It means a lot.
I didn't spit up.
To us. They're my favorite Canucks.
Not funny.
East of Alberta.
Nice
You must know people west of Alberta.
We have not had nearly enough to drink to fall for that one, but
D's? Sure, I'll check those. Let me see what's going on with D's. Nah. D's nuts. We're not going to do anything with those.
My daughter.
There should be the one thing would be D nut. We could definitely check out some Krispy Kreme over in here. This is the most gifted. Here, how about that? This is the most gifted thing at Trader TV.
So everyone always sends us Krispy Kreme.
These nuts.
Which I'm always curious about.
D nuts, I mean.
Why always Krispy Kreme?
Nut. Yeah, only if Krispy Kreme knew. Exactly. Fabian, see, instead of Ramin making these random things that don't include me or you, we could be doing super things with Krispy Kreme, sending it to them, getting them to sponsor the show. There's a whole synergy here that we are definitely missing out on. Yeah, Shinny is
Krispy Kreme doesn't do apple fritters.
My daughter, I think, is at Shinny almost, maybe right now. So
there's no apple fritters at Krispy Kreme.
No, I don't think so. They have pretty fancy
Which is
donuts.
not a knock against them. It's just that that's my favorite.
Yeah, Krispy Kreme did have a moment here in time, right into here, when Beyond Meat and all that was going crazy. People thought, here, it's right here on this chart. This is this move up. You can see where the volume kind of spiked up here. People thought that this would be like the next sort of meme thing to go when we were trading Beyond Meat. There was a few other ones there, just because it was D-Nut. Like people were running the different symbols through right now. Oh, you know what I wanted to look at? A name that was very, very popular throughout the month of December, and then all of a sudden not. This is what can happen when you file bankruptcy. This is iRobot. So iRobot actually was $7 or $8 stock and now down to about 12 cents right there. This is its first day on the pink sheets and then whoops, all the way down. So you got to be careful when you're looking at those kind of things. And here, IRBT, I got to call it up here on eSignal. If I type in RIBTQ, it'll show up with the continuous contract IRBTQ. So here it is. There it is. So here's the huge move there, as everyone thought, oh my God, the robots are safe and they're coming for us. And then all of a sudden it was like, no, they're not. Down to 16 cents right there as they finally file for bankruptcy. And it's really a shame that iRobot shareholders weren't able to get bought out there at $61.
I hate that.
So you can send your message to Joe Biden and Lena Khan in the Democratic, whoever was in charge of that, the FTC.
No, it's the issue with it. Just quick little, you know what? As I said, I'm going to take some scalp trades, but I like this curl on silver, but I'm going to jump out if we're breaking these 30s. Can we come to my chart for a quick second? Just want to quickly go through it. Oh, Fabian can't. Because Fabian, that's the thing, like Fabian's by himself, so if he's not sitting, then he can't switch it. So see, what I'm doing right now is I'm stretching until he gets back on my chart. See, like you get taught these little terms. Got to stretch it until that's what I was doing. So shorted this curl, gonna give it to this local high, and then, I have nothing against Lena Connor or whatever, any of that nonsense. It's really just about this notion of protecting against monopolies. So you're gonna tell me that Amazon getting iRobot is a big time antitrust problem? Amazon. What would that have added to their business? Like, what are we even talking about? Like, they have the ridiculous moat. Like, the level of competition they have everywhere is insane. Like, that one little sliver of the world is going to be that's the straw that broke the camel's back. And yet every single shareholder of iRobot had to suffer because of that. It just doesn't make any sense. And the other one is airlines. Like, don't get me started on how many times they'll block mergers with airlines only to watch the one that was trying to get picked up go bankrupt. Who wins there? If you allow the merger, you save jobs. Anyways, because I believe in a free market system, like protecting against monopolies it's a proper function. Like you do want to have that protection in there. Like bankruptcy is important. There has to be a legitimate process by which people can take risk, and bankruptcy is a thing and a remedy that you can use. And then on top of that, you want to control, but you want to make sure that you do control monopolies to a certain extent, but you've got to be realistic about it. It's like anyone trying to tell you that Netflix getting Paramount is going to be super bad. I'm like, there's some concerns there, but they've still got YouTube to contend with. Like, it's not just linear TV. You're competing against all of streaming. You're also competing against, in reality, you're competing against the monster that is YouTube and Shorts and their longer form videos. Like, it's just such a different. It's such a different market, and a lot of times what happens is the regulators are so far behind the curve that they're reacting to a reality that is like 10 years ago. Anyways, I'm now ranting way too much, which I tend to do from time to time. With only about 30 minutes to go in the last session of the year, I had meant to say this earlier, and you're now going to see that UiPath is 1.2 million to buy. So UiPath is actually an addition to the S&P 400 with the expectation of 35 million shares to buy. So don't at me if this thing comes out a very small buy, but it is supposed to be a rather large buy on UiPath. I've got it up on the side in case it does. And just as I said it, it went from 1.2 million to 5.9 million right there in front of you. So I expect that we will see this imbalance grow. Is this moving on this? Because that just happened, so why not? And one thing you can do here, I don't actually have to, I can just click on it there and then my level 2 goes. Yeah, UiPath is making a bit of a bid. So market's going lower. That just went from 1 million to buy to 5 million or almost 6 million to the buy side. BMNR is there for 1 million to the buy side. Nothing really I don't really recognize any of these other names. Success, yes. CNH, HIMS, very small. PINs, very small. It's just UiPath and BMNR, and UiPath is the one to watch, everybody. That's the expected large imbalance. But then last week we expected that new IPO, the healthcare one, Medline. It ended up being a nothing burger. It's possible that happens with UiPath, but you got to be watching it just in case. You never know.
Yep. We'll be doing all of that, and there'll be some year-end rebalancing, maybe potentially.
Window dressing.
Yeah, into the close as you just mentioned. So we'll see today. Happy New Year to everybody, and we want to thank again Raheem for dropping off some of the bubbly there that we will continue to enjoy. And yeah, look, we were short the futures, and there we go. I used TQQs. We could easily just be short SPY or Qs, or just equate them to whatever you're trading. All the charts look like this, and there it goes, man. We're almost, well, here we go now. We haven't hit this all day. We might have had $1 on Nvidia, but here it goes on the TQs. So now that's an official Dollar Club member rate there. And SMR has been great, actually, to be honest with you, but not doing much now. There's the short, and this was funny that this happened almost 20 or so minutes after I said what I'm waiting for is a move up in something that we can fade, and that's exactly what it was, or a move down. I mean, it didn't matter whichever way it was. The name that's moving the most here in this afternoon, just by percentage-wise, I guess would be Sidhu. And that wouldn't have necessarily worked on here if you faded sort of that top pop. But the difference on doing that here would be now is sort of when you might think about going short, because now you finally have, like, that's just one wick there. And I think if you go short, maybe you go short in here against these, and then you get stopped out real quick. Like, you're talking 5 or 10 cents. This really isn't moving as much as we think it is. It just looks pretty aggressive there. Like, some of these moves, if this was like a normal day at 9:30, you would easily see moves like this. This is 20% on from the bottom to the top. There is 20%. So that's a big move for sure. But in a name that can move 100% in a day, it's not too crazy. This NBS stock was something that could have been traded for sure. Like, look at this move right there back in, and this gave you a pretty clean target also, actually. Once this has been made and you come back under and you can now see that these are the tops, maybe you just kind of wait to short in and around 12 or so, using this area as your out, 12.40. Well, that 40 cents would have definitely paid off because it's giving you $3 right there to the downside. So we're just going to be sort of in cover mode right now. We did cover our Nvidia. There's only 30 minutes left and 20 minutes left until the imbalances. My number one P&L stock today is going to be Nvidia, followed by Fannie Mae, which I don't know. I was looking at Fannie Mae earlier. This Fannie Mae right here, reason why I bring this up is, if we call this up right now, this is Bill Ackman, if you see right here, Bill Ackman's best idea for 2026, the freedom for Fannie and Freddie. So there it is, Bill Ackman's best idea. So I think that kind of got this going a little bit there. And once I saw the volume, you see the volume here start to really die off. That's when all these purples are shorts. we started to go short there, and then we just danced with it a little bit into here. No volume, so I was like, forget about it. I wanted to look at it at VWAP. We are starting to go lower. So my number one stock today, P&L-wise, is going to be Nvidia, and then number 2 is going to be Fannie and Freddie, and then right into there, number 3 will be this SMR trade. And then on the losing side, so that's 3 winners. On the losing side, we have DJT, which we lost early on, and then the Qs, because we took too many shots here early, and when I'm taking these shots where I'm pretty much on a decent amount of shares, so when it doesn't work, it hurts a little bit, but we make back more than half right there with this big short. And again, a lot of the covering happening right into here. So the fact that we have this dollar club winner, it was on 5% or 10% of the shares right now. So we have about 7% left after these covers. So yeah, we'll still be red there, and being honest about the TQQ trade. So that's what that was. And the other name that we should have, could have, would have, we did look at this, was JP Morgan. And you see it bounced there, came all the way back, landed there again. We didn't short that, but now it's trying to get back to the upside here as JP Morgan flat on the day. And then just, we'll throw it back to Neil in a second, but just looking over at the sectors, just to see maybe if you're looking at something to trade today. No, I would say today is a very
fair day.
Yeah, bear down. Yeah, these communications, we talked about that. T-Mobile, Virgin, and AT&T, the only ones that are up there as we chase some yield.
That ridiculous 8% dividend.
ELV, UNH. Man, wasn't there Molina Health was moving around yesterday. Meta, Microsoft, Google, everything's red today. There's really no saving it. Normally you'll see healthcare, or at least health technology, maybe to the upside, but they're getting hit today. So I think just a risk-off day. I think there's not as many people watching the markets, and if they are, man, they're probably looking at SLV or GLD or some of the metals right there. So silver's had an 8% day or so today. Yeah, it was down.
Bouncing nice.
Yeah, nice, bouncing $1 there. Right back up. I don't know if Obi's been involved in this, but he was definitely looking at silver. So that's what we're doing right now.
I like it at some point next year. I think you just got to wait for this dip to go a little bit further. There's going to be a move at some point. DVLT, I'm going to jump out of that one. The first shot was the best one when you flat bottom break. The first move is usually the best move. But it just came back. The second time it got to 64, it bounced to 62.5. So I just punched out. There was actually a buyer that showed up for a mill and started to drag it up, but I was stopping out at 64 anyways. As it goes higher and higher, UiPath is still going a little bit. It's still only 5.9 million. What I'm kind of hoping to see is maybe this will jump up, get into double digits. If it does, try to look for a punch long. There's 15 minutes till the end of the day, so you still have some time for this one to really go. And BMNR, that's going to be a nothing burger, less than 1 million shares. There might not be any imbalances of any significance. Like even Nvidia might be a nothing burger on the imbalances today.
Oh, did you say UiPath was an index action?
It is an index action. So the only reason this is big is because it's being added to the S&P 400. Oh, that's the wrong direction. It just paired off. See how it went from 5.9 to 4, and that 1.9 million went to the paired volume on this side. So that means somebody came in and said, ooh, there's a big buy imbalance. I'll sell 2 million shares and threw it into the auction. And when they do that, it offsets. And at 350, we'll get the actual imbalance as it is displayed publicly. Like anybody can see it publicly at 350 if you have the SIP feed. The early look on the imbalances, I mean, we have it. Lots of people have it. I mean, a lot of brokers probably can get the early look to you as well. But for us, we don't mind showing it to you. It's the only one of any significance at all. And yes, one dynamite, the S&P 400. There's like all kinds. Like everyone talks about the S&P 500, but there's all kinds of other little micro indexes. Like MSCI has like tons of them. And when there's always these adjustments that will happen ad hoc at random times, sometimes on an individual name, they don't all happen with those quarterly rebalances. There are some little ad hoc moves every now and then. UiPath just happens to be one here.
Okay, yeah, so that's a good little look there and why that's on there for sure. We're going to get out some more of these futures right now with the TQ. Well, we're going to get out with the TQQs. And just, there's only 30 minutes left, as Neil just said, or even 20 minutes left, 10 minutes, till the imbalance is not really worth messing around with there. So we'll take some 04s there. We're also bidding some O's. And then we'll hold a little small piece until the close. But here we go. I mean, we were just talking about, Obi just turned to me and said, great call, dude. But I was only just talking about the fact that this might be the time to go short. And I was just saying, like, you've now seen that top there. So I didn't do it, but thank you, Obi, for that. And I don't know if he did or not. He's left right here, but there's the move right back down into. And remember what we said, like fade these kind of pops that move up. You might get a little bit of weaker volume, but volume picked up here. So this is more just, I guess, some covering into the end of the day on Citus. And yeah, it's quite the move right there. And yeah, just this is when you want to short, in my opinion. Is you just want to wait until you get some topping tails and some exhaustion in the long, and then whoops, we see you later, said Alligator on SIDU. But yeah, this just back to this FNMA and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. You can read. Bill Ackman does a great job of actually like explaining, why he thinks these things need to go or not go. And I remember when he put out basically a piece back right when the president was elected, and then you're going to go back into here into 24. Yeah. When this was only $1. Let's go there right here. So, and mention it, and he's made probably a ton of money. Like I'm not sure.
He's made bank off this.
Yeah, like this was 5 or 6x there. So I don't know. Sometimes you got to worry about why they're talking about this, but read the piece. And the thing is, it's bounced around here. So I would say that this goes back to May. So like we kind of made that move almost 8 months ago, and now we're kind of underneath there. So I could see where his frustration may lie, because he goes on these road shows and probably talks up his book and talks about how good Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac potentially are on a basically an unwind of all the debt and everything there from the housing market. And so you got to just sort of do your research, figure out if you believe in this man or not, because this is a huge potential. Even just to get back to where we were in October would be a 50% move. It's $10 up to $15.50. That would be a great little gathering if you can get that, and then you can just punch out up here if you don't believe in it. So let's wait to see. But if he's putting this out as one of his best ideas, he's going to be talking about it and trying to get some people on board.
And he's been loaded for a while on this one.
And then yes, and then
what I'm kicking myself over?
Yeah, what?
Is the first time this came up, and you could have made bank off this. The only reason I didn't pick it up is because we can't. Yep. In your TFSA here in Canada, you still can't have pink sheet or OTC, which is an unbelievably nonsensical. It's a useless rule at this point. Like, why do we need to be babysitted this much?
Is it all OTC symbols? I don't know, because why can't we all hold Adidas?
Well, this is sort of my point. I think it's there's a different class, the different classes, but either way, you don't need all this hand holding. Like you answer a few questions and you can do options, right, in any brokerage account, basically. Like you can make warnings and do that kind of a thing, and people are so much more educated about finance now. A lot of it since the pandemic, and there's no need to handhold as much. I think that's why people want to get access to private markets and want to make their own decisions. And in that vein, I just saw.
I put it up, but it was the wrong one. But I was just trying to find out. Someone said something like it doesn't look like Santa Rally is happening right now, or Santa Claus Rally, yeah. But I was going to say, like, remember, first of all, we talk about it in the SPY. It's the S&P 500, right? That's what it's based on. And then also the other thing too is it's also the first 3 days of the new year. So it's not, the rally is not dead. This is not like, it doesn't, like they said in the chat. I'm just trying to clarify. You're not wrong. It's been bad, since it's supposed to be the first 6 days leading up to New Year's Day, which is tomorrow. So today would be the last one for the year. And then it's the first 3 or 4 days of the new year, I think, ending on the first Friday, whatever that is. So yeah, you're going to have to, give it a little bit of time. But we also said that there was no statistical, and Adara has stepped away for a minute, but there's no statistical relevance in the Santa Claus rally. I think if you look over it historically, Adara had a post about it. But
it's too small to, it's not that there is nothing there, but it's too small to call it.
It's like something to base your life savings on, right?
Exactly. And that's sort of the thing. Like, it doesn't, you can find like minor correlations or minor incidences of things, but it's not big enough that we should be holding a candle to. Like, think about it. It was like, what's an average of like 1-point-something%. Like, we do that in a good day. So like, what difference does that make over like a certain time period? I don't think it makes much difference. About 10 minutes ago, to the imbalances, again, volumes, pretty meh at this particular point. And 1320 Wolf, I get it, the government doesn't want you to lose their money. No, and when it comes, I understand protection of investors and the notion behind it. But you have to, I think a lot of the rules centering around that, it was a different time. You didn't have the internet. You didn't have AI. You didn't, like, information wasn't so readily available. Like, you go on, like, I've seen, and this, like, I had a friend who usually asked advice for investing and stuff and trading. And he was sending us like these high-level conversations on like Reddit threads, and I was like, yeah, Reddit threads. I don't look at Reddit threads, and then I was reading the stuff on a particular stock, and I'm like, oh man, like these guys really know what they're talking about, and it was a really good resource.
That's that roaring kitty. I mean, he rallied so many people behind him because all the stuff he was saying.
And he had a legit base case, and people are learning a lot. It's just a different environment. You don't need that hand-holding. And let's jump in. We have a poll. Look, we only have 20 minutes for this poll.
Look at Fabian. The
so I
guy's
have to make
on
this
it,
quick.
boy.
Did you get margin called on silver?
Wow.
Well, seeing as I only hold literal physical silver in a safety deposit box, I'm going to guess I can't get margin called on that. So I'm going to vote no, but I can technically say that I'm in it. But I've had that since
I voted yes.
I literally bought it during the pandemic and put it in the safety deposit box, and that's pretty much it. So you didn't vote yes.
Yeah, I did vote yes, but
you did?
just
so that there's a vote.
Because I don't think anybody's voting yes.
No one's voting yes. 5% means somebody else
might
did.
Might be me. Oh,
somebody else
somebody
did.
else.
So if half of our viewers are actually, really half our viewers are in silver, I find that a little hard to believe. Is that really true?
No.
Half of our viewership right now in this show is involved long in silver.
They're not.
I don't. Look, I believe they have everyone that's answering. It's only 220 votes, so anybody that's in silver, the people that are interested in silver, are more likely to vote. So how about this? How about everybody vote? Because I feel very like that's going to bother me. There's no chance. When we asked about crypto,
no, I know, but would you consider yourself in silver?
I consider myself.
Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I probably have $1,000 in silver. I don't consider myself in silver.
I got more than that, but it's not.
I don't.
But it's less than I have in crypto. But I consider myself in it. It's over 1%. If I'm over 1%,
that would count.
Then I'm in it. Like that's the way I look at it. But maybe that's just an arbitrary thing that I'm just sort of throwing out there. Like
I'm in gold.
If I had if someone was asking me about MindMed, which is the chart I have up. I was in MindMed for like 0.0 something % of whatever my portfolio, and I lost probably almost all of it, like 90% of it. Wish I was still in it because it's been doing very well. But no, I'd say I'm in silver. I just find it hard to believe that half the viewers are in silver when really we had to talk about Bitcoin, and way less than half of you guys are involved in Bitcoin.
I feel like Fabian may be in silver. He mentioned silver today a little bit. And plus, he's right. Right, okay, he had a lot of people talking to silver about him. So the minute you have random people talking to you about things, that's time to sell it. So I would say,
should have gone to my barber and asked.
Maybe sell silver ASAP right now. Yeah, if I had real money in silver, I would be getting out now, but I don't, as I just explained to you. So no, not be adding, not at these levels, because I think it's going to be dipping down into a little bit more. Let's just see what the new year brings. A lot of the talk right now, yes, DCAing is fine into it, yes.
I'll get rid of the physical when government stop printing money.
Yeah, so you're going to be in it. So you just hold that forever. I just look at the move higher.
No, my daughter is going to get that whenever that's what. Like I'm not even remotely. Like it goes parabolic. Like I wasn't when I got to the pandemic. Like I'm not involved in this move. Let's be real. Got that crap 4 years ago. Oh shoot, man. Okay, so we're more than 4 years removed from the start of the pandemic. I just messed up. No, we're like 5, almost 6 years removed from the pandemic at this point. So this wasn't even about this move. I just think at the end, when you see all that kind of money printing going on, I'm like, yeah, okay, you got to get some physical metals. And I felt like gold was too obvious. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. 5 minutes to go. UiPath is disappointing me because the imbalance has gone down again. So it popped to 6 million, then to 4, now to 3.5. The stock is actually slightly following it, so that's heading back down. This is supposed to be much larger than this. So when I give you guys the number that we're expecting, like 35 million, it's a good reference point. Like if the paired volume, if the total imbalance doesn't come out that big and it's not double digits, then it won't be as significant enough for myself to trade. And the other thing you also want to consider is anybody that's trying to trade the close, there's only one stock to look at for an imbalance. It's not like on another imbalance where there might be like 10 or 15. So if this is a big imbalance, like everyone's going to be in it. It has to be huge or it's a nothing burger.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's going to be. I think all this stuff will get paired off, and it'll get done with. And on that note, we'll just hit the biggest winner here for me today on this trade. I mean, this is the single biggest winner for me, which would be the TQQs. I also have the single biggest loser for me today, would be averaging into these longs. But the thing about averaging in, we got out every time. We kept taking shots at these lows, and they just kept on breaking. So long there, out. This first long was definitely a mistake, and then long there, out, long there, out, long there, out. So a couple ins and outs there, but definitely put us red there, and then we hit this. And I'm just covering more and more now at 53 bucks. So hopefully that'll be the answer there. And then on the cleanest trade of the day, I guess, will be the SMR. Great out there at 14. I think we just get out now at 06 and then see what winds up happening there as it prints through. We get a dark pool wick there, and there it comes there on our BAT Y. So yeah, finished the trade there on SMR to close out that trade, and we went bearish on SMR. And yeah, what was it? JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, all these guys apparently shorting that silver, and everyone worried if they're getting margin call. They ain't getting no calls today. They're just getting calls of what to do with all their money. This one, 323, what a good level there for JP. So we'll see. It's not going to matter in 2 days because, you know, tomorrow's New Year's Eve, today's New Year's Eve, tomorrow's New Year's Day. All markets will be closed. So we'll have to come in and we'll see if this 323 means anything then on Friday. You're in on Friday, or yeah, okay, good. So yeah, so we'll both be in.
Except
The Joe will not be.
Joe and
then I was just wondering because Sharif will be in. I'm going to double check the calendar.
Brendan.
No, Brendan's not in. Brendan and Joe. Yeah, it's they're all back in on as I checked.
Oh, yeah, Joe isn't back. Brendan's not back.
Yeah, they're back
next week. We're full strength on Monday then.
Yeah, what the hell? Sharif's taking off.
Oh, Sharif's off on the week of
Monday.
I'm looking at the same calendar.
How many days off does Sharif even have over here? Okay, so that's 5 days off right there. Oh, we have Martin Luther King Day. That's 19th.
Joe's got his ACL surgery.
Yeah, Joe's only gone for 3 days, though, so that's good. 14th, 15th, 16th. There, you're off on the 15th. The 19th is Martin Luther King Day, Jr. There, so that's a day off.
Okay.
So we don't get that here in Canada, but that's going to be great. So that's the days off there in January is only New Year's Day and then the 19th. Which is a Monday. We don't normally get Mondays off, so that's good. I like to get the Mondays off.
When's the Super Bowl? February 18th?
It's a week later now, right? I think it's earlier than that. I think it used to be the first weekend in February.
It'd have to be the 15th or the 8th.
Yeah. It's a Super Bowl. Super Bowl going to be insane this year. I think it's still very much wide open. See who's going to take that down. Their lift, of course, might not be us, but named after the Vince Lombardi. Right there. So we'll see who can hold on to that one.
I will say this. I'm just going to say it. We have 1 minute till the imbalances. If the Buffalo Bills win the Super Bowl, there's I'm just letting you know that Monday, there's a very good chance at the very last minute I probably will not be in. Or I'm going to be an absolute mess and I'll be unbearable because I will be that guy. This is a pent up. Like it's not anger, it's just that
you just need to win one, man, and then it lets go of everything else. You just got to win one. Join the club.
They should have won 2.
Get the seat at the table.
And then they lost 4 in a row, as everybody knows.
For me, if the Packers win, it'll just be another Monday, but we'll be celebrating for the Buffalo Bills.
I don't know if you guys have enough time to get healthy.
No, I don't think
the odds. This time of year, what are you going to?
We lost like 4 of our last 6 games or something.
Like you can't lose your number 1 defender.
We lost our
starting quarterback
and our starting running back.
Your starting running back is hurt, and the thing is, his injury is the type of injury that's not going to heal till the offseason.
Watson's out.
You lost your starting tight end, who in my opinion is one of the top.
Yeah, our starting wide
receivers in the entire league.
The most injured team in the NFL is the Packers. That's not me saying that. That's
no, like Tucker Kraft, in my opinion.
Okay, here we go. So the market is now out. So the imbalances are
Archer Aviation, $3 million to sell on Archer. UiPath is way too small, only $2 million. Som N, I don't know that. That's $2 million to the buy side. Oh, Open Door. Yep. Sell of $1 million on Open. Surprised to see that. You guys will probably recognize MVST, $1 million to buy. TLT's a $1 million sell. No big names. ONDS, that's that small cap from before. It's $900,000 to the sell side. So the big one ends up being out of nowhere, Archer. So if you had that on your business bingo card.
Or business card.
Archer with the big imbalance. Did it even move? Barely.
I have Archer on my business card. I used to work.
Barely.
The TQs goes to the downside there. You can see on my charts the bottom right there. We just take a little cover there, and I'm just going to cover the rest right now. Good move down. We'll bid some 87s and get the heck out of here. Again, thank you to everybody for watching. There it is. So we just have 1 small position left. That is the TQs, and we just make $1 on that one. So it's part of the club. And there you go for you, Ozen and Dun, 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 bing. And that was brought to you by Benjamin and the Dollar Club right there. So, yeah, you know what we didn't look at today? Whether or not you're celebrating tonight with anything there, you know, potentially some cannabis. Can I Bus? He was a decent rapper for a minute.
When Brian was on yesterday,
Shannon,
he mentioned he has eyeballs on MSOS for like a secondary pop. It's consolidating high. He's looking for a breakout.
Yeah. Bouncing off the 50 period right here. Yeah, I don't mind.
That was one of his nice calls.
I don't mind the MSOS right there. Yeah, bouncing off 420. Come on. Like as if that's where the 50 period moving average is, 425 or so. Right there. So yeah, that would be a play. I think there is something for that.
Something brewing still for the next year. Like I wouldn't, and we will do it. We will talk about our calls for the year. Like I wouldn't, like it's the kind of thing that I wouldn't throw on MSOS. No, because ultimately it'll always be more of a trade. Like MSOS or the cannabis names would never be something that I'd be like, oh, I'd buy and hold it for the year. It would always be a short-term trade.
Yes, for sure.
Like I can't imagine ever wanting that one for a long period of time. Like in my opinion, when you make calls for the year, it better be something that you would want. If you buy it, you would want to hold it the entire year, not well. I want to get out when it pops 20%.
Well, that's why I'm wondering if we should do like a year one and then a half year.
A quarter? Oh, yeah, half year too.
Well, we could do quarter. We're literally on every day. I mean, that's why I think that we should think about.
What we want.
I mean, what would you guys want? Yeah, you're involved, Chilean Nightmare. Don't worry. I have a feeling. I feel like this man's going to be on silver by the things I'm hearing in my ear. But yeah, I think we could do. We could basically we could just put on positions and then maybe reevaluate them and update them at the quarter. We could say, okay, I'm going to flatten out of everything, or
That was the one that bugged me because I remember like there was multiple times like if I like seriously like I would be selling XLF. I'm like I know it was good, but like it was a quintuple top. Like anyone in their right mind would have rang the register like multiple times on the financials. This year. Shoot, we got another super chat.
Yeah, we got another super chat, and we also got, you know, this Nike. We'll get that in a minute, but this Nike chart today, we have ignored it, and we shouldn't have. Nike just climbing all afternoon and all day, so Nike just continues to go upside. So I didn't see that super chat. What was it there?
We got a couple. Drops Trades. Happy New Year's to you. Enjoy a day off from the markets. Everybody enjoy time with family and friends. That's what it's all about. I mean, and be safe, of course. So happy New Year to you. Did we get this one from David? Another one? David Tretsiak. Postmate driver brought 2 of the best bottles of bubbly from 711 for Close the Bell. His voice was Louis Armstrong to a T. I can't do that impression, or I would. Now, what a wonderful world in the head. You're short in silver.
It's a wonderful world.
There you go.
What are you saying over there, Obi? Oh, Path. Oh, yeah. He wants to remind us about UiPath.
UiPath has gone up to $6 million to the buy side. It's supposed to be monster.
Is it going? Okay.
I mean, it's supposed to be $35 million. It's the paired volume $15 million, so it is pretty big. Oh yeah, it's trying to go. But 355. So at 355, this number is very likely to change. Usually 55, 58, we'll see big imbalance moves. It's about 7 million now. We'll see if it's going to be able to hold up in about 30 seconds or so, everybody, going into the S&P. Oh yeah, it's an addition. It's a straight addition to the S&P 400. Not the S&P 500.
That will go down at the close. I guarantee
like the step down
for UiPath.
That's the thing. Usually what will happen is it's expected, and anybody that wants to sell UiPath, this is their opportunity to sell without necessarily affecting stock price, because you can probably just throw 10 million shares in and not move the stock all that much. That's a boon for anybody that's bought into this, right? So just understand the reason they have imbalances is for the purpose of pairing them off. They want it to be public so that other large institutions or large traders can see the liquidity and take advantage of it, and you have an orderly close. Sometimes that doesn't happen, and you can take advantage. But it just stayed, or slightly moved down a little bit here, as you can see. Still around the 6.5, 6.1, now down to 5.8, 5.6. So it is moving back into the downside. Another super chat. Thank you, Scotty H. Happy New Year. See you next year for another great one.
Oops, didn't mean that one. I meant the face one, the one that Joe likes. But yeah, thanks. That's amazing, man.
That's from the beginning. We started at the beginning of 2020. It's going to be 6 years. I wish we knew the exact start. It's ridiculous that I don't know the day that we started on YouTube.
I don't know.
I mean, it would be easy to find out, but
it's lazy. I never look it up.
It's somewhere in the first few months of 2020 when we started on YouTube. So we will be 6 years soon.
Look, the Nike CEO, man, I don't know. Is this Elliot Hill guy or whatever his name is? The guy buys $1 million worth of stock. Like, I don't know. That's like a sneeze for a lot of these guys. I would be very, very cautious if I was a trader or a holder. I mean, look, you're going to hold it for long term. It's fine. I do think there's a battle back in the retail. We talked a little bit about that. We've seen Target, Walmart's still pretty strong here. But and then heading into FIFA, I do think that there is some. And then the Olympics are in less than a month away, I think, for some of the first events to start.
Super Bowl.
Early February, so maybe just a little bit more. But yeah, $64. I just think that this is probably a fade for Nike. So let's see what this does in January. I just think that that's a little bit. To be up 12% from the bottom there seems a little bit much, but
I'm thinking the 200 period. I was saying that yesterday.
Yeah, that's not too far now. Now you're at $65.
I literally drew a line so I don't forget. If it fills in this gap in the new year. Oh, those are Sean's charts. If it fills in this gap, it's in about to like 65.5 to 66. I think look somewhere in there in the supply zone for a fade. They have a host of, like insider buying is great, but they have a host of problems that they still have to figure out. It's such a difficult business. Like once you see a top on a brand, it's not easy to get it back. And just because you're a going concern that generates cash doesn't always mean that you're a stock that appreciates. You see it all the time. There's nothing wrong with being a quality company. Like this type of a chart, it wouldn't be bad if Nike was some dividend aristocrat or anything. You wouldn't necessarily complain too much about it because they're still generating and maybe they can catch a bit of a bid. But no, they have real issues and we're not done with the tariff story, all that kind of good stuff as well. So look at that chart. The 200 period, I think that's a place that we could look for on Nike. UiPath is continuing to dwindle. There we go. Ever since 355, look at that. That imbalance is cut in half, and it's only going down. So, people taking advantage to sell some shares. Who knows? Maybe Kathy Wood's gonna ring the register on some of her position. This used to be top 10 for.
Yeah, UiPath. Yeah, we'll see.
It might still be, to be honest.
Silver right now only down 6.5%. We do have the S&P 500 ending the year up around 17%. I mean, what a great year that was for the S&P 500 on average, between 11 to 13% dividend adjusted. So, I mean, great year again for the S&P 500. I don't think we'll have that kind of a year next year as the market tries to broaden out this move. Right there, yeah. What does he say again here? He says,
you like that?
You like that, you like that. Yeah, that's it there. As Washington, that's when he was with Washington. Kirk Cousins making a comeback. But that team is J.J. McCarthy's, and you're going to see he's going to make a comeback next year, J.J.
Yeah, but
McCarthy.
There's a million places that dude could go.
Michigan Wolverines.
No, he was a Spartan.
No, I'm J.J.
Oh, J.J., no, yeah. Kirk Cousins was a Spartan.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins made a lot of money.
The best quarterback in Michigan State history was Kirk Cousins.
All right, there's Danny Boy. He took yesterday's profits here. I'll put this up really quickly as we have less than a minute to go. But thank you so much, Danny, for that. He's talking about rolling over some profits. Here it is right here. Is it worth putting up there?
Took yesterday's profits on silver and bought a 1984 Buick Regal from some guy on Marketplace named Pops Roberts. Now I'm broken down near Boston, and the mechanics asking me how a bunch of chicken wings ended up in the gas line. Well played, Obi.
Was this yesterday?
So the running joke was, he's like, Obi was talking about the fleet of cars that he wants to own. And so we had Danny's boy in the chat saying, if I lose on silver, then I have to live in the back of one of your cars.
Okay.
That was a little bit of a joke, but.
I was gonna say, if you're buying what was it, a 1984 Buick Regal? That's probably, the chicken wings caught.
What was everyone's first car?
The chicken wings caught in the exhaust is probably worth more than that car.
I was an 88 Mazda 626. That was my first car. As we're about to ring the bell for the last time in 2025 right now. That was fast.
My first car I bought off the lot. I bought a Honda Accord. I don't remember what year it was, but I bought a two-door Accord. So that was what I did. Just straight cash home. Probably financed at that point. Oh, the Honda Fit. Okay, we like the Hondas.
Honda Fit?
Around here. Dara, happy birthday tomorrow, I guess. Right there. We did have some chocolate cake. Thanks, Sia, for bringing that through.
Yes.
And yeah.
Thank you to Raheem for.
Yes, these bottles got popped. We had a lot of good time there. Thanks, Obi, for all that he's given us, obviously, this year. But I feel like we've been talking about, you know, what kind of year everybody's been having. And it's just like, we're all just very grateful to have everybody join us every single day. And we've gotten some great super chats today. We want to thank everybody for that. We'll put all those to good use. This was a year of basically renovations and change here at Trader TV Live. And we're just going to get bigger and better. And we promised that to you. And we delivered that, I feel like. Like, look at this. Like, look what we're doing right now. It's just going to get bigger and better. Yeah, Obi even doesn't, is like, you know, here we go. So we're glad to have Obi with us. We're glad to have Sharif and Joe, of course. And Joe stepped on the scene this year. So yeah. I told you when I first saw that guy, I told him he was in the wrong building because I thought he was looking for a runway. But he's here and he's been doing great.
He's always dapper. And Sia, of course, doing a fantastic job.
Our most recent addition there as well. So yeah, we're really excited. And thanks everybody for watching. And we'll join you there on Friday. What day is it today? Wednesday? Friday. Back January the 2nd. The market's open for another full day.
It's going to be a weird
just call it just put it a half day on Friday.
I don't know what to expect on Friday, to be honest with you. It's usually the first day of the year is a good day of trading. Volume comes right back in. I don't know what the day off and then Friday is going to mean for it, but I promise you silver's going to move around. That's for darn sure.
Yep.
So look, January historically. First, Fabian just asked if January historically is a strong month. I don't know that, but typically speaking, the first week or two of January is usually pretty strong. And it's usually good for trading. I just don't know what the whole like weird day off and then one day before the weekend does for volumes. I feel like it might be one of those like finicky, not great volume days, and then we go full bore on Monday, but we'll see. We'll be live for you guys anyways. Everybody be safe, enjoy yourselves, have fun with friends and family, just, you know, be responsible and all that, because we want to see everyone back here on Friday.
Of course. Okay, good one. All right, see you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Once again, thanks, Obi. Thank you, Adara. Everybody be safe and be happy. It is New Year's Eve. We'll see everybody in a couple days. Ciao.